The Pickwick Papers, Part 4 by Charles Dickens. In Sichmer, Pickwick, thinks, head bet pernicon accordier, pernicourse ace accordingly. But surely, my dear sir, said little Perker, as he stood in Mr. Pickwick's apartment on the morning after the trial, surely you don't really mean really, and seriously now, and irritation apart, that you won't pay these costs and damages? Not one halfpenny, said Mr. Pickwick firmly. Not one halfpenny. Hurrah for the principal, as the moneylender said. Then he wouldn't renew the bill, observed Mr. Weller, who was clearing away the breakfast things. Sam, said Mr. Pickwick, have the goodness to step downstairs. Certainly, sir, replied Mr. Weller, and acting on Mr. Pickwick's gentle hint, Sam retired. No, Perker, said Mr. Pickwick, with great seriousness of manner. My friends here have endeavored to dissuade me from this determination, but without avail. I shall employ myself as usual, until the opposite party have the power of issuing a legal process of execution against me, and if they are vile enough to avail themselves of it, and to arrest my person, I shall yield myself up with perfect cheerfulness and content of heart. When can they do this? They can issue execution, my dear sir, for the amount of the damages and taxed costs next term, replied Perker. Just 2 months hence, my dear sir. Very good, said Mr. Pickwick. Until that time, my dear fellow, let me hear no more of the matter. And now, continued Mr. Pickwick, looking round on his friends with a good-humored smile and a sparkle in the eye which no spectacles could dim or conceal, the only question is, where shall we go next? Mr. Tupman and Mr. Snodgrass were too much affected by their friend's heroism to offer any reply. Mr. Winkle had not yet sufficiently recovered the recollection of his evidence at the trial to make any observation on any subject. So Mr. Pickwick paused in vain. Well, said that gentleman, if you leave me to suggest our destination, I say Bath. I think none of us have ever been there. Nobody had, and as the proposition was warmly seconded by Perker, who considered it extremely probable that if Mr. Pickwick saw a little change in gaiety, he would be inclined to think better of his determination, and worse of a debtor's prison, it was carried unanimously, and Sam was at once dispatched to the White Horse Cellar to take 5 places by the 7:30 coach next morning. There were just 2 places to be had inside, and just 3 to be had out, so Sam Weller booked for them all, and having exchanged a few compliments with the booking-office clerk on the subject of a pewter half-crown, which was tendered him as a portion of his change, walked back to the George and Vulture, where he was pretty busily employed until bedtime in reducing clothes and linen into the smallest possible compass, and exerting his mechanical genius in constructing a variety of ingenious devices for keeping the lids on boxes which had neither locks nor hinges. The next was a very unpropitious morning for a journey, muggy, damp, and drizzly. The horses in the stages that were going out, and had come through the city, were smoking so that the outside passengers were invisible. The newspaper sellers looked moist and smelled moldy. The wet ran off the hats of the orange vendors as they thrust their heads into the coach windows and diluted the insides in a refreshing manner. The Jews with the 50-bladed penknives shut them up in despair. The men with the pocketbooks made pocketbooks of them. Watch guards and toasting forks were alike at a discount, and pencil cases and sponges were a drug in the market. Leaving Sam Weller to rescue the luggage from the 7 or 8 porters who flung themselves savagely upon it, the moment the coach stopped, and finding that they were about 20 minutes too early, Mr. Pickwick and his friends went for shelter into the traveller's room, the last resource of human dejection. The traveler's room at the White Horse Cellar is of course uncomfortable. It would be no traveler's room if it were not. It is the right-hand parlor, into which an aspiring kitchen fireplace appears to have walked, accompanied by a rebellious poker, tongs, and shovel. It is divided into boxes, for the solitary confinement of travelers, and is furnished with a clock, a looking-glass, and a live waiter, which latter article is kept in the small kennel for washing glasses in a corner of the apartment. One of these boxes was occupied, on this particular occasion, by a stern-eyed man of about 45, who had a bald and glossy forehead, with a good deal of black hair at the sides and back of his head, and large black whiskers. He was buttoned up to the chin in a brown coat, and had a large sealskin traveling cap, and a great coat and cloak lying on the seat beside him. He looked up from his breakfast as Mr. Pickwick entered with a fierce and peremptory air, which was very dignified, and, having scrutinized that gentleman and his companions to his entire satisfaction, hummed the tune in a manner which seemed to say that he rather suspected somebody wanted to take advantage of him, but it wouldn't do. "Waiter," said the gentleman with the whiskers. "Sir," replied a man with a dirty complexion and a towel of the same, emerging from the kennel before mentioned. "Some more toast?" "Yes, sir." "Buttered toast, mind," said the gentleman fiercely. "Directly, sir," replied the waiter. The gentleman with the whiskers hummed a tune in the same manner as before, and pending the arrival of the toast, advanced to the front of the fire, and taking his coat-tails under his arms, looked at his boots and ruminated. "I wonder whereabouts in Bath this coach puts up," said Mr. Pickwick, mildly addressing Mr. Winkle. "Eh? What's that?" said the strange man. "I made an observation to my friend, sir," replied Mr. Pickwick, always ready to enter into conversation. "I wondered at what house the Bath coach put up. Perhaps you can inform me." "Are you going to Bath?" said the strange man. "I am, sir," replied Mr. Pickwick. "And those other gentlemen?" "They are going also," said Mr. Pickwick. "Not inside, I'll be damned if you're going inside," said the strange man. "Not all of us," said Mr. Pickwick. "No, not all of you," said the strange man emphatically. "I've taken 2 places. If they try to squeeze 6 people into an infernal box that only holds 4, I'll take a post-chaise and bring an action. I've paid my fare. It won't do. I told the clerk when I took my places that it wouldn't do. I know these things have been done. I know they are done every day. But I never was done, and I never will be. Those who know me best know it, crush me." Here the fierce gentleman rang the bell with great violence, and told the waiter he'd better bring the toast in 5 seconds, or he'd know the reason why. "My good sir," said Mr. Pickwick, "you will allow me to observe that this is a very unnecessary display of excitement. I have only taken places inside for 2. "I am glad to hear it," said the fierce man. "I withdraw my expressions. I tender an apology. There's my card. Give me your acquaintance." "With great pleasure, sir," replied Mr. Pickwick. "We are to be fellow travelers, and I hope we shall find each other's society mutually agreeable." "I hope we shall," said the fierce gentleman. "I know we shall. I like your looks, they please me. Gentlemen, your hands and names. Know me." Of course, an interchange of friendly salutations followed this gracious speech. And the fierce gentleman immediately proceeded to inform the friends in the same short, abrupt, jerking sentences that his name was Dowler, that he was going to Bath on pleasure, that he was formerly in the army, that he had now set up in business as a gentleman, that he lived upon the profits, and that the individual for whom the second place was taken was a personage no less illustrious than Mrs. Dowler, his lady wife. "She's a fine woman," said Mr. Dowler. "I am proud of her. I have reason. I hope I shall have the pleasure of judging," said Mr. Pickwick with a smile. "You shall," replied Dowler. "She shall know you. She shall esteem you. I courted her under singular circumstances. I won her through a rash vow. Thus, I saw her. I loved her. I proposed. She refused me. You love another. Spare my blushes. I know him. You do. Very good. If he remains here, I'll skin him." "Lord bless me!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick involuntarily. "Did you skin the gentleman, sir?" inquired Mr. Winkle with a very pale face. "I wrote him a note. I said it was a painful thing." "And so it was." "Certainly," interposed Mr. Winkle. "I said I had pledged my word as a gentleman to skin him. My character was at stake. I had no alternative. As an officer in His Majesty's service, I was bound to skin him. I regretted the necessity, but it must be done." He was open to conviction. He saw that the rules of the service were imperative. He fled. "I married her. Here's the coach. That's her head." As Mr. Dowler concluded, he pointed to a stage which had just driven up, from the open window of which a rather pretty face in a bright blue bonnet was looking among the crowd on the pavement, most probably for the rash man. Himself, Mr. Dowler paid his bill and hurried out with his traveling cap, coat, and cloak, and Mr. Pickwick and his friends followed to secure their places. Mr. Tupman and Mr. Snodgrass had seated themselves at the back part of the coach. Mr. Winkle had got inside, and Mr. Pickwick was preparing to follow him, when Sam Weller came up to his master and, whispering in his ear, begged to speak to him with an air of the deepest mystery. "Well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "what's the matter now?" "Here's Raythier, a rum go, sir," replied Sam. "What?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "This here, sir," rejoined Sam. "I'm wery much afeard, sir, that the propariator ought his here coach is a-playin' some imprints vith us." "How is that, Sam?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Aren't the names down on the way bill?" "The names is not only down on the vay-bill, sir," replied Sam, "but they've painted von on 'em up, on the door o' the coach." As Sam spoke, he pointed to that part of the coach door on which the proprietor's name usually appears, and there, sure enough, in gilt letters of a goodly size, was the magic name of Pickwick. "Dear me!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, quite staggered by the coincidence. "What a very extraordinary thing!" "Yes, but that ain't all," said Sam, again directing his master's attention to the coach door. "Not content vith written up Pickwick, they puts Moses afore it, vich I call a din insult to injury, as the parrot said, ven they not only took him from his native land, but made him talk the English language arterwards." "It's odd enough, certainly, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "but if we stand talking here, we shall lose our places." "What ain't nothing to be done in consequence, sir," exclaimed Sam, perfectly aghast at the coolness with which Mr. Pickwick prepared to ensconce himself inside. "Done," said Mr. Pickwick. "What should be done? Ain't nobody to be hop for taking this here liberty, sir," said Mr. Weller, who had expected that at least he would have been commissioned to challenge the guard and the coachman to a pugilistic encounter on the spot. "Certainly not," replied Mr. Pickwick eagerly. "Not on any account. Jump up to your seat directly." "I am wery much afeard," muttered Sam to himself as he turned away that. "Something queer's come over the governor, or he'd never ha stood this so quiet. I hope that our trial hasn't broke his spirit, but it looks bad, wery bad." Mr. Weller shook his head gravely, and it is worthy of remark as an illustration of the manner in which he took this circumstance to heart. that he did not speak another word until the coach reached the Kensington Turnpike, which was so long a time for him to remain taciturn that the fact may be considered wholly unprecedented. Nothing worthy of special mention occurred during the journey. Mr. Dowler related a variety of anecdotes, all illustrative of his own personal prowess and desperation, and appealed to Mrs. Dowler in corroboration thereof. When Mrs. Dowler invariably brought in the form of an appendix, some remarkable fact or circumstance which Mr. Dowler had forgotten, or had perhaps through modesty omitted, for the addenda in every instance went to show that Mr. Dowler was even a more wonderful fellow than he made himself out to be. Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Winkle listened with great admiration, and at intervals conversed with Mrs. Dowler, who was a very agreeable and fascinating person. So, what between Mr. Dowler's stories, and Mrs. Dowler's charms, and Mr. Pickwick's good humor, and Mr. Winkle's good listening, the insides contrived to be very companionable all the way. The outsides did as outsides always do. They were very cheerful and talkative at the beginning of every stage, and very dismal and sleepy in the middle, and very bright and wakeful again towards the end. There was one young gentleman in an India-rubber cloak who smoked cigars all day, and there was another young gentleman in a parody upon a greatcoat who lighted a good many, and feeling obviously unsettled after the second whiff, drew them away when he thought nobody was looking at him. There was a third young man on the box who wished to be learned in cattle, and an old one behind who was familiar with farming. There was a constant succession of Christian names in smock frocks and white coats, who were invited to have a lift by the guard, and who knew every horse and hostler on the road and off it. And there was a dinner which would have been cheap at half-a-crown, a mouth, if any moderate number of mouths could have eaten it in the time. And at 7 o'clock p.m., Mr. Pickwick and his friends and Mr. Dowler and his wife respectively retired to their private sitting rooms at the White Hart Hotel, opposite the great pump room, Bath, where the waiters, from their costume, might be mistaken for Westminster boys, only they destroy the illusion by behaving themselves much better. Breakfast had scarcely been cleared away on the succeeding morning, when a waiter brought in Mr. Dowler's card with a request to be allowed permission to introduce a friend. Mr. Dowler at once followed up the delivery of the card by bringing himself and the friend also. The friend was a charming young man of not much more than 50, dressed in a very bright blue coat with resplendent buttons, black trousers, and the thinnest possible pair of highly polished boots. A gold eyeglass was suspended from his neck by a short, broad, black ribbon. A gold snuff-box was lightly clasped in his left hand. Gold rings innumerable glittered on his fingers, and a large diamond pin set in gold glistened in his shirt frill. He had a gold watch and a gold curb chain with large gold seals, and he carried a pliant ebony cane with a gold top. His linen was of the very whitest, finest, and stiffest, his wig of the glossiest, blackest, and curliest. His snuff was prince's mixture, his scent bouquet du roi, his features were contracted into a perpetual smile, and his teeth were in such perfect order that it was difficult at a small distance to tell the real from the false. "Mr. Pickwick," said Mr. Dowler, "my friend, Angelo Cyrus Bansome, Esquire, MC Hand. Bansome, Mr. Pickwick, know each other. Welcome to Bath, sir. This is indeed an acquisition. Most welcome to Bath, sir. It is long, very long, Mr. Pickwick, since you drank the waters. It appears in age, Mr. Pickwick. Remarkable." Such were the expressions with which Angelo Cyrus Bansome, Esquire, M.C., took Mr. Pickwick's hand, retaining it in his meantime, and shrugging up his shoulders with a constant succession of bows, as if he really could not make up his mind to the trial of letting it go again. "It is a very long time since I drank the waters, certainly," replied Mr. Pickwick. "For, to the best of my knowledge, I was never here before." "Never in Bath, Mr. Pickwick?" exclaimed the Grand Master, letting the hand fall in astonishment. "Never in Bath. He. Mr. Pickwick, you are a wag." "Not bad, not bad. Good, good. He. Remarkable." "To my shame, I must say that I am perfectly serious," rejoined Mr. Pickwick. "I really never was here before." "Oh, I see," exclaimed the Grand Master, looking extremely pleased. Yes, good, better and better. You are the gentleman of whom we have heard. Yes, we know you, Mr. Pickwick, we know you. The reports of the trial in those confounded papers, thought Mr. Pickwick. They have heard all about me. You are the gentleman residing on Clapham Green, resumed Bansome, who lost the use of his limbs from imprudently taking cold after port wine, who could not be moved in consequence of acute suffering, and who had the water from the King's Bath bottled at 103 degrees and sent by wagon to his bedroom in town, where he bathed, sneezed, and the same day recovered. Very remarkable. Mr. Pickwick acknowledged the compliment which the supposition implied, but had the self-denial to repudiate it, notwithstanding, and taking advantage of a moment's silence on the part of the MC, begged to introduce his friends, Mr. Tupman, Mr. Winkle, and Mr. Snodgrass. An introduction which overwhelmed the MC with delight and honor. "Bansome," said Mr. Dowler, "Mr. Pickwick and his friends are strangers. They must put their names down." "Where's the book?" "The register of the distinguished visitors in Bath will be at the pump room this morning at 2 o'clock, replied the MC. "Will you guide our friends to that splendid building, and enable me to procure their autographs?" "I will," rejoined Dowler. "This is a long call. It's time to go. I shall be here again in an hour. Come." "This is a ball night," said the MC, again taking Mr. Pickwick's hand as he rose to go. "The ball nights in Bath are moments snatched from paradise, rendered bewitching by music, beauty, elegance, fashion, etiquette, and above all, by the absence of tradespeople, who are quite inconsistent with paradise, and who have an amalgamation of themselves at the Guildhall every fortnight, which is, to say the least, remarkable. Goodbye, goodbye." And protesting all the way downstairs that he was most satisfied and most delighted and most overpowered and most flattered, Angelo Cyrus Bansome, Esquire, Angelo Cyrus Bansome, Esquire, MC, stepped into a very elegant chariot that waited at the door and rattled off. At the appointed hour, Mr. Pickwick and his friends, escorted by Dowler, repaired to the assembly rooms and wrote their names down in the book, an instance of condescension at which Angelo Bantam was even more overpowered than before. Tickets of admission to that evening's assembly were to have been prepared for the whole party, but as they were not ready, Mr. Pickwick undertook, despite all the protestations to the contrary of Angelo Bantam, to send Sam for them at 4 o'clock in the afternoon to the MC's house in Queen Square. Having taken a short walk through the city, and arrived at the unanimous conclusion that Park Street was very much like the perpendicular streets a man sees in a dream, which he cannot get up for the life of him, they returned to the White Hart and dispatched Sam on the errand to which his master had pledged him. Sam Weller put on his hat in a very easy and graceful manner, and, thrusting his hands in his waistcoat pockets, walked with great deliberation to Queen Square, whistling as he went along several of the most popular airs of the day, as arranged with entirely new movements for that noble instrument, the organ, either mouth or barrel. Arriving at the number in Queen Square to which he had been directed, he left off whistling and gave a cheerful knock, which was instantaneously answered by a powdered-headed footman in gorgeous livery and of symmetrical stature. "Is this here Mr. Bansom's old feller?" inquired Sam Weller, nothing abashed by the blaze of splendor which burst upon his sight in the person of the powdered-headed footman with the gorgeous livery. "Why, young man," was the haughty inquiry of the powdered-headed footman. "'Cause, if it is, just you step into him with that air card and say Mr. Veller's a-waitin', will you?" said Sam. And saying it, he very coolly walked into the hall and sat down. The powdered-headed footman slammed the door very hard and scowled very grandly. But both the slam and the scowl were lost upon Sam, who was regarding a mahogany umbrella stand with every outward token of critical approval. Apparently his master's reception of the card had impressed the powdered headed footman in Sam's favor, for when he came back from delivering it, he smiled in a friendly manner and said that the answer would be ready directly. "Wery good," said Sam. "Tell the old gentleman not to put himself in a perspiration. No hurry, 6 foot. I've had my dinner." "You dine early, sir," said the powdered-headed footman. "I find I gets on better at supper when I does," replied Sam. "Have you been long in Bath, sir?" inquired the powdered-headed footman. "I have not had the pleasure of hearing of you before." "I haven't created any wery surprisin' sensation here as yet," rejoined Sam, "for me and the other fashionables only come last night." "Nice place, sir," said the powdered-headed footman. "Seems so," observed Sam. "Pleasant society, sir," remarked the powdered-headed footman. "Very agreeable servants, sir." "I should think they was," replied Sam. "Affable, unaffected, say nothing to nobody sorts of fellers." "Oh, very much so indeed, sir," said the powdered-headed footman, taking Sam's remarks as a high compliment. "Very much so indeed." "Do you do anything in this way, sir?" inquired the tall footman, producing a small snuff-box with a fox's head on the top of it. "Not without sneezing," replied Sam. "Why, it is difficult, sir, I confess," said the tall footman. "It may be done by degrees, sir. Coffee is the best practice. I carried coffee, sir, for a long time. It looks very like rappee, sir." Here a sharp peal at the bell reduced the powdered-headed footman to the ignominious necessity of putting the fox's head in his pocket and hastening with a humble countenance to Mr. Bansom's study. By the by, who ever knew a man who never read or wrote either, who hadn't got some small back parlor which he would call a study? "There is the answer, sir," said the powdered-headed footman. "I'm afraid you'll find it inconveniently large." "Don't mention it," said Sam, taking a letter with a small enclosure. "It's just possible as exhausted nature may manage to surwive it." "I hope we shall meet again, sir," said the powdered-headed footman, rubbing his hands and following Sam out to the doorstep. "You are wery obligin', sir," replied Sam. "Now don't allow yourself to be fatigued beyond your powers, there's a amiable bein'. Consider what you owe to society, and don't let yourself be injured by too much work. For the sake of your fellow creatures, keep yourself as quiet as you can. Only think what a loss you would be." With these pathetic words, Sam Weller departed. "A very singular young man that," said the powdered-headed footman, looking after Mr. Weller with a countenance which clearly showed he could make nothing of him. Sam said nothing at all. He winked, shook his head, smiled, winked again, and, with an expression of countenance which seemed to denote that he was greatly amused with something or other, walked merrily away. At precisely 20 minutes before 8 o'clock that night, Angelo Cyrus Bansom, Esq., the master of the ceremonies, emerged from his chariot at the Vids. door of the assembly rooms in the same wig, the same teeth, the same eyeglass, the same watch and seals, the same rings, the same shirt-pin, and the same cane. The only observable alterations in his appearance were that he wore a brighter blue coat with a white silk lining, black tights, black silk stockings and pumps, and a white waistcoat, and was, if possible, just a thought more scented. Thus attired, the master of the ceremonies, in strict discharge of the important duties of his all-important office, planted himself in the room to receive the company. Bath being full, the company and the sixpences for tea poured in shoals. In the ballroom, the lone card room, the octagonal card room, the staircases and the passages, the hum of many voices and the sound of many feet were perfectly bewildering. Dresses rustled, feathers waved, lights shone, and jewels sparkled. There was the music not of the quadrille band, for it had not yet commenced, but the music of soft, tiny footsteps, with now and then a clear, merry laugh, low and gentle, but very pleasant to hear in a female voice, whether in Bath or elsewhere. Brilliant eyes, lighted up with pleasurable expectation, gleamed from every side, and look where you would, some exquisite form glided gracefully through the throng, and was no sooner lost than it was replaced by another as dainty and bewitching. In the tea-room and hovering round the card tables were a vast number of queer old ladies and decrepit old gentlemen, discussing all the small talk and scandal of the day with a relish and gusto which sufficiently bespoke the intensity of the pleasure they derived from the occupation. Mingled with these groups were 3 or 4 match-making mammas, appearing to be wholly absorbed by the conversation in which they were taking part, but failing not from time to time to cast an anxious sidelong glance upon their daughters, who, remembering the maternal injunction to make the best use of their youth, had already commenced incipient flirtations in the mislaying scarves, putting on gloves, setting down cups, and so forth. Slight matters apparently, but which may be turned to surprisingly good account by expert practitioners. Lounging near the doors and in remote corners were various knots of silly young men, displaying various varieties of puppyism and stupidity, amusing all sensible people near them with their folly and conceit, and happily thinking themselves the objects of general admiration, a wise and merciful dispensation which no good man will quarrel with. And lastly, seated on some of the back benches, where they had already taken up their positions for the evening, were divers unmarried ladies past their grand climacteric, who, not dancing because there were no partners for them, and not playing cards lest they should be set down as irretrievably single, were in the favorable situation of being able to abuse everybody without reflecting on time. Themselves. In short, they could abuse everybody, because everybody was there. It was a scene of gaiety, glitter, and show, of richly dressed people, handsome mirrors, chalked floors, girandoles and wax candles, and in all parts of the scene, gliding from spot to spot in silent softness, bowing obsequiously to this party, nodding familiarly to that, and smiling complacently on all, was the sprucely attired person of Angelo Cyrus Bansome, Esquire, the master of the ceremonies. Stop in the tea-room, take your sixpennorth, then lay on hot water and call it tea. Drink it, said Mr. Dowler in a loud voice, directing Mr. Pickwick, who advanced at the head of the little party with Mrs. Dowler on his arm. Into the tea-room Mr. Pickwick turned, and catching sight of him, Mr. Bansome corkscrewed his way through the crowd and welcomed him with ecstasy. "My dear sir, I am highly honored. Baat is favored. Mrs. Dowler, you embellish the rooms. I congratulate you on your feathers. Remarkable." "Anybody here?" inquired Dowler suspiciously. "Anybody. The elite of Baath. Mr. Pickwick, do you see the old lady in the gauze turban?" "The fat old lady. inquired Mr. Pickwick innocently. Hush, my dear sir, nobody's fat or old in Bath. That's the Dowager Lady Snoofanuph. Is it indeed? Said Mr. Pickwick. No less a person, I assure you, said the master of the ceremonies. Hush, draw a little nearer, Mr. Pickwick. You see the splendidly dressed young man coming this way? The one with the long hair and the particularly small forehead, inquired Mr. Round. Pickwick. The same. The richest young man in Bath at this moment, young Lord Moutonhead. You don't say so, said Mr. Pickwick. Yes. You'll hear his voice in a moment, Mr. Pickwick. He'll speak to me. The other gentleman with him, in the red under waistcoat and dark moustache, is the Honourable Mr. Crushton, his bosom friend. How do you do, my lord? Way hot, Bansome, said his lordship. It is very warm, my lord, replied the MC. Confounded, assented the Honourable Mr. Crushton. Have you seen his lordship's mail cart, Bansome? Inquired the Honourable Mr. Roofeton. Crushton, after a short pause, during which young Lord Moutonhead had been endeavouring to stare Mr. Pickwick out of countenance, and Mr. Crushton had been reflecting what subject his lordship could talk about best. Dear me, no, replied the MC. A mail cart, what an excellent idea! Remarkable! Gracious heavens, said his lordship. I thought Eve Waddy had seen the new mail cart. It's the neatest, poetiest, gracefullest thing that ever won upon wheels. Painted wed with the Queen Piebald. With a real box for the letters and all complete, said the Honourable Mr. Crushton, and a little seat in front, with an I wand whale for the dwiver, added his lordship. I drove it over to Bristol the other morning in a quinson coat, with two servants waiting a quarter of a mile behind, and confound me if the people didn't wush out of their cottages and ask my progress to know if I wasn't the post. Glorious, glorious! At this anecdote his lordship laughed very heartily, as did the listeners, of course. Then, drawing his arm through that of the obsequious Mr. Crushton, Lord Moutonhead walked away. Delightful young man, his lordship, said the master of the ceremonies. So I should think, rejoined Mr. Pickwick dryly. The dancing having commenced, the necessary introductions having been made, and all preliminaries arranged, Angelo Bansome rejoined Mr. Pickwick and led him into the card-room. Just at the very moment of their entrance, the Dowager Lady Snoofanuph and two other ladies of an ancient and whist-like appearance were hovering over an unoccupied card-table, and they no sooner set eyes upon Mr. Pickwick under the convoy of Angelo Bansome than they exchanged glances with each other, seeing that he was precisely the very person they wanted to make up the rubber. My dear Bansome, said the Dowager Lady Snoofanuph coaxingly, find us some nice creature to make up this table. There's a good soul. Mr. Pickwick happened to be looking another way at the moment, so her ladyship nodded her head towards him and frowned expressively. My friend Mr. Pickwick, my lady, will be most happy, I am sure. Remarkably so, said the MC, taking the hint. Mr. Pickwick, Lady Snuffanuff, Mrs. Colonel Wugsby, Miss Bolo. Mr. Pickwick bowed to each of the ladies, and, finding escape impossible, cut Mr. Pickwick and Miss Bolo against Lady Snuffanuff and Mrs. Colonel. Wugsby. As the trump card was turned up, at the commencement of the second deal, two young ladies hurried into the room and took their stations on either side of Mrs. Colonel Wugsby's chair, where they waited patiently until the hand was over. Now, Jane, said Mrs. Colonel Wugsby, turning to one of the girls, what is it? "I came to ask, Ma, whether I might dance with the youngest Mr. Crawley," whispered the prettier and younger of the two. "Good God, Jane, how can you think of such things?" replied the mamma indignantly. "Haven't you repeatedly heard that his father has 800 a year which dies with him? I am ashamed of you, not on any account." "Ma," whispered the other, who was much older than her sister and very insipid and artificial, "Lord Muttonhead has been introduced to me. I said I thought I wasn't engaged, Ma." "You're a sweet pet, my love," replied Mrs. Colonel Wugsby, tapping her daughter's cheek with her fan, "and are always to be trusted." "He's immensely rich, my dear. Bless you." With these words, Mrs. Colonel Wugsby kissed her eldest daughter most affectionately, and frowning in a warning manner upon the other, sorted her cards. Poor Mr. Pickwick! He had never played with three thorough-paced female card players before. They were so desperately sharp that they quite frightened him. If he played a wrong card, Miss Bolo looked a small armory of daggers. If he stopped to consider which was the right one, Lady Snuffanuff would throw herself back in her chair and smile with a mingled glance of impatience and pity to Mrs. Colonel Wugsby, at which Mrs. Colonel Wugsby would shrug up her shoulders and cough, as much as to say she wondered whether he ever would begin. Then at the end of every hand, Miss Bolo would inquire with a dismal countenance and reproachful sigh why Mr. Pickwick had not returned that diamond, or led the club, or roughed the spade, or finessed the heart, or led through the honor, or brought out the ace, or played up to the king, or some such thing, and in reply to all these grave charges Mr. Pickwick would be wholly unable to plead any justification whatever, having by this time forgotten all about the game. People came and looked on too, which made Mr. Pickwick nervous. Besides all this, there was a great deal of distracting conversation near the table between Angelo Bantam and the two Misses Matinter, who, being single and singular, paid great court to the master of the ceremonies in the hope of getting a stray partner now and then. All these things, combined with the noises and interruptions of constant comings in and goings out, made Mr. Pickwick play rather badly. The cards were against him also, and when they left off at 10 minutes past 11, Miss Bolo rose from the table considerably agitated and went straight home, in a flood of tears and a sedan chair, being joined by his friends, who one and all protested that they had scarcely ever spent a more pleasant evening. Mr. Pickwick accompanied them to the White Hart, and having soothed his feelings with something hot, went to bed and to sleep almost simultaneously. The chief femish of which will be found to be an effervescent version of the legend of the Frenzy Bledund, and a most extraordinary calamity that Bethel Mur. Winkle As Mr. Pickwick contemplated a stay of at least 2 months in Bath, he deemed it advisable to take private lodgings for himself and friends for that period, and as a favorable opportunity offered for their securing, on moderate terms, the upper portion of the house in the Royal Crescent, which was larger than they required, Mr. and Mrs. Dowler offered to relieve them of a bedroom and sitting-room. This proposition was at once accepted, and in 3 days' time they were all located in their new abode, when Mr. Pickwick began to drink the waters with the utmost assiduity. Mr. Pickwick took them systematically. He drank a quarter of a pint before breakfast, and then walked up a hill, and another quarter of a pint after breakfast, and then walked down a hill, and after every fresh quarter of a pint, Mr. Pickwick declared in the most solemn and emphatic terms that he felt a great deal better, whereas his friends were very much delighted, though they had not been previously aware that there was anything the matter with him. The great pump room is a spacious saloon ornamented with Corinthian pillars, and a music gallery, and a Tompion clock, and a statue of Nash, and a golden inscription, to which all the water drinkers should attend, for it appeals to them in the cause of a deserving charity. There is a large bar with a marble vase, out of which the pumper gets the water, and there are a number of yellow-looking tumblers, out of which the company get it, and it is a most edifying and satisfactory sight to behold the perseverance and gravity with which they swallow it. There are baths near at hand in which a part of the company wash themselves, and a band plays afterwards, to congratulate the remainder on their having done so. There is another pump room into which infirm ladies and gentlemen are wheeled, in such an astonishing variety of chairs and chaises that any adventurous individual who goes in with the regular number of toes is in imminent danger of coming out without them. And there is a third, into which the quiet people go, for it is less noisy than either. There is an immensity of promenading on crutches and off, with sticks and without, and a great deal of conversation, and liveliness, and pleasantry. Every morning the regular water drinkers, Mr. Pickwick among the number, met each other in the pump room, took their quarter of a pint, and walked constitutionally. At the afternoon's promenade, Lord Mutanhed and the Honourable Mr. Crushton, the dowager lady Snoothenough, Mrs. Colonel Wudsby, and all the great people and all the morning water drinkers met in grand assemblage. After this they walked out, or drove out, or were pushed out in bath chairs, and met one another again. After this the gentlemen went to the reading rooms, and met divisions of the mass. After this they went home. If it were theatre night, perhaps they met at the theatre. If it were assembly night, they met at the rooms. And if it were neither, they met the next day. A very pleasant routine, with perhaps a slight tinge of saneness. Mr. Pickwick was sitting up by himself, after a day spent in this manner, making entries in his journal, his friends having retired to bed, when he was roused by a gentle tap at the room door. "Beg your pardon, sir," said Mrs. Craddock, the landlady, peeping in, "but did you want anything more, sir?" "Nothing more, ma'am," replied Mr. Pickwick. "My young girl is gone to bed, sir," said Mrs. Craddock, "and Mr. Dowler is good enough to say that he'll sit up for Mrs. Dowler, as the party isn't expected to be over till late. So I was thinking that if you wanted nothing more, Mr. Pickwick, I would go to bed." "By all means, ma'am," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Wish you good night, sir," said Mrs. Craddock. "Good night, ma'am," rejoined Mr. Pickwick. Mrs. Craddock closed the door, and Mr. Pickwick resumed his writing. In half an hour's time the entries were concluded. Mr. Pickwick carefully rubbed the last page on the blotting paper, shut up the book, wiped his pen on the bottom of the inside of his coat tail, and opened the drawer of the inkstand to put it carefully away. There were a couple of sheets of writing paper, pretty closely written over, in the inkstand drawer, and they were folded so that the title, which was in a good round hand, was fully disclosed to him. Seeing from this that it was no private document, and as it seemed to relate to Bath and was very short, Mr. Pickwick unfolded it, lighted his bedroom candle that it might burn up well by the time he finished, and drawing his chair nearer the fire, read as follows: "The True Legend of Principaled." Less than 200 years ago, on one of the public baths in this city, there appeared an inscription in honor of its mighty founder, the renowned Prince Bladud. That inscription is now erased. For many hundred years before that time, there had been handed down, from age to age, an old legend, that the illustrious prince, being afflicted with leprosy, on his return from reaping a rich harvest of knowledge in Athens, shunned the court of his royal father, and consorted moodily with husbandmen and pigs. Among the herd, so said the legend, was a pig of grave and solemn countenance, with whom the prince had a fellow feeling, for he, too, was wise, a pig of thoughtful and reserved demeanor. An The young prince sighed deeply as he looked upon the countenance of the majestic swine. He thought of his royal father, and his eyes were bedewed with tears. This sagacious pig was fond of bathing in rich moist mud, not in summer, as common pigs do now, to cool themselves, and did even in those distant ages, which is a proof that the light of civilization had already begun to dawn, though feebly, but in the cold, sharp days of winter. His coat was ever so sleek and his complexion so clear, that the prince resolved to essay the purifying qualities of the same water that his friend resorted to. He made the trial. Beneath that black mud bubbled the hot springs of Bath. He washed and was cured. Hastening to his father's court, he paid his best respects, and returning quickly hither, founded this city and its famous baths. He sought the pig with all the ardor of their early friendship, but alas, the waters had been his death. He had imprudently taken a bath at too high a temperature, and the natural philosopher was no more. He was succeeded by Pliny, who also fell a victim to his thirst for knowledge. This was the legend. Listen to the true one. A great many centuries since there flourished, in great state, the famous and renowned Lud Hudibras, king of Britain. He was a mighty monarch. The earth shook when he walked, he was so very stout. His people basked in the light of his countenance. It was so red and glowing. He was indeed every inch a king. And there were a good many inches of him too, for although he was not very tall, he was a remarkable size round, and the inches that he wanted in height he made up in circumference. If any degenerate monarch of modern times could be in any way compared with him, I should say the venerable King Cole would be that illustrious potentate. This good king had a queen, who 18 years before had had a son who was called Bledud. He was sent to a preparatory seminary in his father's dominions until he was 10 years old, and was then dispatched in charge of a trusty messenger to a finishing school at Athens, and as there was no extra charge for remaining during the holidays and no notice required previous to the removal of a pupil, there he remained for 8 long years, at the expiration of which time the king his father sent the Lord Chamberlain over to settle the bill and to bring him home, which the Lord Chamberlain doing was received with shouts and pensioned immediately. When King Lud saw the prince his son, and found he had grown up such a fine young man, he perceived what a grand thing it would be to have him married without delay, so that his children might be the means of perpetuating the glorious race of Lud down to the very latest ages of the world. With this view, he sent a special embassy, composed of great noblemen who had nothing particular to do, and wanted lucrative employment, to a neighboring king, and demanded his fair daughter in marriage for his son, stating at the same time that he was anxious to be on the most affectionate terms with his brother and friend, but that if they couldn't agree in arranging this marriage, he should be under the unpleasant necessity of invading his kingdom and putting his eyes out. To this the other king, who was the weaker of the two, replied that he was very much obliged to his friend and brother for all his goodness and magnanimity, and that his daughter was quite ready to be married whenever Prince Bladud liked to come and fetch her. This answer no sooner reached Britain than the whole nation was transported with joy. Nothing was heard on all sides but the sounds of feasting and revelry, except the chinking of money as it was paid in by the people to the collector of the royal treasures to defray the expenses of the happy ceremony. It was upon this occasion that King Lud, seated on the top of his throne in full council, rose, in the exuberance of his feelings, and commanded the Lord Chief Justice to order in the richest wines and the court minstrels an act of graciousness which has been, through the ignorance of traditionary historians, attributed to King Cole in those celebrated lines in which His Majesty is represented as calling for his pipe, and calling for his pot, and calling for his fiddlers three, which is an obvious injustice to the memory of King Lud and a dishonest exaltation of the virtues of King Cole. But, in the midst of all this festivity and rejoicing, there was one individual present who tasted not when the sparkling wines were poured forth, and who danced not when the minstrels played. This was no other than Prince Blade himself, in honor of whose happiness a whole people were, at that very moment, straining alike their throats and purse strings. The truth was that the prince, forgetting the undoubted right of the minister for foreign affairs to fall in love on his behalf, had, contrary to every precedent of policy and diplomacy, already fallen in love on his own account, and privately contracted himself unto the fair daughter of a noble Athenian. Here we have a striking example of one of the manifold advantages of civilization and refinement. If the prince had lived in later days, he might at once have married the object of his father's choice, and then set himself seriously to work, to relieve himself of the burden which rested heavily upon him. He might have endeavored to break her heart by a systematic course of insult and neglect. Or, if the spirit of her sex and a proud consciousness of her many wrongs had upheld her under this ill treatment, he might have sought to take her life, and so get rid of her effectually. But neither mode of relief suggested itself to Prince Bladud, so he solicited a private audience and told his father. It is an old prerogative of kings to govern everything but their passions. King Lud flew into a frightful rage, tossed his crown up to the ceiling, and caught it again, for in those days kings kept their crowns on their heads and not in the tower. Stamped the ground, rapped his forehead, wondered why his own flesh and blood rebelled against him, and finally, calling in his guards, ordered the prince away to instant confinement in a lofty turret, a course of treatment which the kings of old very generally pursued towards their sons when their matrimonial inclinations did not happen to point to the same quarter as their own. When Prince Bladud had been shut up in the lofty turret for the greater part of a year, with no better prospect before his bodily eyes than a stone wall, or before his mental vision than prolonged imprisonment, he naturally began to ruminate on a plan of escape, which, after months of preparation, he managed to accomplish, considerately leaving his dinner-knife in the heart of his jailer, lest the poor fellow who had a family should be considered privy to his flight, and punished accordingly by the infuriated king. The monarch was frantic at the loss of his son. He knew not on whom to vent his grief and wrath, until fortunately bethinking himself of the Lord Chamberlain who had brought him home, he struck off his pension and his head together. Meanwhile the young prince, effectually disguised, wandered on foot through his father's dominions, cheered and supported in all his hardships by sweet thoughts of the Athenian maid, who was the innocent cause of his weary trials. One day he stopped to rest in a country village, and seeing that there were gay dances going forward on the green, and gay faces passing to and fro, ventured to inquire of a reveller who stood near him the reason for this rejoicing. "Know you not, O stranger," was the reply, "of the recent proclamation of our gracious king?" "Proclamation? No, what proclamation?" rejoined the prince, for he had travelled along the by and little frequented ways, and knew nothing of what had passed upon the public roads, such as they were. "Why," replied the peasant, "the foreign lady that our prince wished to wed is married to a foreign noble of her own country, and the king proclaims the fact, and a great public festival besides, for now, of course, Prince Bladud will come back and marry the lady his father chose, who they say is as beautiful as the noonday sun. Your health, sir. God save the king." The prince remained to hear no more. He fled from the spot and plunged into the thickest recesses of a neighboring wood. On he wandered, night and day. beneath the blazing sun and the cold pale moon, through the dry heat of noon and the damp cold of night, in the gray light of morn and the red glare of eve. So heedless was he of time or object, that being bound for Athens, he wandered as far out of his way as Bath. There was no city where Bath stands then. There was no vestige of human. Habitation or sign of man's resort, to bear the name. But there was the same noble country, the same broad expanse of hill and dale, the same beautiful channel stealing on, far away, the same lofty mountains which, like the troubles of life, viewed at a distance and partially obscured by the bright mist of its morning, lose their ruggedness and asperity, and seem all ease and softness. Moved by the gentle beauty of the scene, the prince sank upon the green turf and bait his swollen tears. "Who?" said the unhappy Bladbud, clasping his hands and mournfully raising his eyes towards the sky. "Would that my wanderings might end here! Would that these grateful tears with which I now mourn hope misplaced and love despised, might flow in peace forever!" The wish was heard. It was in the time of the heathen deities, who used occasionally to take people at their words, with a promptness, in some cases, extremely awkward. The ground opened beneath the prince's feet. He sank into the chasm, and instantaneously it closed upon his head forever, save where his hot tears welled up through the earth, and where they have continued to gush forth ever since. It is observable that, to this day, large numbers of elderly ladies and gentlemen who have been disappointed in procuring partners, and almost as many young ones who are anxious to obtain them, repair annually to Bath to drink the waters from which they derive much strength and comfort. This is most complimentary to the virtue of Prince Bladud's tears, and strongly corroborative of the veracity of this legend. Mr. Pickwick yawned several times when he had arrived at the end of this little manuscript, carefully refolded and replaced it in the inkstand drawer, and then, with a countenance expressive of the utmost weariness, lighted his chamber candle and went upstairs to bed. He stopped at Mr. Dowler's door according to custom, and knocked to say good night. "Ah," said Dowler, "going to bed?" "I wish I was. Dismal night." "Windy, isn't it?" "Very," said Mr. Pickwick. "Good night." "Good night." Mr. Pickwick went to his bedchamber, and Mr. Dowler resumed his seat before the fire in fulfillment of his rash promise to sit up till his wife came home. There are few things more worrying than sitting up for somebody, especially if that somebody be at a party. You cannot help thinking how quickly the time passes with them, which drags so heavily with you, and the more you think of this, the more your hopes of their speedy arrival decline. Clocks tick so loud, too, when you are sitting up alone, and you seem as if you had an undergarment of cobwebs on. First, something tickles your right knee, and then the same sensation irritates your left. You have no sooner changed your position than it comes again in the arms. When you have fidgeted your limbs into all sorts of queer shapes, you have a sudden relapse in the nose, which you rub as if to rub it off, as there is no doubt you would, if you could. Eyes, too, are mere personal inconveniences, and the wick of one candle gets an inch and a half long while you are snuffing the other. These, and various other little nervous annoyances, render sitting up for a length of time after everybody else has gone to bed anything but a cheerful amusement. This was just Mr. Dowler's opinion as he sat before the fire and felt honestly indignant with all the inhuman people at the party who were keeping him up. He was not put into better humor either by the reflection that he had taken it into his head early in the evening To think he had got an ache there, and so stopped at home. At length, after several droppings asleep, and fallings forward towards the bars, and catchings backward soon enough to prevent being branded in the face, Mr. Dowler made up his mind that he would throw himself on the bed in the back room, and think, not sleep, of course. "I'm a heavy sleeper," said Mr. Dowler, as he flung himself on the bed. "I must keep awake. I suppose I shall hear a knock here. Yes, I thought so. I can hear the watchman. There he goes. Fainter now, though, a little fainter. He's turning the corner. Ah!" When Mr. Dowler arrived at this point, he turned the corner at which he had been long hesitating, and fell fast asleep. Just as the clock struck 3, there was blown into the crescent a sedan chair with Mrs. Dowler inside, borne by one short fat chairman, and one long thin one, who had had much ado to keep their bodies perpendicular, to say nothing of the chair, but on that high ground, and in the crescent, which the wind swept round and round as if it were going to tear the paving stones up, its fury was tremendous. They were very glad to set the chair down and give a good round loud double knock at the street door. They waited some time, but nobody came. "Servants is in the arms of Porpoise, I think," said the short chairman, warming his hands at the attendant link boy's torch. "I wish he'd give 'em a squeeze and wake 'em," observed the long one. "Knock again, will you, if you please," cried Mrs. Dowler from the chair. "Knock 2 or 3 times, if you please." The short man was quite willing to get the job over as soon as possible. So he stood on the step and gave 4 or 5 most startling double knocks, of 8, or 10 knocks apiece, while the long man went into the road and looked up at the windows for a light. Nobody came. It was all as silent and dark as ever. "Dear me," said Mrs. Dowler. "You must knock again, if you please." "There ain't a bell, is there, ma'am?" said the short chairman. "Yes, there is," interposed the link boy. "I've been a-ringing at it ever so long." "It's only a handle," said Mrs. Dowler. "The wire's broken." "I wish the servants' heads was," growled the long man. "I must trouble you to knock again, if you please," said Mrs. Dowler, with the utmost politeness. The short man did knock again several times without producing the smallest effect. The tall man, growing very impatient, then relieved him, and kept on perpetually knocking double knocks of 2 loud knocks each, like an insane postman. At length Mr. Winkle began to dream that he was at a club, and at the members being very refractory, the chairman was obliged to hammer the table a good deal to preserve order. Then he had a confused notion of an auction room where there were no bidders, and the auctioneer was buying everything in, and ultimately he began to think it just within the bounds of possibility that somebody might be knocking at the street door. To make quite certain, however, he remained quiet in bed for 10 minutes or so, and listened, and when he had counted 2 or 3 and 30 knocks, he felt quite satisfied, and gave himself a great deal of credit for being so wakeful. Rap, 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 went the knocker. Mr. Winkle jumped out of bed, wondering very much what could possibly be the matter, and hastily putting on his stockings and slippers, folded his dressing gown round him, lighted a flat candle from the rushlight that was burning in the fireplace, and hurried downstairs. "Here's somebody coming at last, ma'am," said the short chairman. "I wish I was behind him vid the braider wall," muttered the long one. "Who's there?" cried Mr. Winkle, undoing the chain. "Don't stop to ask questions, cast iron head," replied the long man with great disgust, taking it for granted that the inquirer was a footman, but opened the door. "Come, look sharp, Timber Eyelids," added the other encouragingly. Mr. Winkle, being half asleep, obeyed the command mechanically, opened the door a little and peeped out. The first thing he saw was the red glare of the link boy's torch. Startled by the sudden fear that the house might be on fire, he hastily threw the door wide open and, holding the candle above his head, stared eagerly before him, not quite certain whether what he saw was a sedan chair or a fire engine. At this instant there came a violent gust of wind. The light was blown out. Mr. Winkle felt himself irresistibly impelled onto the steps, and the door blew to with a loud crash. "Well, young man, now you have done it," said the short chairman. Mr. Winkle, catching sight of a lady's face at the window of the sedan, turned hastily round, plied the knocker with all his might and main, and called frantically upon the chairman to take the chair away again. Take it away," cried Mr. Winkle. "Here's somebody coming out of another house. Put me into the chair. Hide me. Do something with me." All this time he was shivering with cold, and every time he raised his hand to the knocker, the wind took the dressing gown in a most unpleasant manner. "The people are coming down the crescent now. There are ladies with them. Cover me up with something. Stand before me," roared Mr. Winkle. But the chairmen were too much exhausted with laughing to afford him the slightest assistance, and the ladies were every moment approaching nearer and nearer. Mr. Winkle gave a last hopeless knock. The ladies were only a few doors off. He threw away the extinguished candle, which, all this time, he had held above his head, and fairly bolted into the sedan chair where Mrs. Dowler was. Now Mrs. Craddock had heard the knocking and the voices at last, and only. Waiting to put something smarter on her head than her nightcap, ran down into the front drawing-room to make sure that it was the right party. Throwing up the window sash as Mr. Winkle was rushing into the chair, she no sooner caught sight of what was going forward below than she raised a vehement and dismal shriek, and implored Mr. Dowler to get up directly, for his wife was running away with another gentleman. Upon this, Mr. Dowler bounced off the bed as abruptly as an india-rubber ball, and rushing into the front room, arrived at one window just as Mr. Pickwick threw up the other, when the first object that met the gaze of both was Mr. Winkle bolting into the sedan chair. "Watchman," shouted Dowler furiously, "stop him! Hold him! Keep him tight! Shut him in till I come down! I'll cut his throat! Give me a knife from ear to ear, Mrs. Craddock! I will!" And breaking from the shrieking landlady and from Mr. Pickwick, the indignant husband seized a small supper knife and tore into the street, but Mr. Winkle didn't wait for him. He no sooner heard the horrible fret of the valorous Dowler than he bounced out of the sedan quite as quickly as he had bounced in, and throwing off his slippers into the road, took to his heels and tore round the crescent, hotly pursued by Dowler and the watchman. He kept ahead. The door was open as he came round the second time. He rushed in, slammed it in Dowler's face, mounted to his bedroom, locked the door, piled a wash-hand stand, chest of drawers, and a table against it, and packed up a few necessaries, ready for flight with the first ray of morning. Dowler came up to the outside of the door, avowed through the keyhole his steadfast determination of cutting Mr. Winkle's throat next day, and, after a great confusion of voices in the drawing-room, amidst which that of Mr. Piabaroof Pickwick was distinctly heard endeavoring to make peace, the inmates dispersed to their several bed-chambers, and all was quiet once more. It is not unlikely that the inquiry may be made where Mr. Weller was all this time. We will state where he was in the next chapter. Honorably A.C.C. Downes for M.R. W.L. Weller's absence, by describing a sorry to which wish he was invited and went, also relates how he was entrusted by M.R. Pickwick with a pour of admission of delicacy and importance, Mr. Weller, said Mrs. Craddock, upon the morning of this very eventful day, here's a letter for you. Werry odd that, said Sam. I'm afeard there must be something the matter, for I don't recollect any Jown. I'm in my circle of acquaintance as is capable of written known. Perhaps something uncommon has taken place, observed Mrs. Craddock. It must be something werry uncommon indeed, as could produce a letter out o' any friend o' mine, replied Sam, shaking his head dubiously. Nothing less than a nat raw conwulsion, as the young gentleman observed ven he was took with fits. It can't be from the governor, said Sam, looking at the direction. He always prints, I know, 'cause he learnt written from the large bills in the booking offices. It's a werry strange thing now, where this here letter can a come from. As Sam said this, he did what a great many people do when they are uncertain about the writer of a note, looked at the seal, and then at the front, and then at the back, and then at the back, and then at the sides, and then at the superscription, and as a last resource, thought perhaps he might as well look at the inside, and try to find out from that. It's wrote on gilt-edged paper, said Sam, as he unfolded it, and sealed in bronze vax vith the top of a door key. Now for it. And, with a very grave face, Mr. Weller slowly read as follows. A select company of the Bath footmen presents their compliments to Mr. Weller and requests the pleasure of his company this evening to a friendly soiree consisting of a boiled leg of mutton with the usual trimmings. The soiree to be on table at 9:30 punctually. This was enclosed in another note which ran thus. Mr. S.L. John Smocker, the gentleman who had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Weller at the house of their mutual acquaintance, Mr. Bansome, a few days since, begs to enclose Mr. Weller the herewith invitation. If Mr. Weller will call on Mr. John Smocker at 9 o'clock, Mr. John Smocker will have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Weller. Signed, John Smocker. The envelope was directed to blank, Weller, Esq., at Mr. Pickwick's, and in a parenthesis, in the left-hand corner, were the words Airy Bell, as an instruction to the bearer. "Vell," said Sam, "this is comin' it rather powerful, this is. I never heerd a biled leg o' mutton called a soiree afore. I wonder what they'd call a roast one." However, without waiting to debate the point, Sam at once betook himself into the presence of Mr. Pickwick, and requested leave of absence for that evening, which was readily granted. With this permission and the street door key, Sam Weller issued forth a little before the appointed time, and strolled leisurely towards Queen Square, which he no sooner gained than he had the satisfaction of beholding Mr. John Smocker leaning his powdered head against a lamp-post at a short distance off, smoking a cigar through an amber tube. "How do you do, Mr. Weller?" said Mr. John Smocker, raising his hat gracefully with one hand, while he gently waved the other in a condescending manner. "How do you do, sir?" "Why, reasonably convalescent," replied Sam. "How do you find yourself, my dear feller?" "Only so," said Mr. John Smocker. "Ah, you been a-workin' too hard," observed Sam. "I was fearful you would. It won't do, you know. You must not give way to that uncompromisin' spirit o' your'n." "It's not so much that, Mr. Weller," replied Mr. John Smocker, "as bad wine. I'm afraid I've been dissipating." "Oh, that's it, is it?" said Sam. "That's a werry bad complaint, that. And yet the temptation, you see, Mr. Weller," observed Mr. John Smocker. "Ah, to be sure," said Sam. plunged into the very vortex of society, you know, Mr. Weller, said Mr. John Smocker with a sigh. Dreadful indeed, rejoined Sam. But it's always the way, said Mr. John Smocker. If your destiny leads you into public life and public station, you must expect to be subjected to temptations which other people is free from, Mr. Weller. Precisely what my uncle said when he went into the public line, remarked Sam, and werry right the old gentleman was, for he drank hisself to death in something less than a quarter. Mr. John Smocker looked deeply indignant at any parallel being drawn between himself and the deceased gentleman in question, but, as Sam's face was in the most immovable state of calmness, he thought better of it, and looked affable again. "Perhaps we had better be walking," said Mr. Smocker, consulting a copper timepiece which dwelt at the bottom of a deep watch-pocket and was raised to the surface by means of a black string with a copper key at the other end. "P'raps we had," replied Sam, "or they'll overdo the sworry, and that'll spile it." "Have you drank the waters, Mr. Weller?" inquired his companion as they walked towards High Street. "Once," replied Sam. "What did you think of 'em, sir?" "I thought they was particularly unpleasant," replied Sam. "Ah," said Mr. John Smocker, "you disliked the chili bee taste, perhaps?" "I don't know much about that air," said Sam. "I thought they'd a worry strong flavor o' warm flat irons. That is the kilivate, Mr. Weller," observed Mr. John Smocker contemptuously. "Well, if it is, it's a worry inexpressive word, that's all," said Sam. "It may be, but I ain't much in the chimical line myself, so I can't say." And here, to the great horror of Mr. John Smocker, Sam Weller began to whistle. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Weller," said Mr. John Smocker, agonized at the exceeding ungentle sound. "Will you take my arm?" "Thank'ee, you're werry good, but I won't deprive you of it," replied Sam. "I've rather a way of putting my hands in my pockets, if it's all the same to you." As Sam said this, he suited the action to the word, and whistled far louder than before. "This way," said his new friend, apparently much relieved as they turned down a by-street. "We shall soon be there, shall we?" said Sam, quite unmoved by the announcement of his close vicinity. To the select footman of Bath. "Yes," said Mr. John Smocker. "Don't be alarmed, Mr. Weller." "Oh, no," said Sam. "You'll see some very handsome uniforms, Mr. Weller," continued Mr. John Smocker. "And perhaps you'll find some of the gentlemen rather high at first, you know, but they'll soon come round." "That's werry kind on 'em," replied Sam. "And you know," resumed Mr. John Smocker with an air of sublime protection, "you know, as you're a stranger perhaps, they'll be rather hard upon you at first." "They won't be werry cruel though, will they?" inquired Sam. "No, no," replied Mr. John Smocker, pulling forth the fox's head and taking a gentlemanly pinch. "There are some funny dogs among us, and they will have their joke, you know. But you mustn't mind 'em, you mustn't mind 'em." "I'll try and bear up again such a reg'lar knock down of talent," replied Sam. "That's right," said Mr. John Smocker, putting forth his fox's head and elevating his own. "I'll stand by you." By this time they had reached a small greengrocer's shop, which Mr. John Smocker entered, followed by Sam, who, the moment he got behind him, relapsed into a series of the very broadest and most unmitigated grins, and manifested other demonstrations of being in a highly enviable state of inward merriment, crossing the greengrocer's shop, and putting their hats on the stairs in the little, passage behind it, they walked into a small parlor, and here the full splendor of the scene burst upon Mr. Weller's view. A couple of tables were put together in the middle of the parlor, covered with 3 or 4 cloths of different ages and dates of washing, arranged to look as much like one as the circumstances of the case would allow. Upon these were laid knives and forks for 6 or 8 people. Some of the knife handles were green, others red, and a few yellow. And as all the forks were black, the combination of colors was exceedingly striking. Plates for a corresponding number of guests were warming behind the fender, and the guests themselves were warming before it, the chief and most important of whom appeared to be a stoutish gentleman in a bright crimson coat with long tails, vividly red breeches, and a cocked hat, who was standing with his back to the fire and had apparently just entered, for besides retaining his cocked hat on his head, he carried in his hand a high stick, such as gentlemen of his profession usually elevate in a sloping position over the derrière d'angle. Roofs of carriages. "Smocker, my lad, your fin," said the gentleman with the cocked hat. Mr. Smocker dovetailed the top joint of his right-hand little finger into that of the gentleman with the cocked hat, and said he was charmed to see him looking so well. "Well, they tell me I'm looking pretty blooming," said the man with the cocked hat, "and it's a wonder, too. I've been following our old woman about 2 hours a day for the last fortnight, and if a constant contemplation of the manner in which she hooks and eyes that infernal lavender-colored old gown of hers behind isn't enough to throw anybody into a low state of despondency for life, stop my quarter's salary." At this the assembled selections laughed very heartily, and one gentleman and a yellow waistcoat with a coach trimming border whispered a neighbor in green foil smalls that Tuckle was in spirits tonight. "By the by," said Mr. Tuckle, "Smocker, my boy, you—" The remainder of the sentence was forwarded into Mr. John Smocker's ear by whisper. "Oh, dear me, I quite forgot," said Mr. John Smocker. "Gentlemen, my friend Mr. Weller—" "Sorry to keep the fire off you, Weller," said Mr. Tuckle with a familiar nod. "Hope you're not cold, Weller." "Not by no means, Blazes," replied Sam. "It 'ed be a rarey chilly subject as felt cold when you stood opposite. You'd save coals if they put you behind the fender in the waitin' room at a public office, you would." As this retort appeared to convey rather a personal allusion to Mr. Tuckles, crimson livery, that gentleman looked majestic for a few seconds, but gradually edging away from the fire, broke into a forced smile and said it wasn't bad. "Wery much obliged for your good opinion, sir," replied Sam. "We shall get on by degrees, I dessay. We'll try a better one by and by." At this point the conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a gentleman in orange-colored plush, accompanied by another selection in purple cloth, with a great extent of stocking. The newcomers having been welcomed by the old ones, Mr. Tuckle put the question that supper be ordered in, which was carried unanimously. The greengrocer and his wife then arranged upon the table a boiled leg of mutton, hot, with caper sauce, turnips, and potatoes. Mr. Tuckle took the chair, and was supported at the other end of the board by the gentleman in orange plush. The greengrocer put on a pair of wash-leather gloves to hand the plates. And stationed himself behind Mr. Tuckle's chair. "Harris," said Mr. Tuckle in a commanding tone. "Sir," said the greengrocer, "have you got your gloves on?" "Yes, sir." "Then take the kiver off." "Yes, sir." The greengrocer did as he was told, with a show of great humility, and obsequiously handed Mr. Tuckle the carving knife, in doing which he accidentally gaped. "What do you mean by that, sir?" said Mr. Tuckle, with great asperity. "I beg your pardon, sir," replied the crestfallen greengrocer. "I didn't mean to do it, sir. I was up very late last night, sir." "I tell you what my opinion of you is, Harris," said Mr. Tuckle with a most impressive air. "You're a vulgar beast." "I hope, gentlemen," said Harris, "that you won't be severe with me, gentlemen. I am very much obliged to you indeed, gentlemen, for your patronage, and also for your recommendations, gentlemen, whenever additional assistance in waiting is required. I hope, gentlemen, I give satisfaction." "No, you don't, sir," said Mr. Tuckle. "Very far from it, sir." "We consider you an inattentive rascal," said the gentleman in the orange plush. "And a low thief," added the gentleman in the green foil smalls. "And an unreclaimable blackguard," added the gentleman in purple. The poor greengrocer bowed very humbly while these little epithets were bestowed upon him in the true spirit of the very smallest tyranny, and when everybody had said something to show his superiority, Mr. Tuckle proceeded to carve the leg of mutton and to help the company. This important business of the evening had hardly commenced when the door was thrown briskly open and another gentleman in a light blue suit and leaden buttons made his appearance. "Against the rules," said Mr. Tuckle. "Too late, too late. No, no, positively I couldn't help it," said the gentleman in blue. "I appeal to the company. An affair of gallantry now. An appointment at the theatre." "Oh, that indeed," said the gentleman in the orange plush. "Yes, really now, honor bright," said the man in blue. "I made a promise to fetch our youngest daughter at 10:30, and she is such an uncommonly fine gal that I really hadn't the art to disappoint her. No offense to the present company, sir, but a petticut, sir, is irrevocable." "I begin to suspect there's something in that quarter," said Tuckle, as the newcomer took his seat next Sam. "I've remarked once or twice that she leans very heavy on your shoulder when she gets in and out of the carriage." "Oh, rally, rally, Tuckle, you shouldn't," said the man in blue. "It's not fair. I may have said to one or two friends that she was a very divine creature and had refused one or two offers without any habeas cause, but no, 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 indeed. Tuckle before strangers, too. It's not right you shouldn't. Delicacy, my dear friend, delicacy," and the man in blue pulling up his neckerchief and adjusting his coat cuffs, nodded and frowned as if there were more behind, which he could say if he liked, but was bound in honor to suppress. The man in blue being a light-haired, stiff-necked, free and easy sort of footman, with a swaggering air and pert face, had attracted Mr. Weller's special attention at first, but when he began to come out in this way, Sam felt more than ever disposed to cultivate his acquaintance. So he launched himself into the conversation at once, with characteristic independence. "Your health, sir," said Sam. "I like your conversation much. I think it's very pretty." At this the man in blue smiled, as if it were a compliment he was well used to, but looked approvingly on Sam at the same time, and said he hoped he should be better acquainted with him, for without any flattery at all he seemed to have the makings of a very nice fellow about him, and to be just the man after his own heart. "You're very good, sir," said Sam. "What a lucky feller you are." "How do you mean?" inquired the gentleman in blue. "That 'ere young lady," replied Sam. "She knows what's what, she does." "Ah, I see." Mr. Weller closed one eye and shook his head from side to side in a manner which was highly gratifying to the personal vanity of the gentleman in blue. "I'm afraid you're a cunning fellow, Mr. Weller," said that individual. "No, no," said Sam. "I leave all that 'ere to you. It's a great deal more in your way than mine, as the gentleman on the right side of the garden wall said to the man on the wrong un, ven the mad bull vos a comin' up the lane." "Well, well, Mr. Weller," said the gentleman in blue, "I think she has remarked my air and manner, Mr. Weller." "I should think she couldn't very well be off of that," said Sam. "Have you any little thing of that kind in hand, sir?" inquired the favored gentleman in blue, drawing a toothpick from his waistcoat pocket. "Not exactly," said Sam. "There's no daughters at my place, else o' course I should 'a' made up to vun on 'em. As it is, I don't think I can do with anything under a female markis. I might keep up with a young 'ooman o' large property as hadn't a title, if she made werry fierce love to me, not else." "Of course not, Mr. Weller," said the gentleman in blue. "One can't be troubled, you know. And we know, Mr. Weller, we, who are men of the world, that a good uniform must work its way with the women, sooner or later. In fact, that's the only thing between you and me that makes the service worth entering into." "Just so," said Sam. "That's it, o' course." When this confidential dialogue had gone thus far, glasses were placed round, and every gentleman ordered what he liked best, before the public house shut up. The gentleman in blue and the man in orange, who were the chief exquisites of the party, ordered cold shrub and water, but with the others, gin and water, sweet, appeared to be the favorite beverage. Sam called the greengrocer a desperate villain, and ordered a large bowl of punch, two circumstances which seemed to raise him very much in the opinion of the selections. "Gentlemen," said the man in blue, with an air of the most consummate dandyism, "I'll give you the ladies. Come." "Here, here," said Sam, "the young missuses." Here there was a loud cry of "Order," and Mr. John Smocker, as the gentleman, who had introduced Mr. Weller into that company, begged to inform him that the word he had just made use of was unparliamentary. "Which word was that sir?" inquired Sam. "Missuses, sir," replied Mr. John Smocker, with an alarming frown. "We don't recognize such distinctions here." "Oh, werry good," said Sam. "Then I'll amend the observation and call 'em the dear creeturs, if Blazes vill allow me." Some doubt appeared to exist in the mind of the gentleman in the green foil, Smalls, whether the chairman could be legally appealed to as Blazes, but as the company seemed more disposed to stand upon their own rights than his, the question was not raised. The man with the cocked hat breathed short and looked long at Sam, but apparently thought it as well to say nothing in case he should. Get the worst of it. After a chalance, a gentleman in an embroidered coat reaching down to his heels, and a waistcoat of the same which kept one half of his legs warm, stirred his gin and water with great energy, and putting himself upon his feet, all at once by a violent effort, said he was desirous of offering a few remarks to the company, whereupon the person in the cocked hat had no doubt that the company would be very happy to hear any remarks that the man in the long coat might wish to offer. "I feel a great delicacy, gentlemen, in coming for ard," said the man in the long coat, "having the misfortune to be a coachman, and being only admitted as an honorary member of these agreeable swarries. But I do feel myself bound, gentlemen, drove into a corner, if I may use the expression, to make known an afflicting circumstance which has come to my knowledge, which has happened, I may say, within the scope of my everyday contemplation. Gentlemen, our friend Mr. Whiffers." Everybody looked at the individual in orange, our friend Mr. Rove. "Whiffers has resigned." Universal astonishment fell upon the hearers. Each gentleman looked in his neighbor's face, and then transferred his glance to the upstanding coachman. "You may well be surprised, gentlemen," said the coachman. "I will not venture to state the reasons of this irreparable loss to the service, but I will beg Mr. Whiffers to state them himself, for the improvement and imitation of his admiring friends." The suggestion being loudly approved of, Mr. Whiffers explained. He said he certainly could have wished to have continued to hold the appointment he had just resigned. The uniform was extremely rich and expensive. The females of the family was most agreeable, and the duties of the situation was not, he was bound to say, too heavy. The principal service that was required of him being that he should look out of the hall window as much as possible, in company with another gentleman who had also resigned. He could have wished to have spared that company the painful and disgusting detail on which he was about to enter, but as the explanation had been demanded of him, he had no alternative but to state, boldly and distinctly, that he had been required to eat cold meat. It is impossible to conceive the disgust which this avowal awakened in the bosoms of the hearers. Loud cries of shame, mingled with groans and hisses, prevailed for a quarter of an hour. Mr. Whiffers then added that he feared a portion of this outrage might be traced to his own forbearing and accommodating disposition. He had a distinct recollection of having once consented to eat salt butter, and he had, moreover, on an occasion of sudden sickness in the house, so far forgotten himself as to carry a coal scuttle up to the second floor. He trusted he had not lowered himself in the good opinion of his friends by this frank confession of his faults, and he hoped the promptness with which he had resented the last unmanly outrage on his feelings, to which he had referred, would reinstate him in their good opinion if he had. Mr. Whiffers's address was responded to with a shout of admiration, and the health of the interesting martyr was drunk in a most enthusiastic manner. For this the martyr returned thanks and proposed their visitor, Mr. Weller, a gentleman whom he had not the pleasure of an intimate acquaintance with, but who was the friend of Mr. John Smocker, which was a sufficient letter of recommendation to any society of gentlemen whatever or wherever. On this account he should have been disposed to have given Mr. Weller's health with all the honors, if his friends had been drinking wine, but as they were taking spirits by way of a change, and as it might be inconvenient to empty a tumbler at every toast, he should propose that the honors be understood. At the conclusion of this speech, everybody took a sip in honor of Sam, and Sam, having ladled out and drunk 2 full glasses of punch in honor of himself, returned thanks in a neat speech. "Wery much obliged to you, old fellers," said Sam, ladling away at the punch in the most unembarrassed manner possible, for this here compliment, which, comin' from sich a quarter, is wery overwhelmin'. I've heerd a good deal on you as a body, but I will say that I never thought you was sich uncommon nice men as I find you air. I only hope you'll take care of yourselves, and not compromise nothin' o' your dignity, which is a wery charmin' thing to see, when one's out a-walkin', and has always made me wery happy to look at, ever since I was a boy about half as high as the brass-headed stick o' my wery respectable friend, Blazes. There. As to the wictim of oppression and the suit o' brimstone, all I can say of him is, that I hope he'll get jist as good a berth as he deserves, in which case it's wery little cold swarry as ever he'll be troubled with again. Here Sam sat down with a pleasant smile, and his speech having been vociferously applauded, the company broke up. "Why, you don't mean to say you're a-goin', old feller?" said Sam Weller to his friend, Mr. John Smocker. "I must indeed," said Mr. Smocker. "I promised Bansome." "Oh, wery well," said Sam. "That's another thing. P'raps he'd resign if you disappointed him. You ain't a-goin', Blazes?" "Yes, I am," said the man with the cocked hat. "What, and leave 3/4 of a bowl of punch behind you?" said Sam. "Nonsense, set down again." Mr. Tuckle was not proof against this invitation. He laid aside the cocked hat. And stick which he had just taken up, and said he would have 1 glass, for good fellowship's sake. As the gentleman in blue went home the same way as Mr. Tuckle, he was prevailed upon to stop too. When the punch was about half gone, Sam ordered in some oysters from the greengrocer's shop, and the effect of both was so extremely exhilarating that Mr. Tuckle, dressed out with a cocked hat and stick, danced the frog hornpipe among the shells on the table, while the gentleman in blue played an accompaniment upon an ingenious musical instrument formed of a hair comb upon a curl paper. At last, when the punch was all gone and the night nearly so, they sallied forth to see each other home. Mr. Tuckle no sooner got into the open air than he was seized with a sudden desire to lie on the curbstone. Sam thought it would be a pity to contradict him, and so let him have his own way. As the cocked hat would have been spoiled if left there, Sam very considerately flattened it down on the head of the gentleman in blue, and putting the big stick in his hand, propped him up against his own street door, rang the bell, and walked quietly home. At a much earlier hour next morning than his usual time of rising, Mr. Pickwick walked downstairs completely dressed and rang the bell. "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick when Mr. Weller appeared in reply to the summons, "shut the door." Mr. Weller did so. "There was an unfortunate occurrence here last night, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, which gave Mr. Winkle some cause to apprehend violence from Mr. Dowler. "So I've heard from the old lady downstairs, sir," replied Sam. "And I'm sorry to say, Sam," continued Mr. Pickwick, with a most perplexed countenance, that in dread of this violence Mr. Winkle has gone away. "Gone ave," said Sam. "Left the house early this morning without the slightest previous communication with me," replied Mr. Pickwick, "and is gone, I know not where." "He should ha' stopped and fought it out, sir," replied Sam contemptuously. "It wouldn't take much to settle that 'ere Dowler, sir." "Well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "I may have my doubts of his great bravery and determination also. But however that may be, Mr. Winkle is gone. He must be found, Sam. Found and brought back to me." "And s'pose he won't come back, sir?" said Sam. "He must be made, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "Who's to do it, sir?" inquired Sam with a smile. "You," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Wery good, sir." With these words Mr. Weller left the room, and immediately afterwards was heard to shut the street door. In 2 hours' time he returned with so much coolness, as if he had been dispatched on the most ordinary message possible, and brought the information that an individual, in every respect answering Mr. Winkle's description, had gone over to Bristol that morning by the branch coach from the Royal Hotel. "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, grasping his hand, "you're a capital fellow, an invaluable fellow. You must follow him, Sam." "Certainly, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "The instant you discover him, write to me immediately, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "If he attempts to run away from you, knock him down or lock him up. You have my full authority, Sam." "I'll be wery careful, sir," rejoined Sam. "You'll tell him," said Mr. Pickwick, "that I am highly excited, highly displeased, and naturally indignant at the very extraordinary course he has thought proper to pursue." "I will, sir," replied Sam. "You'll tell him," said Mr. Pickwick, "that if he does not come back to this very house with you, he will come back with me, for I will come and fetch him." "I'll mention that 'ere, sir," rejoined Sam. "You think you can find him, Sam?" said Mr. Pickwick, looking earnestly in his face. "Oh, I'll find him if he's anywhere," rejoined Sam with great confidence. "Very well," said Mr. Pickwick, "then the sooner you go the better." With these instructions, Mr. Pickwick placed a sum of money in the hands of his faithful servitor, and ordered him to start for Bristol immediately, in pursuit of the fugitive. Sam put a few necessaries in a carpet bag and was ready for starting. He stopped when he had got to the end of the passage, and walking quietly back, thrust his head in at the parlor door. "Sir," whispered Sam. "Well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "I fully understands my instructions, do I, sir?" inquired Sam. "I hope so," said Mr. Pickwick. "It's regularly understood about the knockin' down, is it, sir?" inquired Sam. "Perfectly," replied Pickwick. "Thoroughly. Do what you think necessary. You have my orders." Sam gave a nod of intelligence, and withdrawing his head from the door, set forth on his pilgrimage with a light heart. How M.R. Winkle, when he stepped out of the frying pan, walks gracefully and comfortably into the fire. The ill-starred gentleman who had been the unfortunate cause of the unusual noise and disturbance which alarmed the inhabitants of the Royal Crescent in manner and form already described, after passing a night of great confusion and anxiety, left the roof beneath which his friends still slumbered, bound he knew not whither. The excellent and considerate feelings which prompted Mr. Winkle to take this step can never be too highly appreciated or too warmly extolled. If, reasoned Mr. Winkle with himself, if this Dowler attempts, as I have no doubt he will, to carry into execution his threat of personal violence against myself, it will be incumbent on me to call him out. He has a wife. That wife is attached to and dependent on him. Heavens! If I should kill him in the blindness of my wrath, what would be my feelings ever afterwards? This painful consideration operated so powerfully on the feelings of the humane young man as to cause his knees to knock together and his countenance to exhibit alarming manifestations of inward emotion. Impelled by such reflections, he grasped his carpet-bag and, creeping stealthily downstairs, shut the detestable street door with as little noise as possible, and walked off. Bending his steps towards the Royal Hotel, he found a coach on the point of starting for Bristol, and, thinking Bristol as good a place for his purpose as any other he could go to, he mounted the box and reached his place of destination in such time as the pair of horses, who went the whole stage and back again, twice a day or more, could be reasonably supposed to arrive there. He took up his quarters at the Bush, and designing to postpone any communication by letter with Mr. Pickwick until it was probable that Mr. Dowler's wrath might have in some degree evaporated, walked forth to view the city, which struck him as being a shade more dirty than any place he had ever seen. Having inspected the docks and shipping, and viewed the cathedral, he inquired his way to Clifton, and being directed thither, took the route which was pointed out to him. But as the pavements of Bristol are not the widest or cleanest upon earth, so its streets are not altogether the straightest or least intricate, and Mr. Winkle, being greatly puzzled by their manifold windings and twistings, looked about him for a decent shop in which he could apply afresh for counsel and instruction. His eye fell upon a newly painted tenement which had been recently converted into something between a shop and a private house, and which a red lamp, projecting over the fanlight of the street door, would have sufficiently announced as the residence of a medical practitioner, even if the word surgery had not been inscribed in golden characters on a wainscot ground, above the window of what, in times bygone, had been the front parlor. Thinking this an eligible place wherein to make his inquiries, Mr. Winkle stepped into the little shop where the gilt-labeled drawers and bottles were, and finding nobody there, knocked with a half-crown on the counter to attract the attention of anybody who might happen to be in the back parlor, which he judged to be the innermost and peculiar sanctum of the establishment. From the repetition of the word surgery on the door painted in white letters this time, by way of taking off the monotony. At the first knock, a sound, as of persons fencing with fire-irons, which had until now been very audible, suddenly ceased. At the second, a studious-looking young gentleman in green spectacles, with a very large book in his hand, glided quietly into the shop, and stepping behind the counter, requested to know the visitor's pleasure. "I am sorry to trouble you, sir," said Mr. Winkle, "but will you have the goodness to direct me to—" "Ha, ha, ha!" roared the studious young gentleman, throwing the large book up into the air and catching it with great dexterity at the very moment when it threatened to smash to atoms all the bottles on the counter. Here's a start. There was, without doubt, for Mr. Winkle was so very much astonished at the extraordinary behavior of the medical gentleman that he involuntarily retreated towards the door and looked very much disturbed at his strange reception. "What, don't you know me?" said the medical gentleman. Mr. Winkle murmured in reply that he had not that pleasure. "Why then," said the medical gentleman, "there are hopes for me yet. I may attend half the old women in Bristol if I've decent luck. Get out, you mouldy old villain, get out." With this adjuration, which was addressed to the large book, the medical gentleman kicked the volume with remarkable agility to the farther end of the shop, and pulling off his green spectacles, grinned the identical grin of Robert Sawyer, Esquire, formerly of Guy's Hospital in the Borough, with a private residence in Land Street. "You don't mean to say you weren't down upon me?" said Mr. Bob Sawyer, shaking Mr. Winkle's hand with friendly warmth. "Upon my word, I was not," replied Mr. Winkle, returning his pressure. "I wonder you didn't see the name," said Bob Sawyer, calling his friend's attention to the outer door, on which in the same white paint were traced the words, "Sawyer, late Nockemorf." "It never caught my eye," returned Mr. Winkle. "Lord, if I had known who you were, I should have rushed out and caught you in my arms," said Bob Sawyer. "But upon my life I thought you were the king's taxes." "No," said Mr. Winkle. "I did indeed," responded Bob Sawyer, "and I was just going to say that I wasn't at home, but if you'd leave a message I'd be sure to give it to myself, for he don't know me, no more does the lighting and paving. I think the church rates guesses who I am, and I know the waterworks does, because I drew a tooth of his when I first came down here. But come in, come in." Chattering in this way, Mr. Bob Sawyer pushed Mr. Winkle into the back room, where, amusing himself by boring little circular caverns in the chimney-piece with a red-hot poker, sat no less a person than Mr. Benjamin Allen. "Well," said Mr. Winkle, "this is indeed a pleasure I did not expect. What a very nice place you have here." Pretty well," replied Bob Sawyer. "I passed soon after that precious party, and my friends came down with the needful for this business. So I put on a black suit of clothes and a pair of spectacles, and came here to look as solemn as I could. And a very snug little business you have, no doubt," said Mr. Winkle knowingly. "Very," replied Bob Sawyer. "So snug that at the end of a few years you might put all the profits in a wineglass and cover 'em over with a gooseberry leaf." "You cannot surely mean that," said Mr. Winkle. "The stock itself dummies, my dear boy," said Bob Sawyer. "Half the drawers have nothing in 'em, and the other half don't open." "Nonsense," said Mr. Winkle. "Fact, honor," returned Bob Sawyer, stepping out into the shop and demonstrating the veracity of the assertion by divers hard pulls at the little gilt knobs on the counterfeit drawers. "Hardly anything real in the shop but the leeches, and they are second hand." "I shouldn't have thought it," exclaimed Mr. Winkle, much surprised. "I hope not," replied Bob Sawyer. "Else where's the use of appearances, eh? But what will you take? Do as we do." "That's right. Ben, my fine fellow, put your hand into the cupboard, and bring out the patent digester." Mr. Benjamin Allen smiled his readiness, and produced from the closet at his elbow a black bottle half full of brandy. "You don't take water, of course?" said Bob Sawyer. "Thank you," replied Mr. Winkle. "It's rather early. I should like to qualify it, if you have no objection." None in the least, if you can reconcile it to your conscience, replied Bob Sawyer, tossing off, as he spoke, a glass of the liquor with great relish. Ben the pipkin. Mr. Benjamin Allen drew forth, from the same hiding-place, a small brass pipkin, which Bob Sawyer observed he prided himself upon, particularly because it looked so businesslike. The water in the professional pipkin having been made to boil, in course of time, by various little shovelfuls of coal, which Mr. Bob Sawyer took out of a practicable window-seat labeled soda water, Mr. Winkle adulterated his brandy, and the conversation was becoming general when it was interrupted by the entrance into the shop of a boy in a sober gray livery and a gold-laced hat, with a small covered basket under his arm, whom Mr. Bob Sawyer immediately hailed with, "Tom's, you back!" The boy presented himself accordingly. "You've been stopping to over all the posts in Bristol, you idle young scamp," said Mr. Bob Sawyer. "No, sir, I haven't," replied the boy. "You had better not," said Mr. Bob Sawyer, with a threatening aspect. Who do you suppose will ever employ a professional man when they see his boy playing at marbles in the gutter or flying the garter in the horse road? Had you no feeling for your profession, you Groveller? Did you leave all the medicine? Yes, sir. The powders for the child, at the large house with the new family, and the pills to be taken 4 times a day at the ill-tempered old gentleman's with the gouty leg. Yes, sir. Then shut the door and mind the shop. Come, said Mr. Winkle, as the boy retired, things are not quite so bad as you would have me believe either. There is some medicine to be sent out. Mr. Bob Sawyer peeped into the shop to see that no stranger was within hearing, and leaning forward to Mr. Winkle, said, in a low tone, "He leaves it all at the wrong houses." Mr. Winkle looked perplexed, and Bob Sawyer and his friend laughed. "Don't you see?" said Bob. "He goes up to a house, rings the area bell, pokes a packet of medicine without a direction into the servant's hand, and walks off. Servant takes it into the dining parlor. Master opens it and reads the label. Draught to be taken at bedtime, pills, as before, lotion as usual, the powder. From Sawyer's, late Novelist. Physician's prescriptions carefully prepared." And all the rest of it. Shows it to his wife, she reads the label. It goes down to the servants, they read the label. Next day boy calls. Very sorry his mistake. Immense business great, many parcels to deliver Mr. Sawyer's compliments, late Nakamorph. The name gets known, and that's the thing, my boy, in the medical way. Bless your heart, old fellow, it's better than all the advertising in the world. We have got one 4-ounce bottle that's been to half the houses in Bristol and hasn't done yet. Dear me, I see, observed Mr. Winkle. What an excellent plan! Oh, Ben and I have hit upon a dozen such, replied Bob Sawyer with great glee. The lamplighter has 18 pence a week to pull the night bill for 10 minutes every time he comes round. And my boy always rushes into the church just before the psalms, when the people have got nothing to do but look about 'em, and calls me out, with horror and dismay depicted on his countenance. Bless my soul! Everybody says, somebody taken suddenly ill. Sawyer, late Nokamorph, sent for. What a business that young man has! At the termination of this disclosure of some of the mysteries of medicine, Mr. Bob Sawyer and his friend, Ben Allen, threw themselves back in their respective chairs and laughed boisterously. When they had enjoyed the joke to their heart's content, the discourse changed to topics in which Mr. Winkle was more immediately interested. We think we have hinted elsewhere that Mr. Benjamin Allen had a way of becoming sentimental after brandy. The case is not a peculiar one. as we ourselves can testify, having, on a few occasions, had to deal with patients who have been afflicted in a similar manner. At this precise period of his existence, Mr. Benjamin Allen had perhaps a greater predisposition to maudlinism than he had ever known before, the cause of which malady was briefly this: he had been staying nearly 3 weeks with Mr. Bob Sawyer. Mr. Bob Sawyer was not remarkable for temperance, nor was Mr. Benjamin Allen for the ownership of a very strong head. The consequence was that, during the whole space of time just mentioned, Mr. Benjamin Allen had been wavering between intoxication partial and intoxication complete. "My dear friend," said Mr. Ben Allen, taking advantage of Mr. Bob Sawyer's temporary absence behind the counter, whither he had retired to dispense some of the second-hand leeches previously referred to, "my dear friend, I am very miserable." Mr. Winkle professed his heartfelt regret to hear it, and begged to know whether he could do anything to alleviate the sorrows of the suffering student. "Nothing, my dear boy, nothing," said Ben. "You recollect Arabella, Winkle?" "My sister Arabella, a little girl, Winkle, with black eyes when we were down at Wardle's. I don't know whether you happen to notice her a nice little girl, Winkle. Perhaps my features may recall her countenance to your recollection." Mr. Winkle required nothing to recall the charming Arabella to his mind, and it was rather fortunate he did not, for the features of her brother Benjamin would unquestionably have proved but an indifferent refresher to his memory. He answered, with as much calmness as he could assume, that he perfectly remembered the young lady referred to, and sincerely trusted she was in good health. "Our friend Bob is a delightful fellow, Winkle," was the only reply of Mr. Ben Allen. "Very," said Mr. Winkle, not much relishing this close connection of the two names. "I designed 'em for each other. They were made for each other, sent into the world for each other, born for each other, Winkle," said Mr. Ben Allen, setting down his glass with emphasis. "There's a special destiny in the matter, my dear sir. There's only 5 years' difference between 'em, and both their birthdays are in August." Mr. Winkle was too anxious to hear what was to follow to express much wonderment at this extraordinary coincidence, marvelous as it was. So Mr. Ben Allen, after a tear or two, went on to say that, notwithstanding all his esteem and respect and veneration for his friend, Arabella had unaccountably and undutifully evinced the most determined antipathy to his person. "And I think," said Mr. Ben Allen in conclusion, "I think there's a prior attachment." "Have you any idea who the object of it might be?" asked Mr. Winkle with great trepidation. Mr. Ben Allen seized the poker, flourished it in a warlike manner above his head, inflicted a savage blow on an imaginary skull, and wound up by saying, in a very expressive manner, that he only wished he could guess, that was all. "I'd show him what I thought of him," said Mr. Ben Allen, and round with the poker again, more fiercely than before. All this was, of course, very soothing to the feelings of Mr. Winkle, who remained silent for a few minutes, but at length mustered up resolution to inquire whether Miss Allen was in Kent. "No, no," said Mr. Ben Allen, laying aside the poker and looking very cunning. "I didn't think Wardle's exactly the place for a headstrong girl, so, as I am her natural protector and guardian, our parents being dead, I have brought her down." Into this part of the country to spend a few months at an old aunt's, in a nice, dull, close place. I think that will cure her, my boy. If it doesn't, I'll take her abroad for a little while and see what that'll do." "Oh, the aunt's is in Bristol, is it?" faltered Mr. Winkle. "No, no, not in Bristol," replied Mr. Ben Allen, jerking his thumb over his right shoulder. over that way down there, but hush, here's Bob. Not a word, my dear friend, not a word." Short as this conversation was, it roused in Mr. Winkle the highest degree of excitement and anxiety. The suspected prior attachment rankled in his heart. Could he be the object of it? Could it be for him that the fair Arabella had looked scornfully on the sprightly Bob Sawyer? Or had he a successful rival? He determined to see her, cost what it might, but here an insurmountable objection presented itself, for whether the explanatory "over that way" and "down there" of Mr. Ben Allen, mid 3 miles off, or 30, or 300, he could in no wise guess. But he had no opportunity of pondering over his love just then, for Bob Sawyer's return was the immediate precursor of the arrival of a meat pie from the baker's, of which that gentleman insisted on his staying to partake. The cloth was laid by an occasional charwoman who officiated in the capacity of Mr. Bob Sawyer's housekeeper, and a third knife and fork having been borrowed from the mother of the boy in the gray livery, for Mr. Sawyer's domestic arrangements were as yet conducted on a limited scale, they sat down to dinner, the beer being served up, as Mr. Sawyer remarked, in its native pewter. After dinner, Mr. Bob Sawyer ordered in the largest mortar in the shop, and proceeded to brew a reeking jorum of rum punch therein, stirring up and amalgamating the materials with a pestle in a very creditable and apothecary-like manner. Mr. Sawyer, being a bachelor, had only one tumbler in the house, which was assigned to Mr. Winkle as a compliment to the visitor, Mr. Ben Allen, being accommodated with a funnel with a cork in the narrow end, and Bob Sawyer contented himself with one of those wide-lipped crystal vessels inscribed with a variety of cabalistic characters in which chemists are wont to measure out their liquid drugs and compounding prescriptions. These preliminaries adjusted, the punch was tasted and pronounced excellent, and it having been arranged that Bob Sawyer and Ben Allen should be considered at liberty to fill twice to Mr. Winkle's once, they started fair, with great satisfaction and good fellowship. There was no singing, because Mr. Bob Sawyer said it wouldn't look professional, but to make amends for this deprivation, there was so much talking and laughing that it might have been heard, and very likely was, at the end of the street. Which conversation materially lightened the hours and improved the mind of Mr. Bob Sawyer's boy, who, instead of devoting the evening to his ordinary occupation of writing his name on the counter and rubbing it out again, peeped through the glass door, and thus listened and looked on at the same time. The mirth of Mr. Bob Sawyer was rapidly ripening into the furious. Mr. Ben Allen was fast relapsing into the sentimental, and the punch had well nigh disappeared altogether, when the boy, hastily running in, announced that a young woman had just come over to say that Sawyer Late Nocklemorf was wanted directly, a couple of streets off. This broke up the party. Mr. Bob Sawyer, understanding the message, after some 20 repetitions, tied a wet cloth round his head to sober himself, and having partially succeeded, put on his green spectacles and issued forth, resisting all entreaties to stay till he came back, and finding it quite impossible to engage Mr. Ben Allen in any intelligible conversation on the subject nearest his heart, or indeed on any other, Mr. Winkle took his departure and returned to the bush. The anxiety of his mind, and the numerous meditations which Arabella had awakened, prevented his share of the mortar of punch producing that effect upon him which it would have had under other circumstances. So, after taking a glass of soda water and brandy at the bar, he turned into the coffee-room, dispirited rather than elevated by the occurrences of the evening. Sitting in front of the fire, with his back towards him, was a tallish gentleman in a greatcoat, the only other occupant of the room. It was rather a cool evening for the season of the year, and the gentleman drew his chair aside to afford the newcomer a sight of the fire. What were Mr. Winkle's feelings when, in doing so, he disclosed to view the face and figure of the vindictive and sanguinary Dowler? Mr. Winkle's first impulse was to give a violent pull at the nearest bell handle, but that unfortunately happened to be immediately behind Mr. Dowler's head. He had made one step towards it before he checked himself. As he did so, Mr. Dowler very hastily drew back. "Mr. Winkle, sir, be calm. Don't strike me. I won't bear it." "A blow." "Never," said Mr. Dowler, looking meeker than Mr. Winkle had expected in a gentleman of his ferocity. "A blow, sir?" stammered Mr. Winkle. "A blow, sir," replied Dowler. "Compose your feelings. Sit down. Hear me." "Sir," said Mr. Winkle, trembling from head to foot, "before I consent to sit down beside or opposite you without the presence of a waiter, I must be secured by some further understanding. You used a threat against me last night, sir, a dreadful threat, sir." Here Mr. Winkle turned very pale indeed, and stopped short. "I did," said Dowler, with a countenance almost as white as Mr. Winkle's. "Circumstances were suspicious. They have been explained. I respect your bravery. Your feeling is upright. Conscious innocence. There's my hand. Grasp it." "Really, sir," said Mr. Winkle, hesitating whether to give his hand or not, and almost fearing that it was demanded in order that he might be taken at an advantage. "Really, sir, I know what you mean," interposed Dowler. "You feel aggrieved. Very natural. So should I. I was wrong. I beg your pardon. Be friendly. Forgive me." With this, Dowler fairly forced his hand upon Mr. Winkle, and shaking it with the utmost vehemence, declared he was a fellow of extreme spirit, and he had a higher opinion of him than ever. "Now," said Dowler, "sit down. Relate it all. How did you find me? When did?" "You follow? Be frank. Tell me." "It's quite accidental," replied Mr. Winkle, greatly perplexed by the curious and unexpected nature of the interview. "Quite." "Glad of it," said Dowler. "I woke this morning. I had forgotten my threat. I laughed at the accident. I felt friendly. I said so." "To whom?" inquired Mr. Winkle. "To Mrs. Dowler." "You made a vow?" said she. "I did," said I. "It was a rash one," said she. "It was," said I. "I'll apologize. Where is he?" "Who?" inquired Mr. Winkle. "You," replied Dowler. I went downstairs. You were not to be found. Pickwick looked gloomy, shook his head, hoped no violence would be committed. I saw it. All. You felt yourself insulted. You had gone for a friend perhaps, possibly for pistols. "High spirit," said I. "I admire him." Mr. Winkle coughed, and beginning to see how the land lay, assumed a look of importance. "I left a note for you," resumed Dowler. "I said I was sorry, so I was. Pressing business called me here. You were not satisfied. You followed. You required a verbal explanation. You were right. It's all over now. My business is finished. I go back tomorrow. Join me." As Dowler progressed in his explanation, Mr. Winkle's countenance grew more and more dignified. The mysterious nature of the commencement of their conversation was explained. Mr. Dowler had as great an objection to dueling as himself. In short, this blustering and awful personage was one of the most egregious cowards in existence, and interpreting Mr. Winkle's absence through the medium of his own fears, had taken the same step as himself, and prudently retired until all excitement of feeling should have subsided. As the real state of the case dawned upon Mr. Winkle's mind, he looked very terrible, and said he was perfectly satisfied, but at the same time said so with an air that left Mr. Dowler no alternative but to infer that if he had not been, something most horrible and destructive must inevitably have occurred. Mr. Dowler appeared to be impressed with the becoming sense of Mr. Winkle's magnanimity and condescension, and the two belligerents parted for the night with many protestations of eternal friendship. About 12:30, when Mr. Winkle had been reveling some 20 minutes in the full luxury of his first sleep, he was suddenly awakened by a loud knocking at his chamber door, which, being repeated with increased vehemence, caused him to start up in bed and inquire who was there and what the matter was. "Please, sir, here's a young man which says he must see you directly," responded the voice of the chambermaid. "A young man!" exclaimed Mr. Winkle. "No mistake about that 'ere, sir," replied another voice through the keyhole, "and if that werry same interesting young cretur ain't let in vithout delay, it's werry possible as his legs they'll enter afore his countenance." The young man gave a gentle kick at one of the lower panels of the door, after he had given utterance to this hint, as if to add force and point to the remark. "Is that you, Sam?" inquired Mr. Winkle, springing out of bed. "Quite impossible to identify any gentleman with any degree o' mental satisfaction without looking at him, sir," replied the voice dogmatically. Mr. Winkle, not much doubting who the young man was, unlocked the door, which he had no sooner done than Mr. Samuel Weller entered with great precipitation, and carefully relocking it on the inside, deliberately put the key in his waistcoat pocket, and after surveying Mr. Winkle from head to foot, said, "You're a werry humorous young gentleman, you air, sir." "What do you mean by this conduct, Sam?" inquired Mr. Winkle indignantly. "Get out, sir, this instant." "What do you mean, sir?" "What do I mean?" retorted Sam. "Come, sir, this is rayther too rich, as the young lady said when she remonstrated with the pastry cook, arter he'd sold her a pork pie as had got nothin' but fat inside." "What do I mean?" "Well, that ain't a bad un, that ain't. Unlock that door and leave this room immediately, sir," said Mr. Winkle. "I shall leave this here room, sir, 'tis precisely at the werry same moment as you leaves it," responded Sam, speaking in a forcible manner, and seating himself with perfect gravity. "If I find it necessary to carry you away, pick a back. Of course I shall leave it the least bit of time possible afore you. But allow me to express a hope as you won't reduce me to extremities, in saying which, I merely quote, what the nobleman said to the fractious Pennywinkle. Then he wouldn't come out of his shell by means of a pin, and he consequently began to be afeard that he should be obliged to crack him in the parlor door." At the end of this address, which was unusually lengthy for him, Mr. Weller planted his hands on his knees and looked full in Mr. Winkle's face, with an expression of countenance which showed that he had not the remotest intention of being trifled with. "You're a amiably disposed young man, sir, I don't think," resumed Mr. Weller in a tone of moral reproof, "to go inwolving our precious governor in all sorts of fantags, when he's made up his mind to go through every think for principle." "You're far worse nor Dodson, sir, and as for Fogg, I consider him a born angel to you." Mr. Weller, having accompanied this last sentiment with an emphatic slap on each knee, folded his arms with a look of great disgust and threw himself back in his chair as if awaiting the criminal's defense. "My good fellow," said Mr. Winkle, extending his hand, his teeth chattering all the time he spoke, for he had been standing during the whole of Mr. Weller's lecture in his night gear, "my good fellow, I respect your attachment to my excellent friend, and I am very sorry indeed to have added to his causes for disquiet." "There, Sam, there." "Well, said Sam, rather sulkily, but giving the proffered hand a respectful shake at the same time. "Well, so you ought to be, and I am very glad to find you 'ere, for, if I can help it, I won't have him put upon by nobody, and that's all about it." "Certainly not, Sam," said Mr. Winkle. "There, now go to bed, Sam, and we'll talk further about this in the morning." "I'm wery sorry," said Sam, "but I can't go to bed." "Not go to bed?" repeated Mr. Winkle. "No," said Sam, shaking his head. "Can't be done. You don't mean to say you're going back to-night, Sam?" urged Mr. Winkle, greatly surprised. "Not unless you particularly wish it," replied Sam, "but I mustn't leave this here room. The governor's orders woes peremptory." "Nonsense, Sam," said Mr. Winkle. "I must stop here 2 or 3 days. And more than that, Sam, you must stop here too, to assist me in gaining an interview with a young lady. Miss Allen, Sam. You remember her, whom I must and will see." "Before I leave Bristol." But in reply to each of these positions, Sam shook his head with great firmness and energetically replied, "It can't be done." After a great deal of argument and representation on the part of Mr. Winkle, however, and William and principal conditions that Sam should retire and leave Mr. Winkle in the undisturbed possession, of which the following were the main and principal conditions: that Sam should retire and leave Mr. Winkle in the undisturbed possession of his apartment, on the condition that he had permission to lock the door on the outside and carry off the key, provided it overweighed calmai. Remaining at Bristol for the purpose and with the object already assigned, and begging an answer by the next coach, if favorable, the aforesaid parties to remain accordingly, and if not, to return to Bath immediately on the receipt thereof. And, lastly, that Mr. Winkle should be understood as distinctly pledging himself not to resort to the window, fireplace, or other surreptitious mode of escape in the meanwhile. These stipulations having been concluded, Sam locked the door and departed. He had nearly got downstairs when he stopped and drew the key from his pocket. "I quite forgot about the knocking down," said Sam, half turning back. "The governor distinctly said it was to be done. I mustn't stupid o' me, that air." "Never mind," said Sam, brightening up. "It's easily done tomorrow, anyways." Apparently much consoled by this reflection, Mr. Weller once more deposited the key in his pocket, and descending the remainder of the stairs, without any fresh visitations of conscience, was soon, in common with the other inmates of the house, buried in profound repose. M.R. Samuel W. Inner, being entrusted with a mission of love, proceeds to execute it what success will hear in after op pen. During the whole of next day, Sam kept Mr. Winkle steadily in sight, fully determined not to take his eyes off him for 1 instant until he should receive express instructions from the fountainhead. However disagreeable Sam's very close watch and great vigilance were to Mr. Winkle, he thought it better to bear with them than, by any act of violent opposition, to hazard being carried away by force, which Mr. Weller more than once strongly hinted was the line of conduct that a strict sense of duty prompted him to pursue. There is little reason to doubt that Sam would very speedily have quieted his scruples by bearing Mr. Winkle back to Bath, bound hand and foot, had not Mr. Pickwick's prompt attention to the note, which Dowler had undertaken to deliver, forestalled any such proceeding. In short, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Mr. Pickwick himself walked into the coffee-room of the Bush Tavern and told Sam with a smile, to his very great relief, that he had done quite right, and it was unnecessary for him to mount guard any longer. "I thought it better to come myself," said Mr. Pickwick, addressing Mr. Winkle as Sam disencumbered him of his great coat and traveling shawl, "to ascertain, before I gave my consent to Sam's employment in this matter, that you are quite in earnest and serious with respect to this young lady." "Serious, from my heart, from my soul," returned Mr. Winkle with great energy. "Remember," said Mr. Pickwick with beaming eyes, "we met her at our excellent and hospitable friend's, Winkle. It would be an ill return to tamper lightly, and without due consideration, with this young lady's affections. I'll not allow that, sir. I'll not allow it." "I have no such intention indeed," exclaimed Mr. Winkle warmly. "I have considered the matter well for a long time, and I feel that my happiness is bound up in her." "That's what we call tying it up in a small parcel, sir," interposed Mr. Weller with an agreeable smile. Mr. Winkle looked somewhat stern at this interruption, and Mr. Pickwick angrily requested his attendant not to jest with one of the best feelings of our nature, to which Sam replied that he wouldn't if he was aware on it, but there were so many on 'em that he hardly knowed which was the best ones when he were mentioned. Mr. Winkle then recounted what had passed between himself and Mr. Ben Allen relative to Arabella, stated that his object was to gain an interview with the young lady and make a formal disclosure of his passion, and declared his conviction, founded on certain dark hints and mutterings of the aforesaid Ben, that wherever she was at present immured, it was somewhere near the Downs, and this was his whole stock of knowledge or suspicion on the subject. With this very slight clue to guide him, it was determined that Mr. Weller should start next morning on an expedition of discovery. It was also arranged that Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Winkle, who were less confident of their powers, should parade the town meanwhile and accidentally drop in upon Mr. Bob Sawyer in the course of the day, in the hope of seeing or hearing something of the young lady's whereabouts. Accordingly, next morning, Sam Weller issued forth upon his quest, in no way daunted by the very discouraging prospect before him, and away he walked, up one street and down another, we were going to say, up one hill and down another, only it's all uphill at Clifton without meeting with anything or anybody that tended to throw the faintest light on the matter in hand. Many were the colloquies into which Sam entered with grooms who were airing horses on roads, and nursemaids who were airing children in lanes, but nothing could Sam elicit from either the first mentioned or the last which bore the slightest reference to the object of his artfully prosecuted inquiries. There were a great many young ladies in a great many houses, the greater part whereof were shrewdly suspected by the male and female domestics to be deeply attached to somebody, or perfectly ready to become so, if opportunity afforded. But as none among these young ladies was Miss Arabella Allen, the information left Sam at exactly the old point of wisdom at which he had stood before. Sam struggled across the downs against a good high wind, wondering whether it was always necessary to hold your hat on with both hands in that part of the country, and came to a shady by-place about which were sprinkled several little villas of quiet and secluded appearance. Outside a stable door at the bottom of a long back lane without a thoroughfare, a groom in undress was idling about, apparently persuading himself that he was doing something with a spade and a wheelbarrow. We may remark in this place that we have scarcely ever seen a groom near a stable in his lazy moments who has not been, to a greater or less extent, the victim of this singular delusion. Sam thought he might as well talk to this groom as to anyone else, especially as he was very tired with walking, and there was a good large stone just opposite the wheelbarrow. So he strolled down the lane, and, seating himself on the stone, opened a conversation with the ease and freedom for which he was remarkable. "Mornin', old friend," said Sam. "Arternoon, you mean," replied the groom, casting a surly look at Sam. "You're werry right, old friend," said Sam. "I do mean arternoon. How are you?" "Why, I don't find myself much the better for seeing of you," replied the ill-tempered groom. "That's werry odd, that is," said Sam, "for you look so uncommon cheerful, and seem altogether so lively, that it does one's heart good to see you." The surly groom looked surlier still at this, but not sufficiently so to produce any effect upon Sam, who immediately inquired, with a countenance of great anxiety, whether his master's name was not Walker. "No, it ain't," said the groom. "Nor Brown, I s'pose?" said Sam. "No, it ain't. Nor Vilson, no. Nor that either," said the groom. "Vell," replied Sam, "then I'm mistaken, and he hasn't got the honor o' my." acquaintance, which I thought he had. "Don't wait here out a compliment to me," said Sam as the groom wheeled in the barrow and prepared to shut the gate. "Ease afore ceremony, old boy. I'll excuse you." "I'd knock your head off for half a crown," said the surly groom, bolting one half of the gate. "Couldn't afford to have it done on those terms," rejoined Sam. "It 'ud be worth a lice boar wages at least to you, and 'ud be cheap at that. Make my compliments indoors. Tell 'em not to vait dinner for me, and say they needn't mind puttin' any by, for it'll be cold afore I come in." In reply to this, the groom, waxing very wroth, muttered a desire to damage somebody's person, but disappeared without carrying it into execution, slamming the door angrily after him, and wholly unheeding Sam's affectionate request that he would leave him a lock of his hair before he went. Sam continued to sit on the large stone, meditating upon what was best to be done, and revolving in his mind a plan for knocking at all the doors within 5 miles of Bristol, taking them at 150 or 200 a day, and endeavoring to find Miss Arabella by that expedient, when accident all of a sudden threw in his way what he might have sat there for a 12-month and yet not found without it. Into the lane where he sat there opened 3 or 4 garden gates belonging to as many houses, which, though detached from each other, were only separated by their gardens. As these were large and long and well planted with trees, the houses were not only at some distance off, but the greater part of them were nearly concealed from view. Sam was sitting with his eyes fixed upon the dust heap outside the next gate to that by which the groom had disappeared, profoundly turning over in his mind the difficulties of his present undertaking, when the gate opened and a female servant came out into the lane to shake some bedside carpets. Sam was so very busy with his own thoughts that it is probable he would have taken no more notice of the young woman than just raising his head and remarking that she had a very neat and pretty figure, if his feelings of gallantry had not been most strongly roused by observing that she had no one to help her, and that the carpet seemed too heavy for her single strength. Mr. Weller was a gentleman of great gallantry in his own way, and he no sooner remarked this circumstance than he hastily rose from the large stone and advanced towards her. "My dear," said Sam, sliding up with an air of great respect, "you'll spile that wery pretty figure out o' all proportion if you shake them carpets by yourself. Let me help you." The young lady, who had been coyly affecting not to know that a gentleman was so near, turned round as Sam spoke. No doubt indeed she said so, afterwards, to decline this offer from a perfect stranger, when instead of speaking, she started back and uttered a half-suppressed scream. Sam was scarcely less staggered, for in the countenance of the well-shaped female servant he beheld the very features of his Valentine, the pretty housemaid from Mr. Nupkins's. "Why, Mary, my dear," said Sam. "Lawk, Mr. Weller," said Mary, "how you do frighten one." Sam made no verbal answer to this complaint, nor can we precisely say what reply he did make. We merely know that after a short pause, Mary said, "Lor, do adoon, Mr. Weller," and that his hat had fallen off a few moments before, from both of which tokens we should be disposed to infer that one kiss or more had passed between the parties. "Why, how did you come here?" said Mary, when the conversation to which this interruption had been offered was resumed. "O' course I came to look arter you, my darlin'," replied Mr. Weller, for once permitting his passion to get the better of his veracity. "And how did you know I was here?" inquired Mary. "Who could have told you that I took another service at Ipswich, and that they afterwards moved all the way here? Who could have told you that, Mr. Weller?" "Ah, to be sure," said Sam with a cunning look. "That's the pint. Who could have told me?" "It wasn't Mr. Muzzle, was it?" inquired Mary. "Oh, no," replied Sam with a solemn shake of the head. "It warn't him." "It must have been the cook," said Mary. "O' course it must," said Sam. "Well, I never heard the like of that," exclaimed Mary. "No more did I," said Sam. "But Mary, my dear," here Sam's manner grew extremely affectionate. "Mary, my dear, I've got another affair in hand as is wery pressin'. There's one of my governor's friends, Mr. Winkle, you remember him?" "Him in the green coat?" said Mary. "Oh, yes, I remember him." "Well," said Sam, "he's in a horrid state o' love, reg, larely confoozled, and done over vith it." "Lor!" interposed Mary. "Yes," said Sam, "but that's nothing if we could find out the young 'ooman, and—" Here Sam, with many digressions upon the personal beauty of Mary and the unspeakable tortures he had experienced since he last saw her, gave a faithful account of Mr. Winkle's present predicament. "Well," said Mary, "I never did." "O' course not," said Sam, "and nobody never did, nor never vill neither. And here am I a-walkin' about like the Wandering Jew, a sportin' character. You have perhaps hared on Mary, my dear, as vos alvays do in a match agin time, and never vent to sleep looking arter this here Miss Arabella Allen." "Miss who?" said Mary in great astonishment. "Miss Arabella Allen," said Sam. "Goodness gracious!" said Mary, pointing to the garden door which the sulky groom had locked after him. "Why, it's that very house. She's been living there." These 6 weeks, their upper housemaid, which is lady's maid too, told me all about it over the wash-house palins before the family was out of bed, one mornin'. "What, the worry next door to you?" said Sam. "The very next," replied Mary. Mr. Weller was so deeply overcome on receiving this intelligence that he found it absolutely necessary to cling to his fair informant for support, and divers little love passages had passed between them before he was sufficiently collected to return to the subject. "Vell," said Sam at length, "if this don't beat cockfightin', nothin' never vill, as the Lord Mayor said, ven de Chief Secretary of State proposed his missis's health arter dinner. That werry next house. Witsy quetter tea. I've got a message to her as I've been trying all day to deliver." "Ah," said Mary, "but you can't deliver it now, because she only walks in the garden in the evening, and then only for a very little time. She never goes out without the old lady." Sam ruminated for a few moments and finally hit upon the following plan of operations: that he should return just at dusk, the time at which Arabella invariably took her walk, and, being admitted by Mary into the garden of the house to which she belonged, would contrive to scramble up the wall beneath the overhanging boughs of a large pear tree, which would effectually screen him from observation; would there deliver his message, and arrange, if possible, an interview on behalf of Mr. Rinkham the Capt. He is bad. He is a spanguderitic. It is not half as innocent a thing as it looks, that shaking little pieces of carpet at least. There may be no great harm in the shaking, but the folding is a very insidious process. So long as the shaking lasts and the two parties are kept the carpet's length apart, it is as innocent an amusement as can well be devised. But when the folding begins and the distance between them gets gradually lessened from one half its former length to a quarter, and then to an eighth, and then to a 16th, and then to a 32nd if the carpet be long enough, it becomes dangerous. We do not know to a nicety how many pieces of carpet were folded in this instance, but we can venture to state that as many pieces as there were, so many times did Sam kiss the pretty housemaid. Mr. Weller regaled himself with moderation at the nearest tavern until it was nearly dusk, and then returned to the lane without the thoroughfare. Having been admitted into the garden by Mary, and having received from that lady sundry admonitions concerning the safety of his limbs and neck, Sam mounted into the pear tree to wait until Arabella should come into sight. He waited so long without this anxiously expected event occurring, that he began to think it was not going to take place at all, when he heard light footsteps upon the gravel, and immediately afterwards beheld Arabella walking pensively down the garden. As soon as she came nearly below the tree, Sam began, by way of gently indicating his presence, to make sundry diabolical noises similar to those which would probably be natural to a person of middle age who had been afflicted with a combination of inflammatory sore throat, croup, and whooping cough from his earliest infancy. Upon this, the young lady cast a hurried glance towards the spot whence the dreadful sounds proceeded, and her previous alarm being not at all diminished, when she saw a man among the branches, she would most certainly have decamped and alarmed the house, had not fear fortunately deprived her of power of moving, and caused her to sink down on a garden seat, which happened by good luck to be near at hand. "She's a-goin' off," soliloquized Sam in great perplexity. "What a thing it is, as these here young creeters will go a-faintin' avay just ven they oughtn't to. Here young oomen, Miss Sawbones, Mrs. Vinkle, don't." Whether it was the magic of Mr. Winkle's name, or the coolness of the open air, or some recollection of Mr. Weller's voice, that revived Arabella, matters not. She raised her head and languidly inquired, "Who's that, and what do you want?" "Hush," said Sam, swinging himself onto the wall and crouching there in as small a compass as he could reduce himself to. "Only me, miss, only me. Mr. Pickwick's servant," said Arabella earnestly. "The werry same, miss," replied Sam. "Here's Mr. Vinkle, Regan, learly sewed up vith." "Desperation, miss. Ah," said Arabella, drawing nearer the wall. "Ah, indeed," said Sam. "Ve thought ve should have been obliged to straight ve skit him last night. He's been a ravin' all day, and he says if he can't see you afore tomorrow night's over, he vishes he may be somethin' unpleasanted if he don't drown hisself." "Oh, no, no, Mr. Weller," said Arabella, clasping her hands. "That's what he says, miss," replied Sam coolly. "He's a man of his word, and it's my opinion he'll do it, miss. He's heerd all about you from the Sawbones and Barnacles." "From my brother," said Arabella, having some faint recognition of Sam's description. "I don't rightly know which is your brother, miss," replied Sam. "Is it the dirtiest fun o' the two?" "Yes, yes, Mr. Weller," returned Arabella. "Go on, make haste, pray." "Well, miss," said Sam, "he's heerd all about it from him, and it's the guv'nor's opinion that if you don't see him werry quick, the sawbones as we've been a-speaking on 'll get as much extra lead in his head as a Raytherdam is the dewelopment of the organs if they ever put it in spirits artievart." "Oh, what can I do to prevent these dreadful quarrels?" exclaimed Arabella. "It's the suspicion of a prior attachment as is the cause of it all," replied Sam. "You'd better see him, miss." "But how? Where?" cried Arabella. "I dare not leave the house alone. My brother is so unkind, so unreasonable. I know how strange my talking thus to you may." "Appear, Mr. Weller, but I am very, very unhappy," and here poor Arabella wept so bitterly that Sam grew chivalrous. "It may seem werry strange talking to me about these here affairs, miss," said Sam with great vehemence, "but all I can say is that I'm not only ready but willin' to do anything as'll make matters agreeable, and if chucking either o' them sawbones is out o' winder'll do it, I'm the man." As Sam Weller said this, he tucked up his wristbands, at the imminent hazard of falling off the wall in so doing, to intimate his readiness to set to work immediately. Flattering as these professions of good feeling were, Arabella resolutely declined most unaccountably, as Sam thought to avail herself of them. For some time she strenuously refused to grant Mr. Winkle the interview Sam had so pathetically requested, but at length, when the conversation threatened to be interrupted by the unwelcome arrival of a third party, she hurriedly gave him to understand. With many professions of gratitude, that it was barely possible she might be in the garden an hour later next evening. Sam understood this perfectly well, and Arabella, bestowing upon him one of her sweetest smiles, tripped gracefully away, leaving Mr. Weller in a state of very great admiration of her charms, both personal and mental. Having descended in safety from the wall, and not forgotten to devote a few moments to his own particular business in the same department, Mr. Weller then made the best of his way back to the bush, where his prolonged absence had occasioned much speculation and some alarm. "We must be careful," said Mr. Pickwick after listening attentively to Sam's tale. "Not for our sakes, but for that of the young lady. We must be very cautious. We," said Mr. Winkle with marked emphasis. Mr. Pickwick's momentary look of indignation at the tone of this remark subsided into his characteristic expression of benevolence as he replied, "We, sir, I shall accompany you." "You," said Mr. Winkle. "I," replied Mr. Pickwick mildly. "In affording you this interview, the young lady has taken a natural, perhaps, but still a very imprudent step. If I am present at the meeting a mutual friend, who is old enough to be the father of both parties, the voice of calumny can never be raised against her hereafter." Mr. Pickwick's eyes lightened with honest exultation at his own foresight, as he spoke thus. Mr. Winkle was touched by this little trait of his delicate respect for the young protege of his friend, and took his hand with a feeling of regard akin to veneration. "You shall go," said Mr. Winkle. "I will," said Mr. Pickwick. "Sam, have my greatcoat and shawl ready, and order a conveyance to be at the door tomorrow evening rather earlier than is absolutely necessary, in order that we may be in good time." Mr. Weller touched his hat as an earnest of his obedience, and withdrew to make all needful preparations for the expedition. The coach was punctual to the time appointed, and Mr. Weller, after duly installing Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Winkle inside, took his seat on the box by the driver. They alighted, as had been agreed on, about a quarter of a mile from the place of rendezvous, and desiring the coachman to await their return, proceeded the remaining distance on foot. It was at this stage of the undertaking that Mr. Pickwick, with many smiles and various other indications of great self-satisfaction, produced from one of his coat pockets a dark lantern, with which he had specially provided himself for the occasion, and the great mechanical beauty of which he proceeded to explain to Mr. Winkle, as they walked along, to the no small surprise of the few stragglers they met. "I should have been the better for something of this kind, in my last garden expedition at night, Sam?" said Mr. Pickwick, looking good-humoredly round at his follower, who was trudging behind. "Very nice things, if they're managed properly, sir," replied Mr. Weller, "but when you don't want to be seen, I think they're more useful arter the candle's gone out than when it's alight." Mr. Pickwick appeared struck by Sam's remarks, for he put the lantern into his pocket again, and they walked on in silence. "Down here, sir," said Sam. "Let me lead the way. This is the lane, sir." Down the lane they went, and dark enough it was. Mr. Pickwick brought out the lantern once or twice as they groped their way along, and threw a very brilliant little tunnel of light before them, about a foot in diameter. It was very pretty to look at, but seemed to have the effect of rendering surrounding objects rather darker than before. At length they arrived at the large stone. Here Sam recommended his master and Mr. Winkle to seat themselves, while he reconnoitered and ascertained whether Mary was yet in waiting. After an absence of 5 or 10 minutes, Sam returned to say that the gate was opened and all quiet. Following him with stealthy tread, Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Winkle soon found themselves in the garden. Here everybody said, "Hush," a good many times, and that being done, no one seemed to have any very distinct apprehension of what was to be done next. "Is Miss Allen in the garden yet, Mary?" inquired Mr. Winkle, much agitated. "I don't know, sir," replied the pretty housemaid. "The best thing to be done, sir, will be for Mr. Weller to give you a hoist up into the tree, and perhaps Mr. Pickwick will have the goodness to see that nobody comes up the lane while I watch at the other end of the garden." "Goodness gracious, what's that?" "That 'ere blessed lantern 'll be the death on us all," exclaimed Sam peevishly. "Take care what you're doing on, sir. You're a-sending a blaze of light right into the back parlor winder." "Dear me," said Mr. Pickwick, turning hastily aside. "I didn't mean to do that." "Now it's in the next house, sir," remonstrated Sam. "Bless my heart," exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, turning round again. "Now it's in the stable, and they'll think the place is afire," said Sam. "Shut it up, sir, can't you?" "It's the most extraordinary lantern I ever met with in all my life," exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, greatly bewildered by the effects he had so unintentionally produced. "I never saw such a powerful reflector. It'll be fun too powerful for us if you keep blazing avay in that manner, sir," replied Sam, as Mr. Pickwick, after various unsuccessful efforts, managed to close the slide. "There's the young lady's footsteps. Now, Mr. Winkle, sir, up with you." "Stop, stop, stop," said Mr. Pickwick. "I must speak to her first." "Help me up, Sam." "Gently, sir," said Sam, planting his head against the wall and making a platform of his back. "Step atop of that 'ere flower pot, sir. Now then, up with." "You. I'm afraid I shall hurt you, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "Never mind me, sir," replied Sam. "Lend him a hand, Mr. Winkle, sir. Steady, sir, steady. That's the time of day." As Sam spoke, Mr. Pickwick, by exertions almost supernatural in a gentleman of his years and weight, contrived to get upon Sam's back, and Sam gently raising himself up, and Mr. Pickwick holding on fast by the top of the wall, while Mr. Winkle clasped him tight by the legs, they contrived by these means to bring his spectacles just above the level of the coping. "My dear," said Mr. Pickwick, looking over the wall and catching sight of Arabella on the other side, "don't be frightened, my dear, it's only me." "Oh, pray go away, Mr. Pickwick," said Arabella. "Tell them all to go away. I am so dreadfully frightened. Dear, dear Mr. Pickwick, don't stop there. You'll fall down and kill yourself, I know you will." "Now, pray don't alarm yourself, my dear," said Mr. Pickwick soothingly. "There is not the least cause for fear, I assure you." "Stand firm, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, looking down. "All right, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "Don't be longer than you can conveniently help, sir. You're rather heavy." "Only another moment, Sam," replied Mr. Pickwick. "I merely wished you to know, my dear, that I should not have allowed my young friend to see you in this clandestine way, if the situation in which you are placed had left him any alternative, and, lest the impropriety of this step should cause you any uneasiness, my love, it may be a satisfaction to you to know that I am present. That's all, my dear." "Indeed, Mr. Pickwick, I am very much obliged to you for your kindness and consideration," replied Arabella, drying her tears with her handkerchief. She would probably have said much more, had not Mr. Pickwick's head disappeared with great swiftness in consequence of a false step on Sam's shoulder which brought him suddenly to the ground. He was up again in an instant, however, and bidding Mr. Winkle make haste and get the interview over, ran out into the lane to keep watch, with all the courage and ardor of youth. Mr. Winkle himself, inspired by the occasion, was on the wall in a moment, merely pausing to request Sam to be careful of his master. "I'll take care on him, sir," replied Sam. "Leave him to me." "Where is he? What's he doing, Sam?" inquired Mr. Winkle. "Bless his old gaiters," rejoined Sam, looking out at the garden door. "He's a keeping guard in the lane vith that 'ere dark lantern, like a amiable Guy Fawkes. I never see such a fine creetur in my days. Blessed I don't think his heart must have been born 25 year arter his body, at least." Mr. Winkle stayed not to hear the encomium upon his friend. He had dropped from the wall, thrown himself at Arabella's feet, and by this time was pleading the sincerity of his passion with an eloquence worthy even of Mr. Pickwick himself. While these things were going on in the open air, an elderly gentleman of scientific attainments was seated in his library, 2 or 3 houses off, writing a philosophical treatise, and ever and anon moistening his clay and his labors with a glass of claret from a venerable-looking bottle which stood by his side. In the agonies of composition, the elderly gentleman looked sometimes at the carpet, sometimes at the ceiling, and sometimes at the wall, and when neither carpet, ceiling, nor wall afforded the requisite degree of inspiration, he looked out of the window. In one of these pauses of invention, the scientific gentleman was gazing abstractedly on the thick darkness outside, when he was very much surprised by observing a most brilliant light glide through the air, at a short distance above the ground, and almost instantaneously vanish. After a short time, the phenomenon was repeated, not once or twice, but several times. At last the scientific gentleman, laying down his pen, began to consider to what natural causes these appearances were to be assigned. They were not meteors. They were too low. They were not glowworms. They were too high. They were not will-o'-the-wisps. They were not fireflies. They were not fireflies. They were not fireworks. What could they be? Some extraordinary and wonderful phenomenon of nature which no philosopher had ever seen before, something which it had been reserved for him alone to discover, and which he should immortalize his name by chronicling for the benefit of posterity. Full of this idea, The scientific gentleman seized his pen again and committed to paper sundry notes of these unparalleled appearances, with the date, day, hour, minute, and precise second at which they were visible, all of which were to form the data of a voluminous treatise of great research and deep learning, which should astonish all the atmospherical wiseacres that ever drew breath in any part of the civilized globe. He threw himself back in his easy chair, wrapped in contemplations of his future greatness. The mysterious light appeared more brilliantly than before, dancing, to all appearance, up and down the lane, crossing from side to side, and moving in an orbit as eccentric as comets themselves. The scientific gentleman was a bachelor. He had no wife to call in and astonish, so he rang the bell for his servant. "Pruffle," said the scientific gentleman, "there is something very extraordinary in the air tonight. Did you see that?" Said the scientific gentleman, pointing out of the window as the light again became visible. "Yes, I did, sir." "What do you think of it, Pruffle?" "Think of it, sir? Yes." "You had been bred up in this country. What should you say was the cause for those lights now?" The scientific gentleman smilingly anticipated Pruffle's reply that he could. "Assign no cause for them at all." Pruffle meditated. "I should say it was thieves, sir," said Pruffle at length. "You're a fool and may go downstairs," said the scientific gentleman. "Thank you, sir," said Pruffle, and down he went. But the scientific gentleman could not rest under the idea of the ingenious treatise he had projected being lost to the world, which must inevitably be the case if the speculation of the ingenious Mr. Pruffle were not stifled in its birth. He put on his hat and walked quickly down the garden, determined to investigate the matter to the very bottom. Now, shortly before the scientific gentleman walked out into the garden, Mr. Pickwick had run down the lane as fast as he could, to convey a false alarm that somebody was coming that way, occasionally drawing back the slide of the dark lantern to keep himself from the ditch. The alarm was no sooner given than Mr. Winkle scrambled back over the wall, and Arabella ran into the house. The garden gate was shut, and the three adventurers were making the best of their way down the lane when they were startled by the scientific gentleman unlocking his garden gate. "Hold hard," whispered Sam, who was, of course, the first of the party. "Show a light for just 1 second, sir." Mr. Pickwick did as he was desired, and Sam, seeing a man's head peeping out very cautiously within half a yard of his own, gave it a gentle tap with his clenched fist, which knocked it with a hollow sound against the gate. Having performed the feat with great suddenness and dexterity, Mr. Weller caught Mr. Pickwick up on his back and followed Mr. Winkle down the lane at a pace which, considering the burden he carried, was perfectly astonishing. "Have you got your Vin back again, sir?" inquired Sam, when they had reached the end. Quite now," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Then come along, sir," said Sam, setting his master on his feet again. "Come be binnis, sir, not half a mile to run. Think you're vinnin' a cup, sir. Now for it." Thus encouraged, Mr. Pickwick made the very best use of his legs. It may be confidently stated that a pair of black gaiters never got over the ground in better style than did those of Mr. Pickwick on this memorable occasion. The coach was waiting, the horses were fresh, the roads were good, and the driver was willing. The whole party arrived in safety at the bush before Mr. Pickwick had recovered his breath. "In with you at once, sir," said Sam, as he helped his master out. "Don't stop a second in the street or tarry that air exercise." "Beg your pardon, sir," continued Sam, touching his hat as Mr. Winkle descended. "Hope there warn't a prior attachment, sir?" Mr. Winkle grasped his humble friend by the hand and whispered in his ear, "It's all right, Sam, quite right." Upon which Mr. Weller struck 3 distinct blows upon his nose in token of intelligence, smiled, winked, and proceeded to put the steps up with a countenance expressive of lively satisfaction. As to the scientific gentleman, he demonstrated in a masterly treatise that these wonderful lights were the effect of electricity, and clearly proved the same by detailing how a flash of fire danced before his eyes when he put his head out of the gate, and how he received a shock which stunned him for a quarter of an hour afterwards, which demonstration delighted all the scientific associations. Beyond measure, and caused him to be considered a light of science ever afterwards. Introduces M.R. Pickwick to a new and not uninteresting scene in the great drama of life. The remainder of the period which Mr. Pickwick had assigned as the duration of the stay at Bath passed over without the occurrence of anything material. Trinity term commenced. On the expiration of its first week, Mr. Pickwick and his friends returned to London, and the former gentleman, attended of course by Sam, straightway repaired to his old quarters at the George and Vulture. On the 3rd morning after their arrival, just as all the clocks in the city were striking 9 individually, and somewhere about 999 collectively, Sam was taking the air in George Yard, when a queer sort of fresh-painted vehicle drove up, out of which there jumped with great agility, throwing the reins to a stout man who sat beside him, a queer sort of gentleman who seemed made for the vehicle, and the vehicle for him. The vehicle was not exactly a gig, neither was it a stanhope. It was not what is currently denominated a dog-cart, neither was it a taxed cart, nor a chaise cart, nor a guillotined cabriolet, and yet it had something of the character of each and every of these machines. It was painted a bright yellow, with the shafts and wheels picked out in black, and the driver sat in the orthodox sporting style, on cushions piled about 2 feet above the rail. The horse was a bay, a well-looking animal enough, but with something of a flash and dog-fighting air about him, nevertheless, which accorded both with the vehicle and his master. The master himself was a man of about 40, with black hair and carefully combed whiskers. He was dressed in a particularly gorgeous manner, with plenty of articles of jewelry about him, all about 3 sizes larger than those which are usually worn by gentlemen, and a rough greatcoat to crown the whole. Into one pocket of this greatcoat he thrust his left hand the moment he dismounted, while from the other he drew forth with his right a very bright and glaring silk handkerchief, with which he whisked a speck or 2 of dust from his boots, and then, crumpling it in his hand, swaggered up the court. It had not escaped Sam's attention that, when this person dismounted, a shabby-looking man in a brown greatcoat shorn of divers buttons, who had been previously slinking about, on the opposite side of the way, crossed over, and remained stationary close by. Having something more than a suspicion of the object of the gentleman's visit, Sam preceded him to the George and Vulture, and, turning sharp round, planted himself in the center of the doorway. "Now, my fine fellow," said the man in the rough coat, in an imperious tone, attempting at the same time to push his way past. "Now, sir, what's the matter?" replied Sam, returning the push with compound interest. "Come, none of this, my man. This won't do with me," said the owner of the rough coat, raising his voice and turning white. "Here, Smouch." "Well, what's amiss here?" growled the man in the brown coat, who had been gradually sneaking up the court during this short dialogue. "Only some insolence of this young man's," said the principal, giving Sam another push. "Come, none of this gammon," growled Smouch, giving him another and a harder one. This last push had the effect which it was intended by the experienced Mr. Smouch to produce, for while Sam, anxious to return the compliment, was grinding that gentleman's body against the doorpost, the principal crept past and made his way to the bar, whither Sam, after bandying a few epithetical remarks with Mr. Smouch, followed at once. "Good morning, my dear," said the principal, addressing the young lady at the bar, with Botany Bay ease and New South Wales gentility. "Which is Mr. Pickwick's room, my dear?" "Show him up," said the barmaid to a waiter, without deigning another look at the exquisite, in reply to his inquiry. The waiter led the way upstairs as he was desired, and the man in the rough coat followed, with Sam behind him, who in his progress up the staircase indulged in sundry gestures indicative of supreme contempt and defiance, to the unspeakable gratification of the servants and other lookers-on. Mr. Smouch, who was troubled with a hoarse cough, remained below, and expectorated in the passage. Mr. Pickwick was fast asleep in bed when his early visitor, followed by Sam, entered the room. The noise they made in so doing awoke him. "Shaving water, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, from within the curtains. "Shave you directly, Mr. Pickwick," said the visitor, drawing one of them back from the bed's head. "I've got an execution against you at the suit of Bardell. Here's the warrant. Common, please. Here's my card. I suppose you'll come over to my house." Giving Mr. Pickwick a friendly tap on the shoulder, the sheriff's officer for such he was threw his card on the counterpane and pulled a gold toothpick from his waistcoat pocket. "Namby's the name," said the sheriff's deputy, as Mr. Pickwick took his spectacles from under the pillow and put them on to read the card. "Namby Bell Alley, Coleman Street." At this point, Sam Weller, who had had his eyes fixed hitherto on Mr. Namby's shining beaver, interfered. "Are you a Quaker?" said Sam. "I'll let you know I am before I've done with you," replied the indignant officer. "I'll teach you manners, my fine fellow, one of these fine mornings." "Thankee," said Sam. "I'll do the same to you. Take your hat off." With this, Mr. Weller, in the most dexterous manner, knocked Mr. Namby's hat to the other side of the room with such violence that he had very nearly caused him to swallow the gold toothpick into the bargain. "Observe this, Mr. Pickwick," said the disconcerted officer, gasping for breath. "I've been assaulted in the execution of my duty by your servant in your chamber. I'm in bodily fear. I call you to witness this." "Don't witness nothin', sir," interposed Sam. "Shut your eyes up tight, sir. I'd pitch him out a winder, only he couldn't fall far enough 'cause of the leads outside." "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick in an angry voice as his attendant made various demonstrations of hostilities, "if you say another word or offer the slightest interference with this person, I discharge you that instant." "But, sir," said Sam. "Hold your tongue," interposed Mr. Pickwick. "Take that hat up again." But this Sam flatly and positively refused to do, and, after he had been severely reprimanded by his master, the officer, being in a hurry, condescended to pick it up himself, venting a great variety of threats against Sam meanwhile, which that gentleman received with perfect composure, merely observing that if Mr. Namby would have the goodness to put his hat on again, he would knock it into the latter end of next week. Mr. Namby, perhaps thinking that such a process might be productive of inconvenience to himself, declined to offer the temptation, and soon after called up Smouch. Having informed him that the capture was made, and that he was to wait for the prisoner until he should have finished dressing, Namby then swaggered out and drove away. Smouch, requesting Mr. Pickwick in a surly manner to be as alive as he could, for it was a busy time, drew up a chair by the door and sat there until he had finished dressing. Sam was then dispatched for a hackney coach, and in it the triumvirate proceeded to Coleman Street. It was fortunate the distance was short, for Mr. Smouch, besides possessing no very enchanting conversational powers, was rendered a decidedly unpleasant companion in a limited space by the physical weakness to which we have elsewhere adverted. The coach, having turned into a very narrow and dark street, stopped before a house with iron bars to all the windows, the doorposts of which were graced by the name and title of Namby, officer to the sheriffs of London. The inner gate having been opened by a gentleman who might have passed for a neglected twin brother of Mr. Smouch, and who was endowed with a large key for the purpose. Mr. Pickwick was shown into the coffee-room. This coffee-room was a front parlor, the principal features of which were fresh sand and stale tobacco smoke. Mr. Pickwick bowed to the three persons who were seated in it when he entered, and having dispatched Sam for Perker, withdrew into an obscure corner and looked thence with some curiosity upon his new companions. One of these was a mere boy of 19 or 20, who, though it was yet barely 10 o'clock, was drinking gin and water, and smoking a cigar, amusements to which, judging from his inflamed countenance, he had devoted himself pretty constantly for the last year or two of his life. Opposite him, engaged in stirring the fire with the toe of his right boot, was a coarse, vulgar young man of about 30, with a sallow face and harsh voice, evidently possessed of that knowledge of the world and captivating freedom of manner which is to be acquired in public-house parlors and at mobiliar tables. The third tenant of the apartment was a middle-aged man in a very old suit of black, who looked pale and haggard and paced up and down the room incessantly, stopping now and then to look with great anxiety out of the window as if he expected somebody, and then resuming his walk. "You'd better have the loan of my razor this morning, Mr. Airsley," said the man who was stirring the fire, tipping the wink to his friend the boy. "Thank you, no, I shan't want it. I expect I shall be out in the course of an hour or so," replied the other in a hurried manner. Then, walking again up to the window and once more returning disappointed, he sighed deeply and left the room, upon which the other two burst into a loud laugh. "Well, I never saw such a game as that," said the gentleman who had offered the razor, whose name appeared to be Price. "Never?" Mr. Price confirmed the assertion with an oath, and then laughed again, when of course the boy, who thought his companion one of the most dashing fellows alive, laughed also. "You'd hardly think, would you now," said Price, turning towards Mr. Pickwick, "that chap's been here a week yesterday, and never once shaved himself yet, because he feels so certain he's going out in half an hour's time, thinks he may as well put it off till he gets home." "Poor man," said Mr. Pickwick, "are his chances of getting out of his difficulties really so great?" "Chances be dead," replied Price. "He hasn't half the ghost of one. I wouldn't give that for his chance of walking about the streets this time 10 years. With this, Mr. Price snapped his fingers contemptuously and rang the bell. "Give me a sheet of paper, Crookie," said Mr. Price to the attendant, who in dress and general appearance looked something between a bankrupt glazier and a drover in a state of insolvency. "And a glass of brandy and water, Crookie, d'ye? I'm going to write to my father, and I must have a stimulant, or I shan't be able to pitch it strong enough into the old boy." At this facetious speech, the young boy, it is almost needless to say, was fairly convulsed. "That's right," said Mr. Price. "Never say die. All fun, ain't it, Prime?" said the young gentleman. "You've got some spirit about you, you have," said Price. "You've seen something of life." "I rather think I have," replied the boy. He had looked at it through the dirty panes of glass in a barred door. Mr. Pickwick, feeling not a little disgusted with this dialogue, as well as with the air and manner of the two beings by whom it had been carried on, was about to inquire whether he could not be accommodated with a private sitting-room, when 2 or 3 strangers of genteel appearance entered, at sight of whom the boy threw his cigar into the fire, and whispering to Mr. Price that they had come to make it all right for him, joined them at a table in the farther end of the room. It would appear, however, that matters were not going to be made all right quite so speedily as the young gentleman anticipated, for a very long conversation ensued, of which Mr. Pickwick could not avoid hearing certain angry fragments regarding dissolute conduct and repeated forgiveness. At last there were very distinct allusions made by the oldest gentleman of the party to 1 Whitecross Street, at which the young gentleman, notwithstanding his primeness and his spirit, and his knowledge of life into the bargain, reclined his head upon the table and howled dismally. Very much satisfied with this sudden bringing down of the youth's valor, and this effectual lowering of his tone, Mr. Pickwick rang the bell and was shown, at his own request, into a private room furnished with a carpet, table, chairs, sideboard, and sofa, and ornamented with a looking-glass and various old prints. Here he had the advantage of hearing Mrs. Namby's performance on a square piano overhead, while the breakfast was getting ready. When it came, Mr. Perker came too. "Aha, my dear sir," said the little man, "nailed at last, eh? Come, I'm not sorry for it either, because now you'll see the absurdity of this conduct. I've noted down the amount of the taxed costs and damages for which the sale was issued, and we had better settle at once and lose no time. Namby has come home by this time, I dare say. What say you, my dear sir? Shall I draw a cheque, or will you?" The little man rubbed his hands with affected cheerfulness as he said this, but glancing at Mr. Pickwick's countenance, could not forbear at the same time. Casting a desponding look towards Sam Weller. "Perker," said Mr. Pickwick, "let me hear no more of this, I beg. I see no advantage in staying here, so I shall go to prison tonight." "You can't go to Whitecross Street, my dear sir," said Perker. "Impossible. There are 60 beds in a ward, and the bolt's on, 16 hours out of the 4 and 2020. "I would rather go to some other place of confinement if I can," said Mr. Pickwick. "If not, I must make the best I can of that." "You can go to the Fleet, my dear sir, if you're determined to go somewhere," said Perker. "That'll do," said Mr. Pickwick. "I'll go there directly I have finished my breakfast." Stop, my dear sir. Not the least occasion for being in such a violent hurry to get into a place that most other men are as eager to get out of," said the good-natured little attorney. "We must have a habeas corpus. There'll be no judge at chambers till 4 o'clock this afternoon. You must wait till then." "Very good," said Mr. Pickwick, with unmoved patience. "Then we will have a chop here at 2. See about it, Sam, and tell them to be punctual." Mr. Pickwick remaining firm despite all the remonstrances and arguments of Perker, the chops appeared and disappeared in due course. He was then put into another hackney coach and carried off to Chancery Lane, after waiting half an hour or so for Mr. Namby, who had a select dinner party and could on no account be disturbed before. There were 2 judges in attendance at Surgeons' Inn, 1 King's Bench, and 1 Common Pleas, and a great deal of business appeared to be transacting before them, if the number of lawyers' corps who were hurrying in and out with bundles of papers afforded any test. When they reached the low archway which forms the entrance to the inn, Perker was detained a few moments, parleying with the coachman about the fare and the change, and Mr. Pickwick, stepping to one side to be out of the way of the stream of people that were pouring in and out, looked about him with some curiosity. The people that attracted his attention most were 3 or 4 men of shabby genteel appearance, who touched their hats to many of the attorneys who passed, and seemed to have some business there, the nature of which Mr. Pickwick could not divine. They were curious-looking fellows. One was a slim and rather lame man in rusty black, and a white neckerchief. Another was a stout, burly person, dressed in the same apparel, with a great reddish-black cloth round his neck, a third with a little weazen, drunken-looking body with a pimply face. They were loitering about, with their hands behind them, and now and then with an anxious countenance whispered something in the ear of some of the gentlemen with papers as they hurried by. Mr. Pickwick remembered to have very often observed them lounging under the archway when he had been walking past, and his curiosity was quite excited to know to what branch of the profession these dingy-looking loungers could possibly belong. He was about to propound the question to Namby, who kept close beside him, sucking a large gold ring on his little finger, when Perker bustled up and, observing that there was no time to lose, led the way into the inn. As Mr. Pickwick followed, the lame man stepped up to him, and civilly touching his hat, held out a written card, which Mr. Pickwick, not wishing to hurt the man's feelings by refusing, courteously accepted and deposited in his waistcoat pocket. "Now," said Perker, turning round before he entered one of the offices to see that his companions were close behind him, "in here, my dear sir. Hallo, what do?" "You want?" This last question was addressed to the lame man, who, unobserved by Mr. Pickwick, made one of the party. In reply to it, the lame man touched his hat again, with all imaginable politeness, and motioned towards Mr. Pickwick. "No, no," said Perker with a smile. "We don't want you, my dear friend. We don't want you." "I beg your pardon, sir," said the lame man. "The gentleman took my card. I hope you will employ me, sir." The gentleman nodded to me. "I'll be judged by the gentleman himself. You nodded to me, sir?" "Pooh, pooh, nonsense. You didn't nod to anybody, Pickwick." "A mistake, said Perker. "The gentleman handed me his card," replied Mr. Pickwick, producing it from his waistcoat pocket. I accepted it, as the gentleman seemed to wish it. In fact, I had some curiosity to look at it when I should be at leisure. The little attorney burst into a loud laugh, and returning the card to the lame man, informing him it was all a mistake, whispered to Mr. Pickwick, as the man turned away in dudgeon, that he was only a bail. "A what?" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "A bail," replied Perker. "A bail? Yes, my dear sir. Half a dozen of 'em here. Bail you to any amount, and only charge half a crown." "Curious trade, isn't it?" said Perker, regaling himself with a pinch of snuff. "What, am I to understand that these men earn a livelihood by waiting about here, to perjure themselves before the judges of the land, at the rate of half a crown a crime?" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, quite aghast at the disclosure. "Why, I don't exactly know about perjury, my dear sir," replied the little gentleman. "Harsh word, my dear sir, very harsh word indeed. It's a legal fiction, my dear sir, nothing more." Saying which, the attorney shrugged his shoulders, smiled, took a second pinch of snuff, and led the way into the office of the judge's clerk. This was a room of specially dirty appearance, with a very low ceiling and old paneled walls, and so badly lighted that although it was broad day outside, great tallow candles were burning on the desks. At one end was a door leading to the judge's private apartment, round which were congregated a crowd of attorneys and managing clerks who were called in the order in which their respective appointments stood upon the file. Every time this door was opened to let a party out, the next party made a violent rush to get in, and, as an addition to the numerous dialogues which passed between the gentlemen who were waiting to see the judge, a variety of personal squabbles ensued between the greater part of those who had seen him. There was as much noise as could well be raised in an apartment of such confined dimensions. Nor were the conversations of these gentlemen the only sounds that broke upon the ear. Standing on a box behind a wooden bar at another end of the room was a clerk in spectacles who was taking the affidavits, large batches of which were, from time to time, carried into the private room by another clerk for the judge's signature. There were a large number of attorneys' clerks to be sworn, and it being a moral impossibility to swear them all at once, the struggles of these gentlemen to reach the clerk in spectacles were like those of a crowd to get in at the pit door of a theater when gracious majesty honors it with its presence. Another functionary, from time to time, exercised his lungs in calling over the names of those who had been sworn for the purpose of restoring to them their affidavits after they had been signed by the judge, which gave rise to a few more scuffles, and all these things going on at the same time occasioned as much bustle as the most active and excitable person could desire to behold. There were yet another class of persons, those who were waiting to attend summonses their employers had taken out, which it was optional to the attorney on the opposite side to attend or not, and whose business it was, from time to time, to cry out the opposite attorney's name, to make certain that he was not in attendance without their knowledge. For example, leaning against the wall close beside the seat Mr. Pickwick had taken was an office lad of 14 with the tenor voice. Near him a common law clerk with the bass one. A clerk hurried in with a bundle of papers and stared about him. "Sniggle and blink," cried the tenor. "Porkin and snob," growled the bass. "Stumpy and deacon," said the newcomer. Nobody answered. The next man who came in was bailed by the whole three, and he in his turn shouted for another firm, and then somebody else roared in a loud voice for another, and so forth. All this time, the man in the spectacles was hard at work, swearing the clerks, the oath being invariably administered without any effort at punctuation, and usually in the following terms: "Take the book in your right hand, this is your name and handwriting you." "Swear that the contents of this your affidavit are true, so help you God. A shilling you must get change. I haven't got it." "Well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "I suppose they are getting the habeas corpus ready?" "Yes," said Sam, "and I vish they'd bring out the have his car case. It's werry unpleasant keepin' us vaitin' here. I'd 'a got half a dozen have his car cases ready, packed up and all, by this time." What sort of cumbrous and unmanageable machine Sam Weller imagined a habeas corpus to be does not appear, for Perker at that moment walked up and took Mr. Pickwick away. The usual forms having been gone through, the body of Samuel Pickwick was soon afterwards confided to the custody of the tipstaff, to be by him taken to the Ed.M. warden of the Fleet Prison, and there detained until the amount of the damages and costs in the action of Bardell against Pickwick was fully paid and satisfied. "And that," said Mr. Pickwick, laughing, "will be a very long time. Sam, call another hackney coach. Perker, my dear friend, good-bye." "I shall go with you and see you safe there," said Perker. "Indeed," replied Mr. Pickwick, "I would rather go without any other attendant than Sam. As soon as I get settled, I will write and let you know, and I shall expect you immediately. Until then, good-bye." As Mr. Pickwick said this, he got into the coach, which had by this time arrived, followed by the tipstaff. Sam having stationed himself on the box, it rolled away. "A most extraordinary man that," said Perker as he stopped to pull on his gloves. "What a bankrupt he'd make, sir," observed Mr. Loughton, who was standing near. "How he would bother the commissioners. He'd set 'em at defiance if they talked of committing him, sir." The attorney did not appear very much delighted with his clerk's professional estimate of Mr. Pickwick's character, for he walked away without deigning any reply. The hackney coach jolted along Fleet Street, as hackney coaches usually do. The horses went better, the driver said. When they had anything before them, they must have gone at a most extraordinary pace when there was nothing, and so the vehicle kept behind a cart, When the cart stopped, it stopped, and when the cart went on again, it did the same. Mr. Pickwick sat opposite the tipstaff, and the tipstaff sat with his hat between his knees, whistling a tune and looking out of the coach window. Time performs wonders. By the powerful old gentleman's aid, even a hackney coach gets over half a mile of ground. They stopped at length, and Mr. Pickwick alighted at the gate of the Fleet. The tipstaff, just looking over his shoulder to see that his charge was following close at his heels, preceded Mr. Pickwick into the prison. Turning to the left after they had entered, they passed through an open door into a lobby, from which a heavy gate, opposite to that by which they had entered, and which was guarded by a stout turnkey with the key in his hand, led at once into the interior of the prison. Here they stopped, while the tipstaff delivered his papers, and here Mr. Pickwick was apprised that he would remain until he had undergone the ceremony, known to the initiated as sitting for your portrait. "Sitting for my portrait?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Having your likeness taken, sir," replied the stout turnkey. "We're capital hands at likenesses here. Take 'em in no time, and always exact. Walk in, sir, and make yourself at home." Mr. Pickwick complied with the invitation and sat himself down, when Mr. Weller, who stationed himself at the back of the chair, whispered that the sitting was merely another term for undergoing an inspection by the different turnkeys in order that they might know prisoners from visitors. "Well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "then I wish the artists would come. This is rather a public place." "They von't be long, sir, I dee say," replied Sam. "There's a Dutch clock, sir." "So I see," observed Mr. Pickwick. "And a bird cage, sir," says Sam. "Veals vithin veals, a prison in a prison, ain't it, sir?" As Mr. Weller made this philosophical remark, Mr. Pickwick was aware that his sitting had commenced. The stout turnkey, having been relieved from the lock, sat down and looked at him carelessly from time to time, while a long, thin man who had relieved him thrust his hands beneath his coat tails, and planting himself opposite, took a good long view of him. A third rather surly-looking gentleman, who had apparently been disturbed at his tea, for he was disposing of the last remnant of a crust and butter when he came in, stationed himself close to Mr. Pickwick, and, resting his hands on his hips, inspected him narrowly, while two others mixed with the group and studied his features with most intent and thoughtful faces. Mr. Pickwick winced a good deal under the operation, and appeared to sit very uneasily in his chair, but he made no remark to anybody while it was being performed, not even to Sam, who reclined upon the back of the chair, reflecting partly on the situation of his master, and partly on the great satisfaction it would have afforded him to make a fierce assault upon all the turnkeys there assembled, one after the other, if it were lawful and peaceable so to do. At length the likeness was completed, and Mr. Pickwick was informed that he might now proceed into the prison. "Where am I to sleep tonight?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Why, I don't rightly know about tonight," replied the stout turnkey. "You'll be chummed on somebody tomorrow, and then you'll be all snug and comfortable. The first night's generally rather unsettled, but you'll be set all squares tomorrow." After some discussion, it was discovered that one of the turnkeys had a bed too. Let, which Mr. Pickwick could have for that night. He gladly agreed to hire it. "If you'll come with me, I'll show it you at once," said the man. "It ain't a large but it's an out and outer to sleep in." "This way, sir." They passed through the inner gate and descended a short flight of steps. The key was turned after them, and Mr. Pickwick found himself, for the first time in his life, within the walls of a debtor's prison. What Belmar? Pickwick, when he got into the Fleet, what prisoners he saw there, and how he passed the night. Mr. Tom Roker, the gentleman who had accompanied Mr. Pickwick into the prison, turned sharp round to the right when he got to the bottom of the little flight of steps, and led the way, through an iron gate which stood open, and up another short flight of steps, into a long narrow gallery, dirty and low, paved with stone, and very dimly lighted by a window at each remote end. "This," said the gentleman, thrusting his hands into his pockets and looking carelessly over his shoulder to Mr. Pickwick, "this here is the hall flight." "Oh," replied Mr. Pickwick, looking down a dark and filthy staircase, which appeared to lead to a range of damp and gloomy stone vaults beneath the ground, "and those, I suppose, are the little cellars where the prisoners keep their small quantities of coals. Unpleasant places to have to go down to, but very convenient, I dare say." "Yes, I shouldn't wonder if they was convenient," replied the gentleman, seeing that a few people live there pretty snug. That's the fare, that is. "My friend," said Mr. Pickwick, "you don't really mean to say that human beings live down in those wretched dungeons?" "Don't I?" replied Mr. Roker, with indignant astonishment. "Why shouldn't I? Live down there!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "Live down there? Yes, and die down there too, very often," replied Mr. Roker. "And what of that? Who's got to say anything agin it? Live down there? Yes, and a worry good place it is to live in, ain't it?" As Roker turned somewhat fiercely upon Mr. Pickwick in saying this, and moreover muttered in an excited fashion certain unpleasant invocations concerning his own eyes, limbs, and circulating fluids, the latter gentleman deemed it advisable to pursue the discourse no further. Mr. Roker then proceeded to mount another staircase, as dirty as that which led to the place which has just been the subject of discussion, in which ascent he was closely followed by Mr. Pickwick and Sam. "There," said Mr. Roker, pausing for breath when they reached another gallery of the same dimensions as the one below. "This is the coffee-room flight. The one above's the third, and the one above that's the top, and the room where you're a-going to sleep tonight is the warden's room, and it's this way, come on." Having said all this in a breath, Mr. Roker mounted another flight of stairs with Mr. Pickwick and Sam Weller following at his heels. These staircases received light from sundry windows placed at some little distance above the floor, and looking into a gravelled area bounded by a high brick wall, with iron chevaux de frise at the top. This area, it appeared from Mr. Roker's statement, was the racket ground, and it further appeared, on the testimony of the same gentleman, that there was a smaller area in that portion of the prison which was nearest Farringdon Street, denominated and called the Painted Ground, from the fact of its walls having once displayed the semblance of various men of war in full sail, and other artistical effects achieved in bygone times by some imprisoned draughtsman in his leisure hours. Having communicated this piece of information, apparently more for the purpose of discharging his bosom of an important fact than with any specific view of enlightening Mr. Pickwick, the guide, having at length reached another gallery, led the way into a small passage at the extreme end, opened a door, and disclosed an apartment of an appearance by no means inviting, containing 8 or 9 iron bedsteads. "There," said Mr. Roker, holding the door open, and looking triumphantly round at Mr. Pickwick, "there's a room." Mr. Pickwick's face, however, betokened such a very trifling portion of satisfaction at the appearance of his lodging, that Mr. Roker looked, for a reciprocity of feeling, into the countenance of Samuel Weller, who, until now, had observed a dignified silence. "There's a room, young man," observed Mr. Roker. "I see it," replied Sam with a placid nod of the head. "You wouldn't think to find such a room as this in the Farringdon Hotel, would you?" said Mr. Roker with a complacent smile. To this Mr. Weller replied with an easy and unstudied closing of one eye, which might be considered to mean either that he would have thought it, or that he would not have thought it, or that he had never thought anything at all about it, as the observer's imagination suggested. Having executed this feat and reopened his eye, Mr. Weller proceeded to inquire which was the individual bedstead that Mr. Roker had so flatteringly described as an out-and-outer to sleep in. "That's it," replied Mr. Roker, pointing to a very rusty one in a corner. "It would make anyone go to sleep. That bedstead would, whether they wanted to or not." "I should think," said Sam, eyeing the piece of furniture in question with a look of excessive disgust, "I should think Poppy's was nothing to it." "Nothing at all," said Mr. Roker. "And I s'pose," said Sam, with a sidelong glance at his master, as if to see whether there were any symptoms of his determination being shaken by what passed, "I s'pose the other gentlemen as sleeps here are gentlemen." "Nothing but it," said Mr. Roker. "One of 'em takes his 12 pints of ale a day, and never leaves off smoking even at his meals." "He must be a first-rater," said Sam. "A1," replied Mr. Roker. Nothing daunted, even by this intelligence, Mr. Pickwick smilingly announced his determination to test the powers of the narcotic bedstead for that night, and Mr. Roker, after informing him that he could retire to rest at whatever hour he thought proper, without any further notice or formality, walked off, leaving him standing with Sam in the gallery. It was getting dark. That is to say, a few gas jets were kindled in this place which was never light, by way of compliment to the evening, which had set in outside. As it was rather warm, some of the tenants of the numerous little rooms which opened into the gallery on either hand had set their doors ajar. Mr. Pickwick peeped into them as he passed along, with great curiosity and interest. Here 4 or 5 great hulking fellows, just visible through a cloud of tobacco smoke, were. Engaged in noisy and riotous conversation over half-empty pots of beer, or playing at all fours with a very greasy pack of cards. In the adjoining room, some solitary tenant might be seen poring, by the light of a feeble tallow candle, over a bundle of soiled and tattered papers, yellow with dust and dropping to pieces from age, writing for the 100th time some lengthened statement of his grievances, for the perusal of some great man whose eyes it would never reach, or whose heart it would never touch. In a third, a man, with his wife and a whole crowd of children, might be seen making up a scanty bed on the ground or upon a few chairs for the younger ones to pass the night in. And in a fourth, and a fifth, and a sixth, and a seventh, the noise, and the beer, and the tobacco smoke, and the cards, all came over again in greater force than before. In the galleries themselves, and more especially on the staircases, there lingered a great number of people, who came there, some because their rooms were empty and lonesome, others because their rooms were full and hot, the greater part because they were restless and uncomfortable and not possessed of the secret of exactly knowing what to do with themselves. There were many classes of people here, from the laboring man in his fustian jacket to the broken-down spendthrift in his shawl dressing-gown most appropriately out at elbows, but there was the same air about them all, a kind of listless, jail-bird, careless swagger, of vagabondish, whose afraid sort of bearing, which is wholly indescribable in words, but which any man can understand in one moment if you wish, by setting foot in the nearest dead in the one moment, if you wish, but by setting it It strikes me, Sam, said Mr. Pickwick, leaning over the iron rail at the stairhead, it strikes me, Sam, that imprisonment for debt is scarcely any punishment at all. Think not, sir? Inquired Mr. Weller. You see how these fellows drink, and smoke, and roar, replied Mr. Pickwick. It's quite impossible that they can mind it much. Ah, that's just the worry thing, sir, rejoined Sam. They don't mind it, it's a regular holiday to them all, porter and skittles. It's the t'other vuns as gets done over vit this sort of thing. Them downhearted fellers as can't svick a buy at the beer nor play at skittles neither. Them as vold pay if they could, and gets low by being boxed up. I'll tell you what it is, sir. Them as is always a idlin' in public houses it don't damage at all, and them as is alvays a workin' when they can, it damages too much. It's a neckle, as my father used to say when his rog warn't made half and half. It's a neckle, and that's the fault on it. I think you're right, Sam, said Mr. Pickwick after a few moments' reflection. Quite right. P'raps, now and then, there's some honest people as likes it, observed Mr. Pavel Weller in a ruminative tone, but I never heerd o' one as I can call to mind, 'cept the little dirty-faced man in the brown coat, and that was force of habit. And who was he? Inquired Mr. Pickwick. Why, that's just the werry point as nobody never knowed, replied Sam. But what did he do? Why, he did what many men as has been much better knowed has done in their time, sir, replied Sam. He run a match agin the constable and vun it. In other words, I suppose, said Mr. Pickwick, he got into debt. Just that, sir, replied Sam, and in course of time he come here in consequence. It warn't much execution for £9 nothing, multiplied by 5 for costs, but hows'ever here, he stopped for 17 year. If he got any wrinkles in his face, they were stopped up vith the dirt, for both the dirty face and the brown coat woes just the same at the end of that time as they was at the beginnin'. He was a werry peaceful, inoffendin' little critter, and was alvays a bustlin' about for somebody, or playin' rackets and never vin, till at last the turnkeys they got quite fond on him, and he was in the lodge every night, a chattering vith 'em and tellin' stories, and all that air. The deddy was in there as usual, along vith a werry old friend of his as was in the lock. Then he says all of a sudden, I ain't seen the market outside, Bill, he says. Fleet Market was there at that time. I ain't seen the market outside, Bill, he says, for 17 year. I know you ain't, says the turnkey, smoking his pipe. I should like to see it for a minute, Bill, he says. Werry probable, says the turnkey, smoking his pipe werry fierce, and making believe he warn't up to what the little man wanted. Bill, says the little man more abrupt than afore, I've got the fancy in my head. Let me see the public streets once more afore I die, and if I ain't struck with apoplexy, I'll be back in 5 minutes by the clock. And what dud become o' me if you was struck with apoplexy? Said the turnkey. Why, says the little creature, whoever found me would bring me home, for I've got my card in my pocket, Bill, he says. No. 20, coffee room flight, and that was true sure enough, for when he wanted to make the acquaintance of any newcomer, he used to pull out a little limp card with them, words on it and nothing else. In consideration of each, he vos always called number to 20. The turnkey takes a fixed look at him, and at last he says in a solemn manner, Divinity, he says, I'll trust you won't get your old friend into trouble. No, my boy, I hope I've something better behind here, says the little man, and as he said it, he hit his little vesket werry hard, and then a tear started out o' each eye, which was werry extraordinary, for it was supposed as water never touched his face. He shook the turnkey by the hand. Out he went and never came back again, said Mr. Pickwick. Wrong for once, sir, replied Mr. Weller, for back he come 2 minutes afore the time, a bilin' with rage, sayin' how he'd been nearly run over by a hackney coach, that he warn't used to it, and he was blowed if he wouldn't write to the Lord Mayor. They got him pacified at last, and for 5 years arter that he never even so much as peeped out of the lodge gate. At the expiration of that time he died, I suppose, said Mr. Pickwick. No, he didn't, sir, replied Sam. He got a curiosity to go and taste the beer at a new public house over the way, and it was such a werry nice parlor, that he took it into his head to go there every night, which he did for a long time. always comin' back reg'lar about a quarter of an hour afore the gate shut, which was all werry snug and comfortable. At last he began to get so precious jolly that he used to forget how the time bent or care nothin' at all about it, and he went on gettin' later and later, till one night his old friend was just a-shuttin' the gate had. Turn the key. In fact, when he come up, "Hold hard, Bill," he says. "What, ain't you come home yet, Fenty?" says the turnkey. "I thought you was in long ago." "No, I wasn't," says the little man with a smile. "Well then, I'll tell you what it is, my friend," says the turnkey, openin' the gate werry slow and sulky. "It's my 'pinion as you've got into bad company o' late, which I'm werry sorry to see. Now, I don't wish to do nothing harsh," he says, "but if you can't confine yourself to steady circles, and find your vay back at reg'lar hours, as sure as you're a-standin' there, dear, I'll shut you out altogether." The little man was seized with a wiolent fit or tremblin', and never went outside the prison walls arterwards. As Sam concluded, Mr. Pickwick slowly retraced his steps downstairs. After a few thoughtful turns in the painted ground, which, as it was now dark, was nearly deserted, he intimated to Mr. Weller that he thought it high time for him to withdraw for the night, requesting him to seek a bed in some adjacent public house, and return early in the morning to make arrangements for the removal of his master's wardrobe from the Georgian Vulture. This request Mr. Samuel Weller prepared to obey, with as good a grace as he could assume, but with a very considerable show of reluctance nevertheless. He even went so far as to essay sundry ineffectual hints regarding the expediency of stretching himself on the gravel for that night, but finding Mr. Pickwick obstinately deaf to any such suggestions, finally withdrew. There is no disguising the fact that Mr. Pickwick felt very low-spirited and uncomfortable, not for lack of society, for the prison was very full, and a bottle of wine would at once have purchased the utmost good fellowship of a few choice spirits without any more formal ceremony of introduction. But he was alone in the coarse, vulgar crowd, and felt a depression of spirits and sinking of heart, naturally consequent on the reflection that he was cooped and caged up, without a prospect of liberation. As to the idea of releasing himself by ministering to the sharpness of Dodson and Fogg, it never for an instant entered his thoughts. In this frame of mind he turned again into the coffee-room gallery and walked slowly to and fro. The place was intolerably dirty, and a smell of tobacco smoke perfectly suffocating. There was a perpetual slamming and banging of doors as the people went in and out, and the noise of their voices and footsteps echoed and re-echoed through the passages constantly. A young woman, with a child in her arms, who seemed scarcely able to crawl from emaciation and misery, was walking up and down the passage in conversation with her husband, who had no other place to see her in. As they passed Mr. Pickwick, he could hear the female sob bitterly, and once she burst into such a passion of grief that she was compelled to lean against the wall for support, while the man took the child in his arms and tried to soothe her. Mr. Pickwick's heart was really too full to bear it, and he went upstairs to bed. Now, although the warder's room was a very uncomfortable one, being, in every point of decoration and convenience, several hundred degrees inferior to the common infirmary of a county jail, it had at present the merit of being wholly deserted save by Mr. Pickwick himself. So he sat down at the foot of his little iron bedstead and began to wonder how much a year the warder made out of the dirty room. Having satisfied himself, by mathematical calculation, that the apartment was about equal in annual value to the freehold of a small street in the suburbs of London, he took to wondering what possible temptation could have induced a dingy-looking fly that was crawling over his pantaloons to come into a close prison when he had the choice of so many airy situations. A course of meditation which led him to the insect was insane. After settling this point, he began to be conscious that he was getting sleepy, whereupon he took his nightcap out of the pocket in which he had had the precaution to stow it in the morning and, leisurely undressing himself, got into bed and fell asleep. Bravo! Heel over toe, cut and shuffle. Pay away at it, Zephyr. I'm smothered if the opera house isn't your proper hemisphere. Keep it up. Hooray! These expressions, delivered in a most boisterous tone and accompanied with loud peals of laughter, roused Mr. Pickwick from one of those sound slumbers which, lasting in reality some half hour, seemed to the sleeper to have been protracted for 3 weeks or a month. The voice had no sooner ceased than the room was shaken with such violence that the windows rattled in their frames and the bedsteads trembled again. Mr. Pickwick started up and remained for some minutes fixed in mute astonishment at the scene before him. On the floor of the room a man in a broad-skirted green coat with corduroy knee smalls and gray cotton stockings was performing the most popular steps of a hornpipe with a slang and burlesque caricature of grace and lightness which, combined with the very appropriate character of his costume, was inexpressibly absurd. Another man, evidently very drunk, who had probably been tumbled into bed by his companions, was sitting up between the sheets, warbling as much as he could recollect of a comic song with the most intensely sentimental feeling and expression, while a third, seated on one of the bedsteads, was applauding both performers with the air of a profound connoisseur and encouraging them by such ebullitions of feeling as had already roused Mr. Pickwick from his sleep. This last man was an admirable specimen of a class of gentry which never can be seen in full perfection, but in such places they may be met with in an imperfect state, occasionally about stable yards and public houses. But they never attain their full bloom except in these hotbeds, which would almost seem to be considerately provided by the legislature for the sole purpose of rearing them. He was a tall fellow, with an olive complexion, long dark hair, and very thick bushy whiskers meeting under his chin. He wore no neckerchief, as he had been playing rackets all day, and his open shirt collar displayed their full luxuriance. On his head he wore one of the common 18-penny French skull caps, with a gaudy tassel dangling therefrom, very happily in keeping with the common fustian coat. His legs, which, being long, were afflicted with weakness, graced a pair of Oxford mixture trousers, made to show the full symmetry of those limbs. Being somewhat negligently braced, however, and, moreover, but imperfectly buttoned, they fell in a series of not the most graceful folds over a pair of shoes sufficiently down at heel to display a pair of very soiled white stockings. There was a rakish, vagabond smartness, and a kind of boastful rascality about the whole man that was worth a mine of gold. This figure was the first to perceive that Mr. Pickwick was looking on, upon which he winked to the Zephyr and entreated him with mock gravity not to wake the gentleman. Why, bless the gentleman's honest heart and soul, said the Zephyr, turning round and affecting the extremity of surprise. The gentleman is awake. Him, Shakespeare. How do you do, sir? How is Mary and Sarah, sir? And the dear old lady at home, sir? Will you have the kindness to put my compliments into the first little parcel you're sending that way, sir, and say that I would have sent 'em before, only I was afraid they might be broken in the wagon, sir. Don't overwhelm the gentleman with ordinary civilities when you see he's anxious to have something to drink, said the gentleman with the whiskers with a jocose air. Why don't you ask the gentleman what he'll take? Dear me, I quite forgot, replied the other. What will you take, sir? Will you take port wine, sir, or sherry wine, sir? I can recommend the ale, sir, or perhaps you'd like to taste the porter, sir. Allow me to have the felicity of hanging up your nightcap, sir. With this, the speaker snatched that article of dress from Mr. Pickwick's head and fixed it in a twinkling on that of the drunken man, who, firmly impressed with the belief that he was delighting a numerous assembly, continued to hammer away at the comic song in the most melancholy strains imaginable. Taking a man's nightcap from his brow by violent means, and adjusting it on the head of an unknown gentleman of dirty exterior, however ingenious a witticism in itself, is unquestionably one of those which come under the denomination of practical jokes. Viewing the matter precisely in this light, Mr. Pickwick, without the slightest intimation of his purpose, sprang vigorously out of bed, struck the Zephyr so smart a blow in the chest as to deprive him of a considerable portion of the commodity which sometimes bears his name, and then, recapturing his nightcap, boldly placed himself in an attitude of defense. "Now," said Mr. Pickwick, gasping no less from excitement than from the expenditure of so much energy, "come on, both of you, both of you." With this liberal invitation the worthy gentleman communicated a revolving motion to his clenched fists, by way of appalling his antagonists with a display of science. It might have been Mr. Pickwick's very unexpected gallantry, or it might have been the complicated manner in which he had got himself out of bed and fallen all in a mass upon the hornpipe man, that touched his adversaries. Touched they were, for, instead of then and there making an attempt to commit manslaughter, as Mr. Pickwick implicitly believed they would have done, they paused, stared at each other a short time, and finally laughed outright. "Well, you're a trump, and I like you all the better for it," said the Zephyr. "Now jump into bed again, or you'll catch the rheumatics. No malice, I hope?" said the man, extending a hand the size of the yellow clump of fingers which sometimes swings over a glover's door. "Certainly not," said Mr. Pickwick with great alacrity, for, now that the excitement was over, he began to feel rather cool about the legs. "Allow me the honour," said the gentleman with the whiskers, presenting his dexter hand and aspirating the H. "With much pleasure, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, and having executed a very long and solemn shake, he got into bed again. "My name is Smangle, sir," said the man with the whiskers. "Oh," said Mr. Pickwick. "Mine is Mivins," said the man in the stockings. "I am delighted to hear it, sir," said Mr. Pickwick. "Ham," coughed Mr. Smangle. "Did you speak, sir?" said Mr. Pickwick. "No, I did not, sir," said Mr. Smangle. All this was very genteel and pleasant, and to make matters still more comfortable, Mr. Smangle assured Mr. Pickwick a great many more times that he entertained a very high respect for the feelings of a gentleman, which sentiment, indeed, did him infinite credit, as he could be in no wise supposed to understand them. "Are you going through the court, sir?" inquired Mr. Smangle. "Through the what?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Through the court, Portugal Street, the court for relief of you know." "Oh no," replied Mr. Pickwick. "No, I am not." "Going out, perhaps," suggested Mr. Mivins. "I fear not," replied Mr. Pickwick. "I refuse to pay some damages, and am here in consequence." "Ah," said Mr. Smangle, "paper has been my ruin." "A stationer, I presume, sir?" said Mr. Pickwick innocently. "Stationer? No, no, confound and curse me. Not so low as that, no trade. When I say paper, I mean bills." "Oh, you use the word in that sense. I see," said Mr. Pickwick. "Demie." "A gentleman must expect reverses," said Smangle. "What of that? Here am I in the Fleet Prison." "Well, good. What then?" "I'm none the worse for that, am." "I? Not a bit," replied Mr. Mivins. And he was quite right, for so far from Mr. Smangle being any the worse for it, he was something the better, inasmuch as to qualify himself for the place he had attained gratuitous possession of certain articles of jewelry, which, long before that, had found their way to the pawnbrokers. "Well, but come," said Mr. Smangle, "this is dry work. Let's rinse our mouths with a drop of burnt sherry. The last comer shall stand it, Mivins shall fetch it, and I'll help to drink it. That's a fair and gentlemanlike division of labor, anyhow. Curse me." Unwilling to hazard another quarrel, Mr. Pickwick gladly assented to the proposition, and consigned the money to Mr. Mivins, who, as it was nearly 11 o'clock, lost no time in repairing to the coffee-room on his errand. "I say," whispered Smangle, the moment his friend had left the room, "what did you give him?" "Half a sovereign," said Mr. Pickwick. "He's a devilish pleasant, gentlemanly dog," said Mr. Smangle. "Infernal pleasant. I don't know anybody more so. But—" Here Mr. Smangle stopped short and shook his head dubiously. "You don't think there is any probability of his appropriating the money to his own use," said Mr. Pickwick. "Oh, no. Mind, I don't say that. I expressly say that he's a devilish gentlemanly fellow," said Mr. Smangle. "But I think, perhaps, if somebody went down, just to see that he didn't dip his beak into the jug by accident, or make some confounded mistake in losing the money as he came upstairs, it would be as well. Here, you." "Sir, just run downstairs and look after that gentleman, will you?" This request was addressed to a little timid-looking nervous man whose appearance bespoke great poverty, and who had been crouching on his bedstead all this while, apparently stupefied by the novelty of his situation. "You know where the coffee-room is," said Smangle. "Just run down and tell that gentleman you've come to help him up with the jug. Or stop, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you how we'll do him," said Smangle with a cunning look. "How?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Send down word that he's to spend the change in cigars." "Capital thought. Run and tell him that, d'ye hear, they shan't be wasted," continued Smangle, turning to Mr. Pickwick. "I'll smoke 'em." This maneuvering was so exceedingly ingenious and, withal, performed with such immovable composure and coolness that Mr. Pickwick would have had no wish to disturb it, even if he had had the power. In a short time Mr. Mivins returned, bearing the sherry, which Mr. Smangle dispensed in 2 little cracked mugs, considerately remarking, with reference to himself, that a gentleman must not be particular under such circumstances, and that, for his part, he was not too proud to drink out of the jug. In which, to show his sincerity, he forthwith pledged the company in a draught which half emptied it. An excellent understanding having been by these means promoted, Mr. Smangle proceeded to entertain his hearers with the relation of divers romantic adventures in which he had been from time to time engaged, involving various interesting anecdotes of a thoroughbred horse and a magnificent Jewess, both of surpassing beauty and much coveted by the nobility and gentry of these kingdoms. Long before these elegant extracts from the biography of a gentleman were concluded, Mr. Mivins had betaken himself to bed and had set in snoring for the night, leaving the timid stranger and Mr. Pickwick to the full benefit of Mr. Smangle's experiences. Nor were the 2 last-named gentlemen as much edified as they might have been by the moving passages narrated. Mr. Pickwick had been in a state of slumber for some time when he had a faint perception of the drunken man bursting out afresh with the comic song, and receiving from Mr. Smangle a gentle intimation, through the medium of the water-jug, that his audience was not musically disposed. Mr. Pickwick then once again dropped off to sleep, with a confused consciousness that Mr. Smangle was still engaged in relating a long story, the chief point of which appeared to be that, on some occasion particularly stated and set forth, he had done a bill and a gentleman at the same time. Illustrative, like the present one, of the old proverb, that adversity brings a man acquainted with strange bedfellows likewise containing mar. Pickwick's extraordinary and startling in airy, Pickwick's extraordinary and startling announcement to mar. Samuel Leroy. When Mr. Pickwick opened his eyes next morning, the first object upon which they rested was Samuel Weller, seated upon a small black portmanteau, intently regarding, apparently in a condition of profound abstraction, the stately figure of the dashing Mr. Smangle, while Mr. Smangle himself, who was already partially dressed, was seated on his bedstead, occupied in the desperately hopeless attempt of staring Mr. Weller out of countenance. We say desperately hopeless because Sam, with a comprehensive gaze which took in Mr. Smangle's cap, feet, head, face, legs, and whiskers, all at the same time, continued to look steadily on, with every demonstration of lively satisfaction, but with no more regard to Mr. Smangle's personal sentiments on the subject than he would have displayed had he been inspecting a wooden statue or a straw-emboweled Guy Fawkes. "Well, will you know me again?" said Mr. Smangle with a frown. "I'd swear to you anyveres, sir," replied Sam cheerfully. "Don't be impertinent to a gentleman, sir," said Mr. Smangle. "Not on no account," replied Sam. "If you'll tell me when he wakes, I'll be upon the worry best extra super behavior." This observation, having a remote tendency to imply that Mr. Smangle was no gentleman, kindled his ire. "Mivins," said Mr. Smangle with a passionate air. "What's the office?" Replied that gentleman from his couch. "Who the devil is this fellow?" "Gad," said Mr. Mivins, looking lazily out from under the bedclothes, "I ought to ask you that. Hasn't he any business here?" "No," replied Mr. Smangle. "Then knock him downstairs, and tell him not to presume to get up till I come." "And kick him," rejoined Mr. Mivins. With this prompt advice that excellent gentleman again betook himself to slumber, the conversation exhibiting these unequivocal symptoms of verging on the personal. Mr. Pickwick deemed it a fit point at which to interpose. "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "Sir," rejoined that gentleman, "has anything new occurred since last night?" "Nothing particular, sir," replied Sam, glancing at Mr. Smangle's whiskers. "The late prevalence of a close and confined atmosphere has been rather favorable to the growth of weeds of an alderman and sanguinary nature, but with a dear exception, things is quiet enough." "I shall get up," said Mr. Pickwick. "Give me some clean things." Whatever hostile intentions Mr. Smangle might have entertained, his thoughts were speedily diverted by the unpacking of the portmanteau, the contents of which appeared to impress him at once with a most favorable opinion not only of Mr. Pickwick, but of Sam also, who he took an early opportunity of declaring in a tone of voice loud enough for that eccentric personage to overhear, was a regular thoroughbred original, and consequently the very man after his own heart. As to Mr. Pickwick, the affection he conceived for him knew no limits. "Now is there anything I can do for you, my dear sir?" said Smangle. "Nothing that I am aware of. I am obliged to you," replied Mr. Pickwick. "No linen that you want set to the washerwoman's?" "I know a delightful washerwoman outside that comes for my things twice a week. And, by Jove, how devilish lucky! This is the day she calls. Shall I put any of those little things up with mine? Don't say anything about the trouble. Confound and curse it! If one gentleman under a cloud is not to put himself a little out of the way to assist another gentleman in the same condition, what's human nature?" Thus spake Mr. Smangle, edging himself meanwhile as near as possible to the portmanteau, and beaming forth looks of the most fervent and disinterested friendship. "There's nothing you want to give out for the man to brush, my dear creature, is there?" resumed Smangle. "Nothing whatever, my fine feller," rejoined Sam, taking the reply into his own mouth. "P'raps," If voon of us was to brush without troubling the man, it'd be more agreeable for all parties, as the schoolmaster said when the young gentleman objected to being flogged by the butler. And there's nothing I can send in my little box to the washerwoman's, is there? Said Smangle, turning from Sam to Mr. Pickwick, with an air of some discomfiture. Nothing whatever, sir, retorted Sam. I'm afeard the little box must be chock full of your own as it is. This speech was accompanied with such a very expressive look at that particular portion of Mr. Smangle's attire, by the appearance of which the skill of laundresses in getting up gentlemen's linen is generally tested, that he was fain to turn upon his heel, and, for the present at any rate, to give up all design on Mr. Pickwick's purse and wardrobe. He accordingly retired in dudgeon to the racket ground, where he made a light and wholesome breakfast on a couple of the cigars which had been purchased on the previous night. Mr. Mivins, who was no smoker, and whose account for small articles of &. Chandlery had also reached down to the bottom of the slate, and been carried over to the other side, remained in bed, and, in his own words, took it out in sleep. After breakfasting in a small closet attached to the coffee-room, which bore the imposing title of the snuggery, the temporary inmate of which, in consideration of a small additional charge, had the unspeakable advantage of overhearing all the conversation in the coffee-room aforesaid, and, after dispatching Mr. Weller on some necessary errands, Mr. Pickwick repaired to the lodge to consult Mr. Roker concerning his future accommodation. "Accommodation, eh?" said that gentleman, consulting a large book. "Plenty of that, Mr. Pickwick. Your chummage ticket will be on 27 in the 3rd. "Oh," said Mr. Pickwick. "My, what did you say?" "Your chummage ticket," replied Mr. Roker. "You're up to that?" "Not quite," replied Mr. Pickwick, with a smile. "Why," said Mr. Roker, "it's as plain as Salisbury. You'll have a chummage ticket upon 27 in the 3rd, and them as is in the room will be your chums." "Are there many of them?" inquired Mr. Pickwick dubiously. "3," replied Mr. Roker. Mr. Pickwick coughed. "One of 'em's a parson," said Mr. Roker, filling up a little piece of paper as he spoke. "Another's a butcher." "Ah!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "A butcher," repeated Mr. Roker, giving the nib of his pen a tap on the desk to cure it of a disinclination to mark what a thorough-paced goer he used to be sure Lee. "You remember Tom Martin, Nettie?" said Roker, appealing to another man in the lodge, who was paring the mud off his shoes with a 5-and-20-bladed pocket-knife. "I should think so," replied the party addressed with a strong emphasis on the personal pronoun. "Bless my dear eyes," said Mr. Roker, shaking his head slowly from side to side and gazing abstractedly out of the grated windows before him, as if he were fondly recalling some peaceful scene of his early youth. "It seems but yesterday that he whopped the coal-heaver down Fox under the hill by the wharf there. I think I can see him now, a-coming up the Strand between the 2 street-keepers, a little sobered by the bruising, with a patch of winegar and brown paper over his right eyelid, and that air lovely bulldog, as pen the little boy arterwards, a-following at his heels. What a rum thing time is, ain't it, Nettie?" The gentleman to whom these observations were addressed, who appeared of a taciturn and thoughtful cast, merely echoed the inquiry. Mr. Roker, shaking off the poetical and gloomy train of thought into which he had been betrayed, descended to the common business of life, and resumed his pen. "Do you know what the 3rd gentleman is?" inquired Mr. Pickwick, not very much gratified by this description of his future associates. "What is that, Simpson, Nettie?" said Mr. Roker, turning to his companion. "What Simpson?" said Nettie. "Why, him in 27 in the 3rd at this gentleman's going to be chummed on." "Oh, him," replied Nettie. "He's nothing exactly. He was a horse-caunter. He's a leg now." "Ah, so I thought," rejoined Mr. Roker, closing the book, and placing the small piece of paper in Mr. Pickwick's hands. "That's the ticket, sir." Very much perplexed by this summary disposition of this person, Mr. Pickwick walked back into the prison, revolving in his mind what he had better do, convinced, however, that before he took any other steps it would be advisable to see and hold personal converse with the three gentlemen with whom it was proposed to quarter him. He made the best of his way to the third flight. After groping about in the gallery for some time, attempting in the dim light to decipher the numbers on the different doors, he at length appealed to a pot-boy who happened to be pursuing his morning occupation of gleaning for pewter. "Which is 27, my good fellow?" said Mr. Pickwick. "5 doors farther on," replied the pot-boy. "There's the likeness of a man being hung, and smoking the while, chalked outside the door." Guided by this direction, Mr. Pickwick proceeded slowly along the gallery until he encountered the portrait of a gentleman, above described, upon whose countenance he tapped with the knuckle of his forefinger gently at first, and then audibly. After repeating this process several times without effect, he ventured to open the door and peep in. There was only one man in the room, and he was leaning out of window as far as he could without overbalancing himself, endeavoring with great perseverance to spit upon the crown of the hat of a personal friend on the parade below. As neither speaking, coughing, sneezing, knocking, nor any other ordinary mode of attracting attention made this person aware of the presence of a visitor, Mr. Pickwick, after some delay, stepped up to the window and pulled him gently by the coat tail. The individual brought in his head and shoulders with great swiftness, and surveying Mr. Pickwick from head to foot, demanded in a surly tone what the something beginning with a capital H he wanted. "I believe," said Mr. Pickwick, consulting his ticket, "I believe this is 27 in the third." "Well," replied the gentleman, "I have come here in consequence of receiving this bit of paper," rejoined Mr. Pickwick. "Hand it over," said the gentleman. Mr. Pickwick complied. "I think Roker might have chummed you somewhere else," said Mr. Simpson, for it was the leg, after a very discontented sort of a pause. Mr. Pickwick thought so also, but under all the circumstances he considered it a matter of sound policy to be silent. Mr. Simpson mused for a few moments after this, and then, thrusting his head out of the window, gave a shrill whistle and pronounced some word aloud several times. What the word was Mr. Pickwick could not distinguish, but he rather inferred that it must be some nickname which distinguished Mr. Martin from the fact of a great number of gentlemen on the ground below immediately proceeding to cry "butcher," in imitation of the tone in which that useful class of society are wont, diurnally, to make their presence known at area railings. Subsequent occurrences confirmed the accuracy of Mr. Pickwick's impression, for in a few seconds a gentleman, prematurely broad for his years, clothed in a professional blue jean frock and top boots with circular toes, entered the room nearly out of breath, closely followed by another gentleman in very shabby black and a sealskin cap. The latter gentleman, who fastened his coat all the way up to his chin by means of a pin and a button alternately, had a very coarse red face, and looked like a drunken chaplain, which indeed he was. These two gentlemen having by turns perused Mr. Pickwick's billet, the one expressed his opinion that it was a rig, and the other his conviction that it was a go. Having recorded their feelings in these very intelligible terms, they looked at Mr. Pickwick and each other in awkward silence. "It's an aggravating thing, just as we got the bed so snug," said the chaplain, looking at 3 dirty mattresses, each rolled up in a blanket, which occupied one corner of the room during the day and formed a kind of slab on which were placed an old cracked basin, ewer, and soap dish of common yellow earthenware, with a blue flower, very aggravating. Mr. Martin expressed the same opinion in rather stronger terms. Mr. Simpson, After having let a variety of expletive adjectives loose upon society without any substantive to accompany them, tucked up his sleeves and began to wash the greens for dinner. While this was going on, Mr. Pickwick had been eyeing the room, which was filthily dirty and smelt intolerably close. There was no vestige of either carpet, curtain, or blind. There was not even a closet in it. Unquestionably, there were but few things to put away, if there had been one, but, however few in number, or small in individual amount, still, remnants of loaves and pieces of cheese, and damp towels and scrags of meat, and articles of wearing apparel, and mutilated crockery, and bellows without nozzles, and toasting forks without prongs, do present somewhat of an uncomfortable appearance when they are scattered about. The floor of the small apartment, which is the common sitting and sleeping room of 3 idle men. "I suppose this can be managed somehow," said the butcher after a pretty long silence. "What will you take to go out?" "I beg your pardon," replied Mr. Pickwick. "What did you say?" "I hardly understand you." "What will you take to be paid out?" said the butcher. "The regular chummage is 2 and 6. Will you take 3 bob?" "And a bender," suggested the clerical gentleman. "Well, I don't mind that. It's only 2pence a piece more," said Mr. Martin. "What do you say now? We'll pay you out for 3 and 6pence a week. Come." "And stand a gallon of beer down," chimed in Mr. Simpson. "There, and drink it on the spot," said the chaplain. "Now, I really am so wholly ignorant of the rules of this place," returned Mr. Pickwick, "that I do not yet comprehend you. Can I live anywhere else? I thought I could not." At this inquiry Mr. Martin looked with a countenance of excessive surprise at his 2 friends, and then each gentleman pointed with his right thumb over his left shoulder. This action imperfectly described in words by the very feeble term of over the left, when performed by any number of ladies or gentlemen who are accustomed to act in unison, has a very graceful and airy effect. Its expression is one of light and playful sarcasm. "Can you?" repeated Mr. Martin with a smile of pity. "Well, if I knew as little of life as that, I'd eat my hat and swallow the buckle whole," said the clerical gentleman. "So would I," added the sporting one solemnly. After this introductory preface, the 3 chums informed Mr. Pickwick in a breath that money was, in the Fleet, just what money was out of it, that it would instantly procure him almost anything he desired, and that, supposing he had it, and had no objection to spend it if he only signified his wish to have a room to himself, he might take possession of one, furnished and fitted to boot, in half an hour's time. With this the parties separated, very much to their common satisfaction. Mr. Pickwick once more retracing his steps to the lodge, and the 3 companions adjourning to the coffee-room, there to spend the 5 shillings which the clerical gentleman had, with admirable prudence and foresight, borrowed of him for the purpose. "I knowed it," said Mr. Roker with a chuckle, when Mr. Pickwick stated the object with which he had returned. "Didn't I say so, Nettie?" The philosophical owner of the universal penknife growled an affirmative. "I knowed you'd want a room for yourself, bless you," said Mr. Roker. "Let me see. You'll want some furniture. You'll hire that of me, I suppose." "That's the reg'lar thing." "With great pleasure," replied Mr. Pickwick. "There's a capital room up in the coffee-room flight that belongs to a chancery prisoner," said Mr. Roker. "It'll stand you in £1 a week. I suppose you don't mind that?" "Not at all," said Mr. Pickwick. "Just step there with me," said Roker, taking up his hat with great alacrity. "The matter's settled in 5 minutes. Lord, why didn't you say at first that you was willing to come down handsome? The matter was soon arranged, as the turnkey had foretold. The Chancery prisoner had been there long enough to have lost his friends, fortune, home, and happiness, and to have acquired the right of having a room to himself. As he labored, however, under the inconvenience of often wanting a morsel of bread, he eagerly listened to Mr. Pickwick's proposal to rent the apartment, and readily covenanted and agreed to yield him up the sole and undisturbed possession thereof in consideration of the weekly payment of 20 shillings, from which fund he furthermore contracted to pay out any person or persons that might be chummed upon it. As they struck the bargain, Mr. Pickwick surveyed him with a painful interest. He was a tall, gaunt, cadaverous man in an old greatcoat and slippers, with sunken cheeks and a restless, eager eye. His lips were bloodless, and his bones sharp and thin. God help him! The iron teeth of confinement and privation had been slowly filing him down for 20 years. "And where will you live meanwhile, sir?" said Mr. Pickwick, as he laid the amount of the first week's rent in advance on the tottering table. The man gathered up the money with a trembling hand and replied that he didn't know yet. He must go and see where he could move his bed to. "I am afraid, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, laying his hand gently and compassionately on his arm, "I am afraid you will have to live in some noisy, crowded place. Now, pray, consider this room your own when you want quiet, or when any of your friends come to see you." "Friends," interposed a man in a voice which rattled in his throat. "If I lay dead at the bottom of the deepest mine in the world, tight screwed down and soldered in my coffin, rotting in the dark and filthy ditch that drags its slime along beneath the foundations of this prison, I cannot be more forgotten or unheeded than I am here. I am a dead man, dead to society without the pity they bestow on those whose souls have passed to judgment. Friends to see me! My God! I have sunk from the prime of life into old age in this place, and there is not one to raise his hand above my bed when I lie dead upon it, and say, 'It is a blessing he is gone.'" The excitement, which had cast an unwonted light over the man's face while he spoke, subsided as he concluded, and pressing his withered hands together in a hasty and disordered manner, he shuffled from the room. "Rides rather rusty," said Mr. Roker with a smile. "Ah, they're like the elephants. They feel it now and then, and it makes 'em wild." Having made this deeply sympathizing remark, Mr. Roker entered upon his arrangements with such expedition that in a short time the room was furnished with a carpet, 6 chairs, a table, a sofa bedstead, a tea kettle, and various small articles on hire, at the very reasonable rate of 27 shillings and 6 pence per week. "Now, is there anything more we can do for you?" inquired Mr. Roker, looking round with great satisfaction, and gaily chinking the first week's hire in his closed fist. "Why, yes," said Mr. Pickwick, who had been musing deeply for some time. "Are there any people here who run on errands and so forth? Outside, do you mean?" inquired Mr. Roker. "Yes, I mean, who are able to go outside. Not prisoners?" "Yes, there is," said Roker. "There's an unfortunate devil who has got a friend on the poor side that's glad to do anything of that sort. He's been running odd jobs, and that for the last 2 months. Shall I send him?" "If you please," rejoined Mr. Pickwick. "Stay, no. The poor side, you say? I should like to see it. I'll go to him myself." The poor side of a debtor's prison is, as its name imports, that in which the most miserable and abject class of debtors are confined. A prisoner having declared upon the poor side pays neither rent nor chummage. His fees upon entering and leaving the jail are reduced in amount, and he becomes entitled to a share of some small quantities of food, to provide which a few charitable persons have, from time to time, left trifling legacies in their wills. Most of our readers will remember that, until within a very few years past, there was a kind of iron cage in the wall of the Fleet prison, within which was posted some man of hungry looks, who, from time to time, rattled the money box and exclaimed in a mournful voice, "Pray, remember the poor debtors. Pray, remember the poor debtors." The receipts of this box, when there were any, were divided among the poor prisoners, and the men on the poor side relieved each other in this degrading office. Although this custom has been abolished, and the cage is now boarded up, the miserable and destitute condition of these unhappy persons remains the same. We no longer suffer them to appeal at the prison gates to the charity and compassion of the passers-by, but we still leave unblotted the leaves of our statute book, for the reverence and admiration of succeeding ages, the just and wholesome law which declares that the sturdy felon shall be fed and clothed, and that the penniless debtor shall be left to die of starvation and nakedness. This is no fiction. Not a week passes over our head, but in every one of our prisons for debt, some of these men must inevitably expire in the slow agonies of want if they were not relieved by their fellow prisoners. Turning these things in his mind, as he mounted the narrow staircase at the foot of which Roker had left him, Mr. Pickwick gradually worked himself to the boiling over point, and so excited was he with his reflections on this subject that he had burst into the room to which he had been directed before he had any distinct recollection either of the place in which he was or of the object of his visit. The general aspect of the room recalled him to himself at once. But he had no sooner cast his eye on the figure of a man who was brooding over the dusty fire, than, letting his hat fall on the floor, he stood perfectly fixed and immovable with astonishment. Yes, in tattered garments and without a coat, his common calico shirt, yellow, and in rags, his hair hanging over his face, his features changed with suffering and pinched with famine, there sat Mr. Alfred Jingle, his head resting on his hands, his eyes fixed upon the fire, and his whole appearance denoting misery and dejection. Near him, leaning listlessly against the wall, stood a strong-built countryman, flicking with a worn-out hunting whip the top boot that adorned his right foot, his left being thrust into an old slipper. Horses, dogs, and drink had brought him there, pell-mell. There was a rusty spur on the solitary boot, which he occasionally jerked into the empty air, at the same time giving the boot a smart blow and muttering some of the sounds by which a sportsman encourages his horse. He was riding in imagination some desperate steeplechase at that moment. Poor wretch! He never rode a match on the swiftest animal in his costly stud with half the speed at which he had torn along the course that ended in the Fleet. On the opposite side of the room an old man was seated on a small wooden box, with his eyes riveted on the floor, and his face settled into an expression of the deepest and most hopeless despair. A young girl, his little granddaughter, was hanging about him, endeavoring with 1,000 childish devices to engage his attention, but the old man neither saw nor heard her. The voice that had been music to him, and the eyes that had been light, fell coldly on his senses. His limbs were shaking with disease, and the palsy had fastened on his mind. There were 2 or 3 other men in the room, congregated in a little knot and noiselessly talking among themselves. There was a lean and haggard woman, too, a prisoner's wife, who was watering, with great solicitude, the wretched stump of a dried-up, withered plant, which, it was plain to see, could never send forth a green leaf again too true an emblem, perhaps, of the office she had come there to discharge. such were the objects which presented themselves to Mr. Pickwick's view as he looked round him in amazement. The noise of someone stumbling hastily into the room roused him. Turning his eyes towards the door, they encountered the newcomer, and in him, through his rags and dirt, he recognized the familiar features of Mr. Job Trotter. "Mr. Pickwick!" exclaimed Job aloud. "Eh?" said Jingle, starting from his seat. "Mister? So it is queer place, strange things, serves me right, very." Mr. Jingle thrust his hands into the place where his trousers pockets used to be, and, dropping his chin upon his breast, sank back into his chair. Mr. Pickwick was affected. The two men looked so very miserable. The sharp, involuntary glance Jingle had cast at a small piece of raw loin of mutton, which, Job had brought in with him, said more of their reduced state than 2 hours' explanation could have done. Mr. Pickwick looked mildly at Jingle and said, "I should like to speak to you in private. Will you step out for an instant?" "Certainly," said Jingle, rising hastily. "Can't step far. No danger of overwalking yourself here. Spike Park grounds pretty romantic, but not extensive, open for public inspection family. Always in town housekeeper. Desperately careful, very." "You have forgotten your coat," said Mr. Pickwick, as they walked out to the staircase and closed the door after them. "Eh?" said Jingle. "Spout dear relation. Uncle Tom couldn't help it. Must eat, you know. Wants of nature, and all that. What do you mean?" "Gone, my dear sir. Last coat can't help it. Lived on a pair of boots whole fortnight. Silk umbrella, ivory handle. Weak fact honor, as Job knows it. Lived for 3 weeks upon a pair of boots and a silk umbrella with an ivory handle," exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, who had only heard of such things in shipwrecks or read of them in Constable's Miscellany. "True," said Jingle, nodding his head. "Pawnbrokers shop duplicates here, small sums, mere nothing, all rascals." "Oh," said Mr. Pickwick, much relieved by this explanation. "I understand you. You have pawned your wardrobe. Everything. Jobs too. All shirts gone. Never mind. Saves washing. Nothing soon my in bed. Starve die inquest. Little bone house. Poor prisoner. Common necessaries. Hush it up, gentlemen. Of the jury warden's tradesmen, keep it." Snud natural death coroner's order workhouse. Funeral serve him right all over. Drop the curtain. Jingle delivered this singular summary of his prospects in life, with his accustomed volubility and with various twitches of the countenance to counterfeit smiles. Mr. Pickwick easily perceived that his recklessness was assumed, and looking him full but not unkindly in the face, saw that his eyes were moist with tears. "Good fellow," said Jingle, pressing his hand and turning his head away. "Ungrateful dog, boyish to cry, can't help it. Bad fever, weakle, hungry, deserved it all but suffered much, very." Wholly unable to keep up appearances any longer, and perhaps rendered worse by the effort he had made, the dejected stroller sat down on the stairs and, covering his face with his hands, sobbed like a child. "Come, come," said Mr. Pickwick with considerable emotion. "We will see what can be done, when I know all about the matter. Here, Job. Where is that fellow?" "Here, sir," replied Job, presenting himself on the staircase. "We have described him, by the by, as having deeply sunken eyes in the best of times. In his present state of want and distress, he looked as if those features had gone out of town altogether." "Here, sir," cried Job. "Come here, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, trying to look stern, with 4 large tears running down his waistcoat. "Take that, sir." "Take what?" In the ordinary acceptation of such language, it should have been a blow. As the world runs, it ought to have been a sound, hearty cuff, for Mr. Pickwick had been duped, deceived, and wronged by the destitute outcast too. was now wholly in his power. Must we tell the truth? It was something from Mr. Pickwick's waistcoat pocket, which chinked as it was given into Job's hand, and the giving of which somehow or other imparted a sparkle to the eye and a swelling to the heart of our excellent old friend as he hurried away. Sam had returned when Mr. Pickwick reached his own room, and was inspecting the arrangements that had been made for his comfort with a kind of grim satisfaction which was very pleasant to look upon. Having a decided objection to his master's being there at all, Mr. Weller appeared to consider it a high moral duty not to appear too much pleased with anything that was done, said, suggested, or proposed. "Well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "Well, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "Pretty comfortable now, eh, Sam?" "Pretty vell, sir," responded Sam, looking round him in a disparaging manner. "Have you seen Mr. Tupman and our other friends?" "Yes, I have seen 'em, sir, and they're a-comin' to-morrow, and Wolves were much surprised to hear they warn't to come to-day," replied Sam. "You have brought the things I wanted?" Mr. Weller in reply pointed to various packages which he had arranged, as neatly as he could, in a corner of the room. "Very well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, after a little hesitation. "Listen to what I am going to say, Sam." "Certainly, sir," rejoined Mr. Weller. "Fire away, sir." "I have felt from the first, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick with much solemnity, "that this is not the place to bring a young man to." "Nor an old un neither, sir," observed Mr. Weller. "You're quite right, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "but old men may come here through their own heedlessness and unsuspicion, and young men may be brought here by the selfishness of those they serve. It is better for those young men, in every point of view, that they should not remain here. Do you understand me, Sam?" "By no, sir, I do not," replied Mr. Weller doggedly. "Try, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "Vell, sir," rejoined Sam after a short pause, "I think I see your drift, and if I do see your drift, it's my 'pinion that you're a-comin'. It a great deal too strong, as the mail coachman said to the snowstorm, then it overtook him. "I see you comprehend me, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "independently of my wish that you should not be idling about a place like this for years to come. I feel that for a debtor in the Fleet to be attended by his manservant is a monstrous absurdity." "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "for a time you must leave me." "Oh, for a time, eh, sir?" rejoined Mr. Weller rather sarcastically. "Yes, for the time that I remain here," said Mr. Pickwick. "Your wages I shall continue to pay. Any one of my 3 friends will be happy to take you, were it only out of respect to me. And if I ever do leave this place, Sam," added Mr. Pickwick with assumed cheerfulness, "if I do, I pledge you my word that you shall return to me instantly." "Now I'll tell you what it is, sir," said Mr. Weller in a grave and solemn voice. "This here sort of thing won't do at all, so don't let's hear no more about it." "I am serious and resolved, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "You air you, sir?" inquired Mr. Weller firmly. "Wery good, sir, then so am I." Thus speaking, Mr. Weller fixed his hat on his head with great precision, and abruptly left the room. "Sam!" cried Mr. Pickwick, calling after him. "Sam! Here!" But the long gallery ceased to re-echo the sound of footsteps. Sam Weller was gone. Showing how the deeper naturaliles, Samuel ever got into difficulties. In a lofty room, ill-lighted and worse ventilated, situated in Portugal Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, there sit nearly the whole year round 1, 2, 3, or 4 gentlemen in wigs, as the case may be, with little writing desks before them, constructed after the fashion of those used by the judges of the land, barring the French polish. There is a box of barristers on their right hand, There is an enclosure of insolvent debtors on their left, and there is an inclined plane of most especially dirty faces in their front. These gentlemen are the commissioners of the insolvent court, and the place in which they sit is the insolvent court itself. It is, and has been time out of mind, the remarkable fate of this court to be, somehow or other, held and understood by the general consent of all the destitute, shabby genteel people in London, as their common resort and place of daily refuge. It is always full. The steams of beer and spirits perpetually ascend to the ceiling, and being condensed by the heat, roll down the walls like rain. There are more old suits of clothes in it at one time than will be offered for sale in all. Houndsditch in a 12-month. More unwashed skins and grisly beards than all the pumps and shaving shops between Tyburn and Whitechapel could render decent between sunrise and sunset. It must not be supposed that any of these people have the least shadow of business in, or the remotest connection with, the place they so indefatigably attend. If they had, it would be no matter of surprise, and the singularity of the thing would cease. Some of them sleep during the greater part of the sitting. Others carry small portable dinners wrapped in pocket handkerchiefs or sticking out of their worn-out pockets, and munch and listen with equal relish. But no one among them was ever known to have the slightest personal interest in any case that was ever brought forward. Whatever they do, there they sit from the first moment to the last. When it is heavy, rainy weather, they all come in, wet through, and at such times the vapors of the court are like those of a fungus pit. A casual visitor might suppose this place to be a temple dedicated to the genius of seediness. There is not a messenger or process server attached to it who wears a coat that was made for him, not a tolerably fresh or wholesome-looking man in the whole establishment, except a little white-headed apple-faced tipstaff, and even he, like an ill-conditioned cherry preserved in brandy, seems to have artificially dried and withered up into a state of preservation to which he can lay no natural claim. The very barristers' wigs are ill-powdered, and their curls lack Christmas. But the attorneys, who sit at a large bare table below the commissioners, are, after all, the greatest curiosities. The professional establishment of the more opulent of these gentlemen consists of a blue bag and a boy, generally a youth of the Jewish persuasion. They have no fixed offices, their legal business being transacted in the parlors of public houses or the yards of prisons, whither they repair in crowds and canvass for customers after the manner of omnibus cads. They are of a greasy and mildewed appearance, and if they can be said to have any vices at all, perhaps drinking and cheating are the most conspicuous among them. Their residences are usually on the outskirts of the rules, chiefly lying within a circle of 1 mile from the obelisk in St. George's Fields. Their looks are not prepossessing, and their manners are peculiar. Mr. Solomon Pell, one of this learned body, was a fat, flabby, pale man, in a surtout which looked green one minute and brown the next, with a velvet collar of the same chameleon tints. His forehead was narrow, his face wide, his head large, and his nose all on one side, as if nature, indignant with the propensity she observed in him in his birth, had given it an angry tweak which it had never recovered. Being short-necked and asthmatic, however, he respired principally through this feature, so, perhaps, what it wanted in ornament, it made up in usefulness. "I'm sure to bring him through it," said Mr. Pell. "Are you, though?" replied the person to whom the assurance was pledged. "Certain sure," replied Pell. "But if he'd gone to any irregular practitioner, mind you, I wouldn't have answered for the consequences." "Ah!" said the other with open mouth. "No, that I wouldn't," said Mr. Pell. and he pursed up his lips, frowned, and shook his head mysteriously. Now, the place where this discourse occurred was the public house just opposite to the insolvent court, and the person with whom it was held was no other than the elder Mr. Weller, who had come there to comfort and console a friend whose petition to be discharged under the Act was to be that day heard, and whose attorney he was at that moment consulting. "And where is George?" inquired the old gentleman. Mr. Pell jerked his head in the direction of a back parlor, whither Mr. Weller, at once repairing, was immediately greeted in the warmest and most flattering manner by some half-dozen of his professional brethren, in token of their gratification at his arrival. The insolvent gentleman, who had contracted a speculative but imprudent passion for horsing long stages, which had led to his present embarrassments, looked extremely well, and was soothing the excitement of his feelings with shrimps and porter. The salutation between Mr. Weller and his friends was strictly confined to the freemasonry of the craft, consisting of a jerking round of the right wrist and a tossing of the little finger into the air at the same time. We once knew two famous coachmen. They are dead now, poor fellows who were twins, and between whom an unaffected and devoted attachment existed. They passed each other on the Dover road every day for 24 years, never exchanging any other greeting than this, and yet when one died the other pined away, and soon afterwards followed him. "Well, George," said Mr. Weller senior, taking off his upper coat and seating himself with his accustomed gravity, "how is it? All right behind and full inside?" "All right, old feller," replied the embarrassed gentleman. "Is the gray mare made over to anybody?" inquired Mr. Weller anxiously. George nodded in the affirmative. "Well, that's all right," said Mr. Weller. "Coach taken care on, also?" "Consigned in a safe quarter," replied George, wringing the heads off half a dozen shrimps, and swallowing them without any more ado. "Werry good," said Mr. Weller. "Elvays, see to the drag ven. You go downhill. Is the way bill all clear and straightforward?" "The schedule, sir," said Pell, guessing at Mr. Weller's meaning. "The schedule is as plain and satisfactory as pen and ink can make it." Mr. Weller nodded in a manner which bespoke his inward approval of these arrangements, and then, turning to Mr. Pell, said, pointing to his friend George, "Then, do you take his cloths off?" "Why," replied Mr. Pell, "he stands third on the opposed list, and I should think it would be his turn in about half an hour. I told my clerk to come over and tell us when there was a chance." Mr. Weller surveyed the attorney from head to foot with great admiration, and said emphatically, "And what'll you take, sir?" "Why, really," replied Mr. Pell, "you're very—" "Upon my word and honor, I'm not in the habit of— It's so very early in the morning that actually I am almost— Well, you may bring me 3 pen'orth of rum, my dear." The officiating damsel, who had anticipated the order before it was given, set the glass of spirits before Pell, and retired. "Gentlemen," said Mr. Pell, looking round upon the company, "success to your friend. I don't like to boast, gentlemen, it's not my way, but I can't help saying that if your friend hadn't been fortunate enough to fall into hands that— But I won't say what I was going to say. Gentlemen, my service to you, having emptied the glass in a twinkling, Mr. Pell smacked his lips and looked complacently round on the assembled coachmen, who evidently regarded him as a species of divinity. "Let me see," said the legal authority. "What was I a-saying, gentlemen?" "I think you was remarking as you wouldn't have no objection to another o' the same, sir," said Mr. Weller, with grave facetiousness. "Ha, ha!" laughed Mr. Pell. Not bad, not bad. A professional man, too. At this time of the morning, it would be rather too good a well. I don't know, my dear. You may do that again, if you please. Him. This last sound was a solemn and dignified cough in which Mr. Pell, observing an indecent tendency to mirth in some of his auditors, considered it due to himself to indulge. The late Lord Chancellor, gentlemen, was very fond of me, said Mr. Pell. And very creditable in him, too, interposed Mr. Weller. Hear, hear, assented Mr. Pell's client. Why shouldn't he be? Ah, why, indeed, said a very red-faced man, who had said nothing yet, and who looked extremely unlikely to say anything more. Why shouldn't he? A murmur of assent ran through the company. I remember, gentlemen, said Mr. Pell, dining with him on one occasion. There was only us two, but everything as splendid as if 20 people had been expected. The Great Seal on a dumbwaiter at his right hand, and a man in a bag wig and suit of armor guarding the mace with a drawn sword and silk stockings, which is perpetually done. Gentlemen, night and day, when he said, "Pell," he said, "no false delicacy, Pell. You're a man of talent. You can get." Anybody through the insolvent court, Pell, and your country should be proud of you. Those were his very words. My lord, I said, you flatter me. Pell, he said, if I do, I'm damned. Did he say that? Inquired Mr. Weller. He did, replied Pell. Vell then, said Mr. Weller, I say Parliament ought to ha' took it up, and if he'd been a poor man, they would ha' done it. But, my dear friend, argued Mr. Pell, it was in confidence. In what? Said Mr. Weller. In confidence. Oh, very good, replied Mr. Weller after a little reflection. If he damned. His self and confidence, of course that was another thing. Of course it was, said Mr. Pell. The distinction's obvious, you will perceive. Alters the case entirely, said Mr. Weller. Go on, sir. No, I will not go on, sir, said Mr. Pell, in a low and serious tone. You have reminded me, sir, that this conversation was private and confidential, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I am a professional man. It may be that I am a good deal looked up to. In my profession it may be that I am not. Most people know. I say nothing. Observations have already been made, in this room, injurious to the reputation of my noble friend. You will excuse me, gentlemen, I was imprudent. I feel that I have no right to mention this matter without his concurrence. Thank you, sir, thank you. Thus delivering himself, Mr. Pell thrust his hands into his pockets and, frowning grimly around, rattled 3 halfpence with terrible determination. This virtuous resolution had scarcely been formed when the boy and the blue bag, who were inseparable companions, rushed violently into the room, and said at least the boy did, for the blue bag took no part in the announcement that the case was coming on directly. The intelligence was no sooner received than the whole party hurried across the street and began to fight their way into court, a preparatory ceremony which has been calculated to occupy in ordinary cases from 25 minutes to 30. Mr. Weller, being stout, cast himself at once into the crowd with the desperate hope of ultimately turning up in some place which would suit him. His success was not quite equal to his expectations, for having neglected to take his hat off, it was knocked over his eyes by some unseen person, upon whose toes he had alighted with considerable force. Apparently this individual regretted his impetuosity immediately afterwards, for, muttering an indistinct exclamation of surprise, he dragged the old man out into the hall and, after a violent struggle, released his head and face. "Sunnyvale!" exclaimed Mr. Weller when he was thus enabled to behold his rescuer. Sam nodded. "You're a dutiful and affectionate little boy, you are, ain't you?" said Mr. Weller. "To come a bonneting your father in his old age?" "How should I know who you was?" responded the son. "Do you suppose I was to tell you by the weight of your foot?" "Vell, that's werry true, Sammy," replied Mr. Weller, mollified at once. "But what are you a-doing on here? Your governor can't do no good here, Sammy." "They won't pass that verdict. They won't pass it, Sammy," and Mr. Weller shook his head with legal solemnity. "What a perwerse old file it is," exclaimed Sam, "always a-going on about werdicts and alibis and that. Who said anything about the werdict?" Mr. Weller made no reply, but once more shook his head most learnedly. "Leave off rattlin' that air nob or nuve if you don't want it to come off the springs altogether," said Sam impatiently, "and behave reasonable. I went all the way down to the Marquis of Granby, arter you last night." "Did you see the Marchioness of Granby, Sammy?" inquired Mr. Weller with a sigh. "Yes, I did," replied Sam. "How was the dear creener looking?" "Werry queer," said Sam. "I think she's a-injuring herself gratively." "With too much." "Oh, that er pineapple rum, and other strong medicines of the same nature. You don't mean that, Sammy?" said the senior earnestly. "I do indeed," replied the junior. Mr. Weller seized his son's hand, clasped it, and let it fall. There was an expression on his countenance in doing so not of dismay or apprehension, but partaking more of the sweet and gentle character of hope. A gleam of resignation, and even of cheerfulness, passed over his face too, as he slowly said, "I ain't quite certain, Sammy. I wouldn't like to say I was altogether positive, in case of any subsequent disappointment. But I rayther think, my boy, I rayther think, the shepherd's got the liver complaint." "Does he look bad?" inquired Sam. "He's uncommon pale," replied his father, "'cept about the nose, which is redder." "Than ever. His appetite is werry so-so, but he imbibes wonderful." Some thoughts of the rum appeared to obtrude themselves on Mr. Weller's mind as he said this, for he looked gloomy and thoughtful, but he very shortly recovered, as was testified by a perfect alphabet of winks in which he was only wont to indulge when particularly pleased. "Vell, now," said Sam, "about my affair. Just open them ears o' yourn, and don't say nothin' till I've done." With this preface, Sam related, as succinctly as he could, the last memorable conversation he had had with Mr. Pickwick. "Stop there by himself, poor creature!" exclaimed the elder Mr. Weller, "without nobody to take his part." "It can't be done, Samuel, it can't be done." "O' course it can't," asserted Sam. "I knowed that afore I came." "Why, they'll eat him up alive, Sammy," exclaimed Mr. Weller. Sam nodded his concurrence in the opinion. "He goes in rayther raw, Sammy," said Mr. Weller metaphorically, "and he'll come out, done so exceedin' brown, that his most formiliar friends won't know him." "Roast pigeon's nothing to it, Sammy." Again Sam Weller nodded. "It oughtn't to be, Samuel," said Mr. Weller gravely. "It mustn't be," said Sam. "Cert-inly not," said Mr. Weller. "Vell now," said Sam, "you've been a prophecying away, werry fine, like a red-faced Nixon, as the sixpenny books gives picters on." "Who was he, Sammy?" inquired Mr. Weller. "Never mind who he was," retorted Sam. He warn't a coachman, that's enough for you. I knowed a ostler o' that name, said Mr. Weller, musing. It warn't him, said Sam. This here gentleman was a prophet. What's a prophet? Inquired Mr. Weller, looking sternly on his son. Why, a man as tells what's a-goin' to happen, replied Sam. I wish I'd knowed him, Sammy, said Mr. Weller. P'raps he might hae throwed a small light on that liver complaint as we was a-speakin' on just now. Howsever, if he's dead, and ain't left the business to nobody, there's an end on it. Go on, Sammy, said Mr. Weller with a sigh. Well, said Sam, you've been a prophecying a vay about what'll happen to the governor if he's left alone. Don't you see any way of taking care on him? No, I don't, Sammy, said Mr. Weller with a reflective visage. No vay at all? Inquired Sam. No vay, said Mr. Weller, unless, and a gleam of intelligence lighted up his countenance as he sank his voice to a whisper and applied his mouth to the ear of his offspring, unless it is getting him out in a turn-up bedstead, unbeknown to the turnkeys, Sammy, or dressing him up like a old 'ooman vith a green whale. Sam Weller received both of these suggestions with unexpected contempt, and again propounded his question. No, said the old gentleman. If he vont let you stop there, I see no vay at all. It's no thoroughfare, Sammy, no thoroughfare. Well then, I'll tell you what it is, said Sam. I'll trouble you for the loan of £25. What good'll that do? Inquired Mr. Weller. Never mind, replied Sam. P'raps you may ask for it 5 minutes or terwards. P'raps I may say I vant pay, and cut up rough. You vont think o' arresting your own son for the money, and sending him off to the fleet, will you? You unnatural wagabone. At this reply of Sam's, the father and son exchanged a complete code of telegraph nods and gestures, after which the elder Mr. Weller sat himself down on a stone step and laughed till he was purple. What a old image it is, exclaimed Sam, indignant at this loss of time. What are you a-sittin' down there for, conwertin' your face into a street-door knocker? When there's so much to be done, where's the money? In the boot, Sammy, in the boot, replied Mr. Weller, composing his features. Hold my hat, Sammy. Having divested himself of this encumbrance, Mr. Weller gave his body a sudden wrench to one side, and by a dexterous twist contrived to get his right hand into a most capacious pocket, from whence, after a great deal of panting and exertion, he extricated a pocket-book of the large octavo size, fastened by a huge leathern strap. From this ledger he drew forth a couple of whiplashes, 3 or 4 buckles, a little sample bag of corn, and, finally, a small roll of very dirty banknotes, from which he selected the required amount, which he handed over to Sam. And now, Sammy, said the old gentleman, when the whiplashes and the buckles and the samples had been all put back and the book once more deposited at the bottom of the same pocket. Now, Sammy, I know a gentleman here as'll do the rest of the business for us in no time a limb o' the law. Sammy, as has got brains like the frogs, dispersed all over his body and reaching to the weary tips of his fingers, a friend of the Lord Chancellorship's, Sammy, who'd only have to tell him what he wanted, and he'd lock you up for life if that was all. I say, said Sam, none o' that. None o' what? Inquired Mr. Weller. Why, none of them unconstitutional ways of doing it, retorted Sam. The half his carcass, next to the perpetual motion, is one of the blessedest things as was ever made. I've read that air in the newspapers worry of on. Well, what's that got to do with it? Inquired Mr. Weller. Just this here, said Sam, that I'll patronize the inwention and go in that way. No visperance to the chancellorship. I don't like the notion. It mayn't be altogether safe, with reference to getting out again. Deferring to his son's feeling upon this point, Mr. Weller at once sought the erudite Solomon Pell, and acquainted him with his desire to issue a writ, instantly for the sum of £25 and costs of process, to be executed without delay upon the body of one Samuel Weller, the charges thereby incurred to be paid in advance to Solomon Pell. The attorney was in high glee, for the embarrassed coach-courser was ordered to be discharged forthwith. He highly approved of Sam's attachment to his master, declared that it strongly reminded him of his own feelings of devotion to his friend, the Chancellor, and at once led the elder Mr. Weller down to the Temple to swear the affidavit of debt which the boy, with the assistance of the blue bag, had drawn up on the spot. Meanwhile, Sam, having been formally introduced to the whitewashed gentleman and his friends as the offspring of Mr. Weller of the Belle Savage, was treated with marked distinction and invited to regale himself with them in honor of the occasion, an invitation which he was by no means backward in accepting. The mirth of gentlemen of this class is of a grave and quiet character usually, but the present instance was one of peculiar festivity, and they relaxed in proportion. After some rather tumultuous toasting of the Chief Commissioner and Mr. Solomon Pell, who had that day displayed such transcendent abilities, a mottled-faced gentleman in a blue shawl proposed that somebody should sing a song. The obvious suggestion was that the mottled-faced gentleman, being anxious for a song, should sing it himself, but this the mottled-faced gentleman sturdily and somewhat offensively declined to do, upon which, as is not unusual in such cases, a rather angry colloquy ensued. "Gentlemen," said the coach-horser, "rather than disturb the harmony of this delightful occasion, perhaps Mr. Samuel Weller will oblige the company." "Really, gentlemen," said Sam, "I'm not wery much in the habit o' singing without the instrument, but anything for a quiet life, as the man said when he took the sitivation at the lighthouse." With this prelude, Mr. Samuel Weller burst at once into the following wild and beautiful legend, which, under the impression that it is not generally known, we take the liberty of quoting. We would beg to call particular attention to the monosyllable at the end of the second and fourth lines, which not only enables the singer to take breath at those points, but greatly assists the meter. Romance. I, bold Turpin vunce on Hounslow Heath, his bold mare besprode ear. Then there he seed the bishop's coach a coming along the road ere. So he gallops close to the 'orse's legs, and he claps his head vithin, and the bishop says, "Sure as eggs is eggs, this here's the bold Turpin." See Orus. And the bishop says, "Sure as eggs is eggs, this here's the bold Turpin." "Aye," says Turpin, "you shall eat your words with a sarce of leaden bull let." So he puts a pistol to his mouth, and he fires it down his gull let. The coachman, he not liking the job, set off at full gallop, but Dick put a couple of balls in his knob and prewailed on him to stop. Chorus sarcastically. But Dick put a couple of balls in his nob and prewailed on him to stop. "I maintain that air song's personal to the cloth," said the mottled-faced gentleman, interrupting it at this point. "I demand the name o' that coachman." "Nobody knowed," replied Sam. "He hadn't got his card in his pocket." "I object to the introduction of politics," said the mottled-faced gentleman. "I submit that, in the present company, that tenery song's political, and, what's much the same, that it ain't true. I say that coachman did not run away, but that he died game as pheasants, and I won't hear nothing said to the contrary." As the mottled-faced gentleman spoke with great energy and determination, and as the opinions of the company seemed divided on the subject, it threatened to give rise to fresh altercation when Mr. Weller and Mr. Pell most opportunely arrived. "All right, Sammy," said Mr. Weller. "The officer will be here at 4 o'clock," said Mr. Pell. I suppose you won't run away meanwhile, eh? Ha! Ha! Perhaps my cruel pa'll relent afore then, replied Sam with a broad grin. Not I, said the elder Mr. Weller. Do, said Sam. Not on no account, replied the inexorable creditor. I'll give bills for the amount at 6 pence a month, said Sam. I won't take 'em, said Mr. Weller. Ha, 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 ha! Very good, said Mr. Solomon Pell, who was making out. His little bill of costs. A very amusing incident indeed. Benjamin, copy that. And Mr. Pell smiled again as he called Mr. Weller's attention to the amount. Thank you, said the professional gentleman, taking up another of the greasy notes as Mr. Weller took it from the pocketbook. 3 10 and 1 10 is 5. Much obliged to you, Mr. Weller. Your son is a most deserving young man, very much so indeed, sir. It's a very pleasant trait in a young man's character, very much so, added Mr. Pell, smiling smoothly round as he buttoned up the money. What a game it is, said the elder Mr. Weller with a chuckle. A reg'lar prodigy son. Prodigal son, sir, suggested Mr. Pell mildly. Never mind, sir, said Mr. Weller with dignity. I know what's o'clock, sir. When? I don't. I'll ask you, sir. By the time the officer arrived, Sam had made himself so extremely popular that the congregated gentlemen determined to see him to prison in a body. So off they set, the plaintiff and defendant walking arm in arm, the officer in front, and 8 stout coachmen bringing up the rear. At Surgeon's Inn Coffee House the whole party halted to refresh, and, the legal arrangements being completed, the procession moved on again. Some little commotion was occasioned in Fleet Street by the pleasantry of the 8 gentlemen in the flank who persevered in walking 4 abreast. It was also found necessary to leave the mottled-faced gentleman behind to fight a ticket porter, it being arranged that his friends should call for him as they came back. Nothing but these little incidents occurred on the way. When they reached the gate of the Fleet, the cavalcade, taking the time from the plaintiff, gave 3. Tremendous cheers for the defendant, and, after having shaken hands all round, left him. Sam, having been formally delivered into the warder's custody, to the intense astonishment of Roker, and to the evident emotion of even the phlegmatic Neddy, passed at once into the prison, walked straight to his master's room, and knocked at the door. "Come in," said Mr. Pickwick. Sam appeared, pulled off his hat, and smiled. "Ah, Sam, my good lad," said Mr. Pickwick, evidently delighted to see his humble friend again. "I had no intention of hurting your feelings yesterday, my faithful fellow, by what I said. Put down your hat, Sam, and let me explain my meaning, a little more at length." "Won't presently do, sir?" inquired Sam. "Certainly," said Mr. Pickwick, "but why not now?" "I'd rather not now, sir," rejoined Sam. "Why?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "'Cause," said Sam, hesitating. "Because of what?" inquired Mr. Pickwick, alarmed at his follower's manner. "Speak out, Sam." "'Cause," rejoined Sam, "'cause I've got a little business as I want to do." "What business?" inquired Mr. Pickwick, surprised at Sam's confused manner. "Nothing particular, sir," replied Sam. "Oh, if it's nothing particular," said Mr. Pickwick with a smile, "you can speak with me first." "I think I'd better see our turret at once," said Sam, still hesitating. Mr. Pickwick looked amazed, but said nothing. "The fact is," said Sam, stopping short. "Well," said Mr. Pickwick, "speak out, Sam." "Why, the fact is," said Sam with a desperate effort, "perhaps I'd better see arter my bed afore I do anything else." "Your bed!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick in astonishment. "Yes, my bed, sir," replied Sam. "I'm a prisoner. I was arrested this here werry arternoon for debt." "You arrested for debt!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, sinking into a chair. "Yes, for debt, sir," replied Sam. "And the man as puts me in 'll never let me out till you go yourself." "Bless my heart and soul!" ejaculated Mr. Pickwick. "What do you mean?" "What I say, sir," rejoined Sam. "If it's 40 years to come, I shall be a prisoner, and I'm very glad on it. And if it had been Newgate, it would have been just the same. Now the murder's out, and damn, there's an end on it." With these words, which he repeated with great emphasis and violence, Sam Weller dashed his hat upon the ground in a most unusual state of excitement, and then, folding his arms, looked firmly and fixedly in his master's face. Tates of divers little matters, beats or washclech, o see who read in the fleet, and of mar. Winkle's mysterious behaveria, and shows how the poor Chancery prisoner obtained his release at last. Mr. Pickwick felt a great deal too much touched by the warmth of Sam's attachment to be able to exhibit any manifestation of anger or displeasure at the precipitate course he had adopted in voluntarily consigning himself to a debtor's prison for an indefinite period. The only point on which he persevered in demanding an explanation was the name of Sam's detaining creditor, but this Mr. Weller as perseveringly withheld. "It ain't of no use, sir," said Sam again and again. "He's a malicious, bad-disposed, worldly-minded, spiteful, vindictive creature, with a hard heart as there ain't no softening, as the virtuous clergyman remarked of the old gintleman with the dropsy, ven, he said, that upon the whole he thought he'd rather leave his property to his wife than build a chapel with it et." "But consider, Sam," Mr. Pickwick remonstrated, "the sum is so small that it can very easily be paid, and having made up my mind that you shall stop with me, you should recollect how much more useful you would be if you could go outside the walls." "Very much obliged to you, sir," replied Mr. Weller gravely, "but I'd rather not." "Rather not do what, Sam?" "Why, I'd rather not let myself down to ask a favor o' this here unremorseful enemy." "But it is no favor asking him to take his money, Sam," reasoned Mr. Pickwick. "Beg your pardon, sir," rejoined Sam, "but it'd be a werry great favor to pay it, and he don't deserve none. That's where it is, sir." Here Mr. Pickwick, rubbing his nose with an air of some vexation, Mr. Weller thought it prudent to change the theme of the discourse. "I takes my determination on principle, sir," remarked Sam, "and you takes yours on the same ground, which puts me in mind of the man as killed hisself on principle, which o' course you've heerd on, sir." Mr. Weller paused when he arrived at this point and cast a comical look at his master out of the corners of his eyes. "There is no of course in the case, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, gradually breaking into a smile, in spite of the uneasiness which Sam's obstinacy had given him. "The fame of the gentleman in question never reached my ears." "No, sir," exclaimed Mr. Weller, "you astonish me, sir. He was a clerk in a government office, sir, was he?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Yes, he was, sir," rejoined Mr. Weller, "and a werry pleasant gem, lime to one o." "The precise and tidy sort, as puts their feet in little india-rubber fire buckets when it's wet weather, and never has no other bosom friends but hare-skins. He saved up his money on principle, wore a clean shirt every day on principle, never spoke to none of his relations on principle, fear they should want to borrow money of him, and was altogether, in fact, an uncommon agreeable character. He had his hair cut on principle once a fortnight, and contracted for his clothes on the economic principle 3 suits a year, and send back the old uns. Being a wery regular gentleman, he did it every day at the same place, where it was 1 and 9 to cut off the joint, and a wery good 1 and 9's worth he used to cut, as the landlord often said, with the tears a-trickling down his face, let alone the way he used to poke the fire in the winter time, which was a dead loss of 4 pence a penny a day, to say nothing at all of the aggrawation'll see him do it. So uncommon grand with it too. Post arter the next gentleman he sings out every day ven he comes in. See arter the Times, Thomas, let me look at the mornin', Hurled, when it's out o' hand, don't forget to bespeak the Tronaland. You call it, and he'd said with his eyes fixed on the clock, and rush out, just a quarter of a minute too for the time to waylay the boy as was a-comin' in with the evenin' paper, which he'd read with sich intense interest in personor, and a fursuwerland, as which maud the Botero, always obliged to keep a sharp eye matints in Tarada. Spelsy, dwan Mr. Boyd, his char which quick child chait out the kunad to have you ever shit. Well, sir, here he'd stop, occupying the best place for 3 hours, and never taken nothing arter his dinner, but sleep, and then he'd go away to a coffee house a few streets off, and have a small pot o' coffee and 4 crumpets, arter which he'd walk home to Kensington and go to bed. One night he was took very ill. Sends for a doctor. Doctor comes in a green fly with a kind o' Robinson Crusoe set of steps as he could let down when he got out, and pull up arter sister when he got out, and pull up arter him when he got in, to perwent. The necessity of the coachman's getting down, and thereby undeceiving the public by letting see that it was only a livery coat as he'd got on, and not the trousers to match. What's the matter? Says the doctor. Wery ill, says the patient. What have you been a-eatin' on? Says the doctor. Roast weal, says the patient. What's the last thing you deward? Says the doctor. Crumpets, says the patient. That's it, says the doctor. I'll send you a box of pills directly, and don't you never take no more of 'em, he says. No more o' wot? Says the patient. Pills? No, crumpets, says the doctor. Why? Says the patient, starting up in bed. I've eat 4 crumpets every night for 15 year on principle. Well then, you'd better leave 'em off on principle, says the doctor. Crumpets is not wholesome, sir, says the doctor, wery fierce. But they're so cheap, says the patient, comin' down a little, and so wery fillin' at the price. They'd be dear to you at any price. Dear if you was paid to eat 'em, says the doctor. 4 crumpets a night, he says, will do your business in 6 months. The patient. Looks him full in the face and turns it over in his mind for a long time, and at last he says, "Are you sure of that air, sir?" "I'll stake my professional reputation on it," says the doctor. "How many crumpets at a sittin' do you think 'ud kill me off at once?" says the patient. "I don't know," says the doctor. "Do you think half a crown's worse 'ud do it?" says the patient. "I think it might," says the doctor. 3 shillings worth 'ud be sure to do it, I s'pose," says the patient. "Certainly," says the doctor. "Wery good," says the patient. "Good night." Next mornin' he gets up, has a fire lit, orders in 3 shillings worth of crumpets, toasts 'em all, eats 'em all, and blows his brains out. "What did he do that for?" inquired Mr. Pickwick abruptly, for he was considerably startled by this tragical termination of the narrative. "What did he do it for, sir?" reiterated Sam. "Why, in support of his great principle that crumpets was wholesome, and to show that he wouldn't be put out of his Way for nobody. With such like shiftings and changings of the discourse, did Mr. Weller meet his master's questioning on the night of his taking up his residence in the Fleet. Finding all gentle remonstrance useless, Mr. Pickwick at length yielded a reluctant consent to his taking lodgings by the week of a bald-headed cobbler who rented a small slip-room in one of the upper galleries. To this humble apartment Mr. Weller moved a mattress and bedding which he hired of Mr. Roker, and, by the time he lay down upon it at night, was as much at home as if he had been bred in the prison and his whole family had vegetated therein for 3 generations. "Do you always smoke arter you goes to bed, old cock?" inquired Mr. Weller of his landlord, when they had both retired for the night. "Yes, I does, young bantam," replied the cobbler. "Will you allow me to inquire why you make up your bed under that 'ere deal table?" said Sam. "'Cause I was always used to a 4-poster afore I came here, and I find the legs of the table answer just as well," replied the cobbler. "You're a character, sir," said Sam. "I haven't got anything of the kind belonging to me," rejoined the cobbler, shaking his head. "And if you want to meet with a good one, I'm afraid you'll find some difficulty in suiting yourself at this register office." The above short dialogue took place as Mr. Weller lay extended on his mattress at one end of the room, and the cobbler on his at the other, the apartment being illumined by the light of a rush candle and the cobbler's pipe, which was glowing below the table like a red-hot coal. The conversation, brief as it was, predisposed Mr. Weller strongly in his landlord's favor, and, raising himself on his elbow, he took a more lengthened survey of his appearance than he had yet had either time or inclination to make. He was a sallow man, all cobblers are, and had a strong bristly beard all cobblers have. His face was a queer, good-tempered, crooked-featured piece of workmanship, ornamented with a couple of eyes that must have worn a very joyous expression at one time, for they sparkled yet. The man was 60 by years, and heaven knows how old by imprisonment, so that his having any look approaching to mirth or contentment was singular enough. He was a little man, and, being half doubled up as he lay in bed, looked about as long as he ought to have been without his leg. He had a great red pipe in his mouth, and was smoking and staring at the rushlight in a state of enviable placidity. "Have you been here long?" inquired Sam, breaking the silence which had lasted. "For some time, 12 year," replied the cobbler, biting the end of his pipe as he spoke. "Contempt?" inquired Sam. The cobbler nodded. "Well then," said Sam with some sternness, "what do you persevere in being obstinate for, vasting your precious life away in this here magnified pound? Wayseen, don't you give in, and tell the Chancellorship that you're worry sorry for Mike and his court contemptible, and you won't do so no more." The cobbler put his pipe in the corner of his mouth, while he smiled, and then brought it back to its old place again, but said nothing. "Why don't you?" said Sam, urging his question strenuously. "Ah," said the cobbler, "you don't quite understand these matters. What do you suppose ruined me now?" "Why," said Sam, trimming the rushlight, "I s'pose the beginnin' was that you got into debt, eh?" "Never owed a farden," said the cobbler. "Try again." "Well, perhaps," said Sam, "you bought houses, which is delicate English for goin' mad, or took to buildin', which is a medical term for bein' incurable." The cobbler shook his head and said, "Try again." "You didn't go to law, I hope?" said Sam suspiciously. "Never in my life," replied the cobbler. "The fact is, I was ruined by having money left me." "Come, come," said Sam, "that won't do. I wish some rich enemy ood try to vork my destruction in that odd way. I'd let him." "Oh, I dare say you don't believe it," said the cobbler, quietly smoking his pipe. "I wouldn't if I was you, but it's true for all that. How was it?" inquired Sam, half induced to believe the fact already by the look the cobbler gave him. "Just this," replied the cobbler. "An old gentleman that I worked for, down in the country, and a humble relation of whose I married, she's dead, God bless her, and thank him for it, was seized with the fit and went off." "Where?" inquired Sam, who was growing sleepy after the numerous events of the day. "How should I know where he went?" said the cobbler, speaking through his nose in an intense enjoyment of his pipe. "He went off dead." "Oh, that indeed," said Sam. "Well, well," said the cobbler, "he left £5,000 behind him." "And wary jantel in him so to do," said Sam. "One of which," continued the cobbler, "he left to me, 'cause I married his relation, you see." "Wery good," murmured Sam. "And being surrounded by a great number of nieces and nevis, as was always quarrelling and fighting among themselves for the property, he makes me his executor, and leaves the rest to me in trust, to divide it among 'em as the will prowitted." "What do you mean by living it on trust?" inquired Sam, waking up a little. "If it ain't ready money, where's the use on it? It's a law term, that's all," said the cobbler. "I don't think that," said Sam, shaking his head. "There's wery little trust at that shop. Hows'ever, go on." "Well," said the cobbler, "when I was going to take out a probate of the will, the nieces and nevis, who was desperately disappointed at not getting all the money, enters a caveat against it." "What's that?" inquired Sam. "A legal instrument, which is as much as to say, it's no go," replied the cobbler. "I see," said Sam. "A sort of brother-in-law o' the have his carcass." "Well?" "But," continued the cobbler, "finding that they couldn't agree among themselves, and consequently couldn't get up a case against the will, they withdrew the caveat, and I paid all the legacies. I'd hardly done it, when one nevy brings an action to set the will aside. The case comes on, some months afterwards, afore a deaf old gentleman, in a back room somewhere down by Paul's churchyard, and arter 4 counsels had taken a day apiece to bother him regularly. He takes a week or 2 to consider, and read the evidence in 6 volumes, and then gives his judgment that how the testator was not quite right in his head, and I must pay all the money back again, and all the costs. I appealed. The case come on before 3 or 4 very sleepy gentlemen, who had heard it all before in the other court, where they're lawyers without work, the only difference being that there they're called doctors, and in the other place delegates, if you understand that. And they very dutifully confirmed the decision of the old gentleman below. After that we went into Chancery, where we are. Still, and where I shall always be. My lawyers have had all my £1,000 long ago, and what between the estate, as they call it, and the costs, I'm here for 10,000, and shall stop here till I die, mending shoes. Some gentlemen have talked of bringing it before Parliament, and I dare say would have done it, only they hadn't time to come to me, and I hadn't power to go to them, and they got tired of my long letters and dropped the business. And this is God's truth, without one word of suppression or exaggeration, as 50 people both in this place and out of it very well know." The cobbler paused to ascertain what effect his story had produced on Sam, but finding that he had dropped asleep, knocked the ashes out of his pipe, sighed, put it down, drew the bedclothes over his head, and went to sleep too. Mr. Pickwick was sitting at breakfast alone Next morning, Sam being busily engaged in the cobbler's room, polishing his master's shoes and brushing the black gaiters when there came a knock at the door, which before Mr. Pickwick could cry, "Come in," was followed by the appearance of a head of hair and a cotton velvet cap, both of which articles of dress he had no difficulty in recognizing as the personal property of Mr. Smangle. "How are you?" said that worthy, accompanying the inquiry with a score or two of nods. "I say, do you expect anybody this morning? 3 men, devilish gentlemanly fellows, have been asking after you downstairs, and knocking at every door on the hall flight, for which they've been most infernally blown up by the collegians that had the trouble of opening 'em." "Dear me, how very foolish of them," said Mr. Pickwick, rising. "Yes, I have no doubt they are some friends whom I rather expected to see yesterday." "Friends of yours!" exclaimed Smangle, seizing Mr. Pickwick by the hand. "Say no more. Curse me. They're friends of mine from this minute, and friends of Mivins, too. Infernal pleasant gentlemanly dog Mivins, isn't he?" said Smangle with great feeling. "I know so little of the gentleman," said Mr. Pickwick, hesitating, "that I know you do," interrupted Smangle, clasping Mr. Pickwick by the shoulder. "You shall know him better. You'll be delighted with him. That man, sir," said Smangle with a solemn countenance, "has comic powers that would do honor to Drury Lane Theatre." "Has he indeed?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Ah, by Jove, he has," replied Smangle. "Hear him come, the 4 cats in the wheelbarrow. 4 distinct cats, sir, I pledge you my honor. Now you know that's infernal clever. Damn! You can't help liking a man when you see these traits about him. He's only one fault, that little failing I mentioned to you, you know." As Mr. Smangle shook his head in a confidential and sympathizing manner at this juncture, Mr. Pickwick felt that he was expected to say something, so he said, "Ah!" and looked restlessly at the door. "Ah!" echoed Mr. Smangle with a long-drawn sigh. "He's delightful company, that man is, sir. I don't know better company anywhere, but he has that one drawback. If the ghost of his grandfather, sir, was to rise before him this minute, he'd ask him for the loan of his acceptance on an 8-penny stamp." "Dear me!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "Yes," added Mr. Smangle, "and if he'd the power of raising him again, he would, in 2 months and 3 days from this time, to renew the bill." "Those are very remarkable traits," said Mr. Pickwick. "But I'm afraid that while we are talking here, my friends may be in a state of great perplexity at not finding." "Me, I'll show 'em the way," said Smangle, making for the door. "Good day. I won't disturb you while they're here, you know." By the by, as Smangle pronounced the last 3 words, he stopped suddenly, reclosed the door which he had opened, and, walking softly back to Mr. Pickwick, stepped close up to him on tiptoe, and said in a very soft whisper, "You couldn't make it convenient to lend me half a crown till the latter end of next week, could you?" Mr. Pickwick could scarcely forbear smiling, but managing to preserve his gravity, he drew forth the coin and placed it in Mr. Smangle's palm, upon which that gentleman, with many nods and winks, implying profound mystery, disappeared in quest of the 3 strangers, with whom he presently returned. And having coughed thrice, and nodded as many times as an assurance to Mr. Pickwick that he would not forget to pay, he shook hands all round in an engaging manner, and at length took himself off. "My dear friends," said Mr. Pickwick, shaking hands alternately with Mr. Tupman, Mr. Winkle, and Mr. Snodgrass, who were the 3 visitors in question, "I am delighted to see you." The triumvirate were much affected. Mr. Tupman shook his head deploringly, Mr. Snodgrass drew forth his handkerchief with undisguised emotion, and Mr. Winkle retired to the window and sniffed aloud. "Mornin', gen'lemen," said Sam. entering at the moment with the shoes and gaiters. Ave vith melancholy. As the little boy said then his schoolmissus died, welcome to the college genumt. This foolish fellow, said Mr. Pickwick, tapping Sam on the head as he knelt down to button up his master's gaiters, this foolish fellow has got himself arrested in order to be near me. What? Exclaimed the three friends. Yes, gentlemen, said Sam. I'm a stand steady, sir, if you please. I'm a prisoner, gentlemen, confined, as the lady said. A prisoner! Exclaimed Mr. Winkle with unaccountable vehemence. Hollo, sir, responded Sam, looking up. What's the matter, sir? I had hoped, Sam, that nothing, said Mr. Winkle precipitately. There was something so very abrupt and unsettled in Mr. Winkle's manner that Mr. Pickwick involuntarily looked at his two friends for an explanation. We don't know, said Mr. Tupman, answering this mute appeal aloud. He has been much excited for 2 days past, and his whole demeanor very unlike what it usually is. We feared there must be something the matter, but he resolutely denies it. No, said Mr. Winkle, coloring beneath Mr. Pickwick's gaze. There is really nothing. I assure you there is nothing, my dear sir. It will be necessary for me to leave town for a short time on private business, and I had hoped to have prevailed upon you to allow Sam to accompany me. Mr. Pickwick looked more astonished than before. I think, faltered Mr. Winkle, that Sam would have had no objection to do so, but of course his being a prisoner here renders it impossible, so I must go alone. As Mr. Winkle said these words, Mr. Pickwick felt, with some astonishment, that Sam's fingers were trembling at the gaiters as if he were rather surprised or startled. Sam looked up at Mr. Winkle, too, when he had finished speaking, and though the glance they exchanged was instantaneous, they seemed to understand each other. Do you know anything of this, Sam? Said Mr. Pickwick sharply. No, I don't, sir, replied Mr. Weller, beginning to button with extraordinary assiduity. Are you sure, Sam? Said Mr. Pickwick. Why, sir, responded Mr. Weller, I'm sure so far that I've never heard anything on the subject afore this moment. If I makes any guess about it, added Sam, looking at Mr. Winkle, I haven't got any right to say what it is. Fear it should be. A wrong. I have no right to make any further inquiry into the private affairs of a friend, however intimate a friend, said Mr. Pickwick, after a short silence. At present let me merely say that I do not understand this at all. There, we have had quite enough of the subject. Thus expressing himself, Mr. Pickwick led the conversation to different topics, and Mr. Winkle gradually appeared more at ease, though still very far from being completely so. They had all so much to converse about that the morning very quickly passed away, and when at 3 o'clock Mr. Weller produced upon the little dining table a roast leg of mutton and an enormous meat pie, with sundry dishes of vegetables and pots of porter, which stood upon the chairs or the sofa bedstead, or where they could, everybody felt disposed to do justice to the meal, notwithstanding that the meat had been purchased and dressed and the pie made and baked at the prison cookery hard by. To these succeeded a bottle or two of very good wine, for which a messenger was dispatched by Mr. Pickwick to the Horn Coffee House in Doctors' Commons. The bottle or two, indeed, might be more properly described as a bottle or 6, for by the time it was drunk and tea over, the bell began to ring for strangers to withdraw. But if Mr. Winkle's behavior had been unaccountable in the morning, it became perfectly unearthly and solemn when, under the influence of his feelings and his share of the bottle or 6, he prepared to take leave of his friend. He lingered behind until Mr. Tupman and Mr. Snodgrass had disappeared, and then, fervently clinched Mr. Pickwick's hand with an expression of face in which deep and mighty resolve was fearfully blended with the very concentrated essence of gloom. "Good night, my dear sir," said Mr. Winkle between his set teeth. "Bless you, my dear fellow," replied the warm-hearted Mr. Pickwick as he returned the pressure of his young friend's hand. "Now then," cried Mr. Tupman from the gallery. "Yes, yes, directly," replied Mr. Winkle. "Good night." "Good night," said Mr. Pickwick. There was another good night and another, and half a dozen more after that, and still Mr. Winkle had fast hold of his friend's hand and was looking into his face with the same strange expression. "Is anything the matter?" said Mr. Pickwick at last when his arm was quite sore with shaking. "Nothing," said Mr. Winkle. "Well then, good night," said Mr. Pickwick, attempting to disengage his hand. "My friend, my benefactor, my honored companion," murmured Mr. Winkle, catching at his wrist. "Do not judge me harshly. Do not, when you hear that, driven to extremity by hopeless obstacles, Now then," said Mr. Tupman, reappearing at the door. "Are you coming, or are we to be locked in?" "Yes, yes, I am ready," replied Mr. Winkle, and with a violent effort he tore himself away. As Mr. Pickwick was gazing down the passage after them in silent astonishment, Sam Weller appeared at the stairhead and whispered for one moment in Mr. Winkle's ear. "Oh, certainly depend upon me," said that gentleman aloud. "Thank ye, sir. You won't forget, sir?" said Sam. "Of course not," replied Mr. Winkle. "Wish you luck, sir," said Sam, touching his hat. "I should very much like to have joined you, sir, but the governor, o' course, is paramount." "It is very much to your credit that you remain here," said Mr. Winkle. With these words they disappeared down the stairs. "Very extraordinary," said Mr. Pickwick, going back into his room and seating himself at the table in a musing attitude. "What can that young man be going to do?" He had sat ruminating about the matter for some time when the voice of Roker, the turnkey, demanded whether he might come in. "By all means," said Mr. Pickwick. "I've brought you a softer pillow, sir," said Mr. Roker, "instead of the temporary one you had last night." "Thank you," said Mr. Pickwick. "Will you take a glass of wine?" "You're wery good, sir," replied Mr. Roker, accepting the proffered glass. "Yours, sir?" "Thank you," said Mr. Pickwick. "I'm sorry to say that your landlord's wery bad tonight, sir," said Roker, setting down the glass and inspecting the lining of his hat preparatory to putting it on again. "What, the Chancery prisoner?" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "He won't be a Chancery prisoner wery long, sir," replied Roker, turning his hat round so as to get the maker's name right side upwards as he looked into it. "You make my blood run cold," said Mr. Pickwick. "What do you mean?" "He's been consumptive for a long time past," said Mr. Roker, "and he's taken wery bad in the breath tonight. The doctor said 6 months ago that nothing but change of air could save him." "Great heaven!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick. "Has this man been slowly murdered by the law for 6 months?" "I don't know about that," replied Roker, weighing the hat by the brim in both hands. "I suppose he'd have been took the same, wherever he was. He went into the infirmary this morning. The doctor says his strength is to be kept up as much as possible, and the warden sent him wine and broth, and that from his own house. It's not the warden's fault, you know, sir." "Of course not," replied Mr. Pickwick hastily. "I'm afraid, however," said Roker, shaking his head, "that it's all up with him. I offered Neddy 2 sixpenn'orths to one upon it just now, but he wouldn't take it, and quite right, thank ye, sir." "Good night, sir." "Stay," said Mr. Pickwick earnestly. "Where is this infirmary?" "Just over where you slept, sir," replied Roker. "I'll show you, if you like to come." Mr. Pickwick snatched up his hat without speaking and followed at once. The turnkey led the way in silence, and gently raising the latch of the room door, motioned Mr. Pickwick to enter. It was a large, bare, desolate room with a number of stump bedsteads made of iron, on one of which lay stretched the shadow of a man, wan, pale, and ghastly. His breathing was hard and thick, and he moaned painfully as it came and went. At the bedside sat a short old man in a cobbler's apron, who, by the aid of a pair of horn spectacles, was reading from the Bible aloud. It was the fortunate legatee. The sick man laid his hand upon his attendant's arm and motioned him to stop. He closed the book and laid it on the bed. "Open the window," said the sick man. He did so. The noise of carriages and carts, the rattle of wheels, the cries of men and boys, all the busy sounds of a mighty multitude instinct with life and occupation, blended into one deep murmur, floated into the room. Above the hoarse, loud hum arose from time to time a boisterous laugh, or a scrap of some jingling song, shouted forth by one of the giddy crowd, would strike upon the ear for an instant, and then be lost amidst the roar of voices and the tramp of footsteps, the breaking of the billows of the restless sea of life that rolled heavily on without. These are melancholy sounds to a quiet listener at any time, but how melancholy to the watcher by the bed of death. "There is no air here," said the man faintly. "The place pollutes it. It was fresh round about when I walked there years ago, but it grows hot and heavy in passing these walls. I cannot breathe it." "We have breathed it together for a long time," said the old man. "Come, come." There was a short silence, during which the two spectators approached the bed. The sick man drew a hand of his old fellow prisoner towards him, and pressing it affectionately between both his own, retained it in his grasp. "I hope," he gasped after a while, so faintly that they bent their ears close over the bed to catch the half-formed sounds his pale lips gave vent to, "I hope, my." Merciful Judge will bear in mind my heavy punishment on earth. 20 years, my friend, 20 years in this hideous grave. My heart broke when my child died, and I could not even kiss him in his little coffin. My loneliness since then, in all this noise and riot, has been very dreadful. May God forgive me. He has seen my solitary, lingering death." He folded his hands, and murmuring something more they could not hear, fell into a sleep, only a sleep at first, for they saw him smile. They whispered together for a little time, and the turnkey, stooping over the pillow, drew hastily back. "He has got his discharge, by G," said the man. He had, but he had grown so like death in life that they knew not when he died. Descriptive. Aphathat near Timerius B. Itudi, Ween Mr. Samuels W.F., and a family party. Mr. Pickwick makes a tour of the diminutive world he minutes, and recivus Timers to mix with it, and resabus to passable. A few mornings after his incarceration, Mr. Samuel Weller, having arranged his master's room with all possible care, and seen him comfortably seated over his books and papers, withdrew to employ himself for an hour or two to come, as he best could. It was a fine morning, and it occurred to Sam that a pint of porter in the open air would lighten his next quarter of an hour or so, as well as any little amusement in which he could indulge. Having arrived at this conclusion, he betook himself to the tap. having purchased the beer and obtained, moreover, the day but one before yesterday's paper, he repaired to the skittle ground, and seating himself on a bench, proceeded to enjoy himself in a very sedate and methodical manner. First of all, he took a refreshing draught of the beer, and then he looked up at a window, and bestowed a platonic wink on a young lady who was peeling potatoes thereat. Then he opened the paper and folded it so as to get the police reports outwards, and this being a vexatious and difficult thing to do, when there is any wind stirring, he took another draught of the beer when he had accomplished it. Then he read 2 lines of the paper, and stopped short to look at a couple of men who were finishing a game at rackets, which being concluded, he cried out "Very good" in an approving manner, and looked round upon the spectators to ascertain whether their sentiments coincided with his own. This involved the necessity of looking up at the windows also, and as the young lady was still there, it was an act of common politeness to wink again, and to drink to her good health in dumb show, in another draught of the beer, which Sam did, and having frowned hideously upon a small boy who had noted this latter proceeding with open eyes, he threw one leg over the other, and, holding the newspaper in both hands, began to read in real earnest. He had hardly composed himself into the needful state of abstraction, when he thought he heard his own name proclaimed in some distant passage, nor was he mistaken, for it quickly passed from mouth to mouth, and in a few seconds the air teemed with shouts of "Weller, here!" roared Sam, in a stentorian voice. "What's the matter?" "Who wants him? Has an express come to say that his country house is afire?" "Somebody wants you in the hall," said a man who was standing by. "Just mind that 'ere paper in the pot, old feller, will you?" said Sam. "I'm a-comin'. Blessed if they was a-callin' me to the bar, they couldn't make more noise about it." Accompanying these words with a gentle rap on the head of the young gentleman before noticed, who, unconscious of his close vicinity to the person in request, was screaming "Weller" with all his might, Sam hastened across the ground and ran up the steps into the hall. Here the first object that met his eyes was his beloved father sitting on a bottom stair with his hat in his hand, shouting out "Weller" in his very loudest tone, at half-minute intervals. "What are you a-roaring at?" said Sam impetuously, when the old gentleman had discharged himself of another shout. "Making yourself so precious hot that you looks like a aggrawated glass blower." "What's the matter?" "Aha!" replied the old gentleman. "I began to be afeared that you'd gone for a walk round the Regency Park, Sammy." "Come," said Sam. "None o' them taunts agin the wictim o' avarice, and come off that 'ere step. What are you a-settin' down there for?" "I don't live there." "I've got such a game for you, Sammy," said the elder Mr. Weller, rising. "Stop a minute," said Sam. "You're all vita behind." "That's right, Sammy. Rub it off," said Mr. Weller as his son dusted him. "It might look personal here if a man walked about with Vitavash on his clothes, Sammy?" As Mr. Weller exhibited in this place unequivocal symptoms of an approaching fit of chuckling, Sam interposed to stop it. "Keep quiet, do," said Sam. "There never was such a old picture card born. What are you bustin' vith now?" "Sammy," said Mr. Weller, wiping his forehead, "I'm afeared that one of these days I shall laugh myself into a apoplexy, my boy." "Vell then, what do you do it for?" said Sam. "Now then, what have you got to say?" "Who do you think's come here with me, Samoville?" said Mr. Weller, drawing back a pace or two, pursing up his mouth and extending his eyebrows. "Pell?" said Sam. Mr. Weller shook his head, and his red cheeks expanded with the laughter that was endeavoring to find a vent. "Mottled-faced man, p'raps?" asked Sam. Again Mr. Weller shook his head. "Who then?" asked Sam. "Your mother-in-law," said Mr. Weller, and it was lucky he did say it, or his cheeks must inevitably have cracked from their most unnatural distension. "Your mother-in-law, Sammy," said Mr. Weller, "and the red-nosed man, my boy, and the red-nosed man, ho! With this, Mr. Weller launched into convulsions of laughter, while Sam regarded him with a broad grin gradually overspreading his whole countenance. "They've come to have a little serious talk with you, Samuel," said Mr. Weller, wiping his eyes. "Don't let out nothing about the unnatural creditor, Sammy." "What? Don't they know who it is?" inquired Sam. "Not a bit on it," replied his father. "Veer are they," said Sam, reciprocating all the old gentleman's grins. "In the snuggery," rejoined Mr. Weller. "Catch the red-nosed man a-going a naver but vere the liquors is? Not he, Samivel, not he." "Read a werry pleasant ride along the road from the Markis this morning, Sammy," said Mr. Weller when he felt himself equal to the task of speaking in an articulate manner. "I drove the old piebald in that 'ere little chay cart as belonged to your mother-in-law's first." "Winter into vicha harm-cheer woes lifted for the shepherd, and I'm blessed," said Mr. Weller with a look of deep scorn. "I'm blessed if they didn't bring a portable flight o' steps out into the road afront o' our door for him to get up by." "You don't mean that?" said Sam. "I do mean that, Sammy," replied his father, "and I vish you could 'a' seen how tight he held on by the sides when he did get up, as if he was afeard of being precipitated down full 6 foot, and dashed into a million hatoms. He tumbled in at last, however, and avave viti, and I reether think, Samivel, that he found hisself a little jolted ven turned the corners." "What? I s'pose you happened to drive up again a post or two," said Sam. "I'm afeard," replied Mr. Weller, in a rapture of winks. "I'm afeard I took voon or two on him, Sammy. He was a-flyin' out of the armcheer all the way." Here the old gentleman shook his head from side to side, and was seized with a hoarse internal rumbling, accompanied with a violent swelling of the countenance, and a sudden increase in the breadth of all his features, symptoms which alarmed his son not a little. "Don't be frightened, Sammy, don't be frightened," said the old gentleman, when by dint of much struggling and various convulsive stamps upon the ground he had recovered his voice. "It's only a kind o' quiet laugh, as I'm a-trying to come, Sammy." "Well, if that's what it is," said Sam, "you better not try to come it aginin. You'll find it rayther a dangerous inwention." "Don't you like it, Sammy?" inquired the old gentleman. "Not at all," replied Sam. "Well," said Mr. Weller, with the tears still running down his cheeks, "it 'ud 'a' been a rarry great accommodation to me if I could 'a' done it, and 'ud 'a' saved a good many vords atween your mother-in-law and me sometimes, but I'm afeard you're right, Sammy. It's too much in the apoplexy line, a deal too much, Samivel." This conversation brought them to the door of the snuggery, into which Sam, pausing for an instant to look over his shoulder and cast a sly leer at his respected progenitor, who was still giggling behind, at once led the way. "Mother-in-law," said Sam, politely saluting the lady, "werry much obliged to you for this here wisit. Shepherd, how air you?" "Oh, Samuel," said Mrs. Weller, "this is dreadful." "Not a bit on it, mum," replied Sam. "Is it, Shepherd?" Mr. Stiggins raised his hands and turned up his eyes until the whites, or rather the yellows, were alone visible, but made no reply in words. "Is this here ginlum troubled with any painful complaint?" said Sam, looking to his mother-in-law for explanation. "The good man is grieved to see you here, Samuel," replied Mrs. Weller. "Oh, that's it, is it?" said Sam. "I was afeard from his manner that he might have forgotten to take pepper vith that last cowcumber he eat. Set down, sir. They make no extra charge for settin' down, as the king remarked when he blowed up his ministers. Young man, said Mr. Stiggins ostentatiously, I fear you are not softened by imprisonment. Beg your pardon, sir, replied Sam. What was you graciously pleased to? Observe, I apprehend, young man, that your nature is no softer for this chastening, said Mr. Stiggins in a loud voice. Sir, replied Sam, you're wery kind to say so. I hope my nature is not a soft vun, sir. Wery much obliged to you for your good opinion, sir. At this point of the conversation, a sound, indecorously approaching to a laugh, was heard to proceed from the chair in which the elder Mr. Weller was seated, upon which Mrs. Weller, on a hasty consideration of all the circumstances of the case, considered it her bounden duty to become gradually hysterical. Weller, said Mrs. W., the old gentleman was seated in a corner. Weller, come forth. Wery much obleeged to you, my dear, replied Mr. Weller, but I'm quite comfortable where I am. Upon this, Mrs. Weller burst into tears. What's gone wrong, Mom? Said Sam. Oh, Samuel, replied Mrs. Weller, your father makes me wretched. Will nothing do him good? Do you hear this here? Said Sam. Lady vants to know whether nothin'll do you good. Worry much indebted to Mrs. Weller for her polite inquiries, Sammy, replied the old gentleman. I think a pipe will benefit me a good deal. Could I be accommodated, Sammy? Here Mrs. Weller let fall some more tears, and Mr. Stiggins groaned. Hallo, here's this unfortunate jam. Lum took ill again, said Sam, looking round. Where do you feel it now, sir? In the same place, young man, rejoined Mr. Stiggins, in the same place. Where may that be, sir? Inquired Sam, with great outward simplicity. In the bosom, young man, replied Mr. Stiggins, placing his umbrella on his waistcoat. At this affecting reply, Mrs. Weller, being wholly unable to suppress her feelings, sobbed aloud and stated her conviction that the red-nosed man was a saint, whereupon Mr. Weller senior ventured to suggest, in an undertone, that he must be the representative of the United Parishes of St. Simon without and St. Walker within. I'm afeard, Mum, said Sam, that this here gintleman with the twist in his countenance feels rather thirsty with the melancholy spectacle afore him. Is it the case, Mum? The worthy lady looked at Mr. Stiggins for a reply. That gentleman, with many rollings of the eye, clenched his throat with his right hand, and mimicked the act of swallowing to intimate that he was athirst. I am afraid, Samuel, that his feelings have made him so indeed, said Mrs. Weller mournfully. What's your usual tap, sir? Replied Sam. Oh, my dear young friend, replied Mr. Stiggins, all taps is vanities. Too true indeed, said Mrs. Weller, murmuring a groan and shaking her head assentingly. Well, said Sam, I dessay they may be, sir, but which is your particular vanity? Which vanity do you like the flavor on best, sir? Oh, my dear young friend, replied Mr. Stiggins, I despise them all. If, said Mr. Stiggins, if there is any one of them less odious than another, it is the liquor called rum. Warm, my dear young friend, with 3 lumps of sugar to the tumbler. Really sorry to say, sir, said Sam, that they don't allow that particular vanity to be sold in this here establishment. Oh, the hardness of heart of these inveterate men, ejaculated Mr. Stiggins. Oh, the accursed cruelty of these inhuman persecutors. With these words, Mr. Stiggins again cast up his eyes and rapped his breast with his umbrella, and it is but justice to the reverend gentleman to say that his indignation appeared very real and unfeigned indeed. After Mrs. Weller and the red-nosed gentleman had commented on this inhuman usage in a very forcible manner, and had vented a variety of pious and holy execrations against its authors, the latter recommended a bottle of port wine, warmed with a little water, spice, and sugar, as being grateful to the stomach and savoring less of vanity than many other compounds. It was accordingly ordered to be prepared, and pending its preparation the red-nosed man and Mrs. Weller looked at the elder W. and groaned. "Well, Sammy," said the gentleman, "I hope you'll find your spirits rose by this here lively wisit. Wery cheerful and improvin' conversation, ain't it, Sammy?" "You're a reprobate," replied Sam, "and I desire you won't address no more o' them ungraceful remarks to me." So far from being edified by this very proper reply, the elder Mr. Weller at once relapsed into a broad grin, and this inexorable conduct, causing the lady and Mr. Stiggins to close their eyes and rock themselves to and fro on their chairs, in a troubled manner, he furthermore indulged in several acts of pantomime, indicative of a desire to afford him great mental relief. The foresaid Stiggins, the performance of which appeared to afford him great mental relief. The old gentleman very narrowly escaped detection in one instance, for Mr. Stiggins, happening to give a start on the arrival of the negus, brought his head in smart contact with the clenched fist with which Mr. Weller had been describing imaginary fireworks in the air, within 2 inches of his ear, for some minutes. "What are you a-reaching out your hand for the tumbler in that air sodge way for?" said Sam with great promptitude. "Don't you see you've hit the gen'lem?" "I didn't go to do it, Sammy," said Mr. Weller, in some degree abashed by the very unexpected occurrence of the incident. "Try an in'ard application, sir," said Sam, as the red-nosed gentleman rubbed his head with a rueful visage. "What do you think of that, for a go o' wanity, warm, sir?" Mr. Stiggins made no verbal answer, but his manner was expressive. He tasted the contents of the glass which Sam had placed in his hand, put his umbrella on the floor, and tasted it again, passing his hand placidly across his stomach twice or thrice. He then drank the whole at a breath, and smacking his lips, held out the tumbler for more. Nor was Mrs. Weller behindhand in doing justice to the composition. The good lady began by protesting that she couldn't touch a drop, then took a small drop, then a large drop, then a great many drops, and her feelings being of the nature of those substances which are powerfully affected by the application of strong waters, she dropped a tear with every drop of negus, and so got on, melting the feelings down, until at length she had arrived at a very pathetic and decent pitch of misery. The elder Mr. Weller observed these signs and tokens with many manifestations of disgust, and when, after a second jug of the same, Mr. Stiggins began to sigh in a dismal manner, he plainly evinced his disapprobation of the whole proceedings by sundry incoherent ramblings of speech, among which frequent angry repetitions of the word gammon were alone distinguishable to the ear. "I'll tell you what it is, Samuel, my boy," whispered the old gentleman into his son's ear after a long and steadfast contemplation of his lady and Mr. Stiggins. "I think there must be something wrong in your mother-in-law's inside, as well as in that of the red-nosed man." "What do you mean?" said Sam. "I mean this here, Sammy," replied the old gentleman, "that what they drink don't seem no nourishment to 'em. It all turns to warm water and comes a-pourin' out of their eyes. 'Pend upon it, Sammy, it's a constitutional infirmity." It's creat and ria of Charles Dickens. Oh, should Padan's beginnings of road was on the point of becoming infinitely worse when Mr. Stiggins, getting on his legs as well as he could, proceeded to do believer and edifying the discourse for the benefit of the Bethlehem company, but more especially of Mr. Mice O'Caven, Hupple's card, Harpold Hennon, but they cut he didn't with his sub the debt, he. Abandoned and profligate wretches. Which consideration, he said, could not but afford him the liveliest satisfaction. He furthermore conjured him to avoid, above all things, the vice of intoxication, which he likened unto the filthy habits of swine, and to those poisonous and baleful drugs which, being chewed in the mouth, are said to filch away the memory. At this point of his discourse, the reverend and red-nosed gentleman became singularly incoherent, and staggering to and fro in the excitement of his eloquence, was fain to catch at the back of a chair to preserve his perpendicular. Mr. Tiggins did not desire his hearers to be upon their guard against those false prophets and wretched mockers of religion, who, without sense to expound its first doctrines, or hearts to feel its first principles, are more dangerous members of society than the common criminal, imposing, as they necessarily do, upon the weakest and worst informed, casting scorn and contempt on what should be held most sacred, and bringing into partial disrepute large bodies of virtuous and well-conducted persons of many excellent sects and persuasions. But as he leaned over the back of the chair for a considerable time, and closing one eye, winked a good deal with the other, it is presumed that he thought all this, but kept it to himself. During the delivery of the oration, Mrs. Weller sobbed and wept at the end of the paragraphs, while Sam, sitting cross-legged on a chair and resting his arms on the top rail, regarded the speaker with great suavity and blandness of demeanor, occasionally bestowing a look of recognition on the old gentleman, who was delighted at the beginning and went to sleep about halfway. "Brayville, very pretty," said Sam, when the red-nosed man, having finished, pulled his worn gloves on, thereby thrusting his fingers through the broken tops. Till the knuckles were disclosed to view, "Very pretty." "I hope it may do you good, Samuel," said Mrs. Weller solemnly. "I think it will, mum," replied Sam. "I wish I could hope that it would do your father good," said Mrs. Weller. "Thank ye, my dear," said Mr. Weller senior. "How do you find yourself arterit, my love?" "Scuffer," exclaimed Mrs. Weller. "Benighted man," said the Reverend Mr. Stiggins. "If I don't get no better light than that air moonshine o' yourn, my worthy creator," said the elder Mr. Weller, "it's wery likely as I shall continue to be a night coach till I'm took off the road altogether. Now, Mrs. Wee, if the piebald stands at livery much longer, he'll stand at nothing as we go back, and p'raps that ere harm cheer'll be tipped over into some hedge or another, with the shepherd in it." At this supposition, the Reverend Mr. Stiggins, in evident consternation, gathered up his hat and umbrella, and proposed an immediate departure, to which Mrs. Weller assented. Sam walked with them to the lodge gate, and took a dutiful leave. "Adieu, Samivel," said the old gentleman. "What's adieu?" inquired Sammy. "Well, good-bye then," said the old gentleman. "Oh, that's quit you're aimin' at, is it?" said Sam. "Good-bye." "Sammy," whispered Mr. Weller, looking cautiously round, "my duty to your governor, and tell him if he thinks better o' this here business, to communicate with me. Me and a cabinet maker has do-wised a plan for gettin' him out." "A pianer, Salmavol a pianer," said Mr. Weller, striking his son on the chest with the back of his hand and falling back a step or two. "What do you mean?" said Sam. "A pianer 40 Samivel," rejoined Mr. Weller in a still more mysterious manner, as he can have on hire, Woona's vaunt play, Sammy, and would it be the good o' that, said Sam. Let him send to my friend the cabinet-maker to fetch it back, Sammy, replied Mr. Weller. Are you awake now? No, rejoined Sam. There ain't no verks in it, whispered his father. It'll hold him easy, with his hat and shoes on, and breathe through the legs, vis his holler. Have a passage ready taken for Meriker. The American government will never give him up, vein once they find as he's got money to spend. Sammy, let the governor stop there till Mrs. Bardell's dead, or Mr. Dodson and Fogg's hung which last went. I think is the most likely to happen first, Sammy, and then let him come back and write a book about the Americans as'll pay all his expenses and more if he blows 'em up enough. Mr. Weller delivered this hurried abstract of his plot with great vehemence of whisper, and then, as if fearful of weakening the effect of the tremendous communication by any further dialogue, he gave the coachman's salute and vanished. Sam had scarcely recovered his usual composure of countenance, which had been greatly disturbed by the secret communication of his respected relative when Mr. Pickwick accosted him. Sam, said that gentleman. Sir, replied Mr. Weller, I am going for a walk round the prison, and I wish you to attend me. I see a prisoner we know coming this way, Sam, said Mr. Pickwick, smiling. Which, sir? Inquired Mr. Weller. The genlum with the head of hair, or the interesting captive in the stockings? Neither, rejoined Mr. Pickwick. He is an older friend of yours, Sam. Oh, mine, sir, exclaimed Mr. Weller. You recollect the gentleman very well, I dare say, Sam, replied Mr. Pickwick. Or else you are more unmindful of your old acquaintances than I think you are. Hush, not a word, Sam, not a syllable. Here he is. As Mr. Pickwick spoke, Jingle walked up. He looked less miserable than before, being clad in a half-worn suit of clothes, which, with Mr. Pickwick's assistance, had been released from the pawnbroker's. He wore clean linen, too, and had had his hair cut. He was very pale and thin, however, and as he crept slowly up, leaning on a stick, it was easy to see that he had suffered severely from illness and want, and was still very weak. He took off his hat as Mr. Pickwick saluted him and seemed much humbled and abashed at the sight of Sam Weller. Following close at his heels came Mr. Job Trotter, in the catalogue of whose vices want of faith and attachment to his companion could at all events find no place. He was still ragged and squalid, but his face was not quite so hollow as on his first meeting with Mr. Pickwick a few days before. As he took off his hat to our benevolent old friend, he murmured some broken expressions of gratitude and muttered something about having been saved from starving. Well, well, said Mr. Pickwick, impatiently interrupting him. You can follow with Sam. I want to speak to you, Mr. Jingle. Can you walk without his arm? Certainly, sir. All ready, not too fast. Leg shaky, head queer round and round, earthquakey sort of feeling berry. Here, give me your arm, said Mr. Pickwick. No, no, replied Jingle. Won't indeed, rather not. Nonsense, said Mr. Pickwick. Lean upon me, I desire, sir. Seeing that he was confused and agitated, and uncertain what to do, Mr. Pickwick cut the matter short by drawing the invalided stroller's arm through his and leading him away, without saying another word about it. During the whole of this time the countenance of Mr. Samuel Weller had exhibited an expression of the most overwhelming and absorbing astonishment that the imagination can portray. After looking from Job to Jingle, and from Jingle to Job, in profound silence, he softly ejaculated the words, "Well, I am damned," which he repeated at least a score of times. After which exertion he appeared wholly bereft of speech, and again cast his eyes, first upon the one and then upon the other, in mute perplexity and bewilderment. "Now, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, looking back. "I'm a-comin', sir," replied Mr. Weller, mechanically following his master. And still he lifted not his eyes from Mr. Job Trotter, who walked at his side in silence. Job kept his eyes fixed on the ground for some time, Sam with his glued to. Job's countenance ran up against the people who were walking about, and fell over little children, and stumbled against steps and railings, without appearing at all sensible of it, until Job, looking stealthily up, said, "How do you do, Mr. Weller?" "It is him!" exclaimed Sam, and having established Job's identity beyond all doubt, he smote his leg and vented his feelings in a long, shrill whistle. "Things has altered with me, sir," said Job. "I should think they had," exclaimed Mr. Weller, surveying his companion's rags with undisguised wonder. "This is rayther a change for the worse, Mr. Trotter, as the gen'lem said, when he got 2 doubtful shillin's and 6 o' pocket pieces for a good half-crown." "It is indeed," replied Job, shaking his head. "There is no dissection now, Mr. Weller." "Tears," said Job, with a look of momentary slyness. "Tears are not the only proofs of distress, nor the best ones." "No, they ain't," replied Sam expressively. "They may be put on, Mr. Weller," said Job. "I know they may," said Sam. "Some people indeed has 'em always ready laid on, and can pull out the plug whenever they likes." "Yes," replied Job, "but these sort of things are not so easily counterfeited, Mr. Weller, and it is a more painful process to get them up." As he spoke he pointed to his sallow, sunken cheeks, and, drawing up his coat sleeve, disclosed an arm which looked as if the bone could be broken at a touch, so sharp and brittle did it appear, beneath its thin covering of flesh. "What have you been a-doing to yourself?" said Sam, recoiling. "Nothing," replied Job. "Nothing," echoed Sam. "I have been doing nothing for many weeks past," said Job, "and eating and drinking almost as little." Sam took one comprehensive glance at Mr. Trotter's thin face and wretched apparel, and then, seizing him by the arm, commenced dragging him away with great violence. "Where are you going, Mr. Weller?" said Job, vainly struggling in the powerful grasp of his old enemy. "Come on," said Sam. "Come on." He deigned no further explanation till they reached the tap, and then called for a pot of porter, which was speedily produced. "Now," said Sam, "drink that up, if a rye drop on it, and then turn the pot upside down to let me see as you've took the medicine." "But, my dear Mr. Weller," remonstrated Job. "Down vith it," said Sam peremptorily. Thus admonished, Mr. Trotter raised the pot to his lips, and, by gentle and almost imperceptible degrees, tilted it into the air. He paused once, and only once, to draw a long breath, but without raising his face from the vessel, which, in a few moments thereafter, he held out at arm's length, bottom upward. Nothing fell upon the ground but a few particles of froth, which slowly detached themselves from the rim, and trickled lazily down. "Well done," said Sam. "How do you find yourself, Arteret?" "Better, sir." "I think I am better," responded Job. "O' course you air," said Sam argumentatively. "It's like putting gas in a balloon. I can see with the naked eye that you get stouter under the operation. What do you say to another o' the same dimensions?" "I would rather not. I am much obliged to you, sir," replied Job. "Much rather not. "Vell then, what do you say to some wittles?" inquired Sam. "Thanks to your worthy governor, sir," said Mr. Trotter. "We have half a leg of mutton baked at 3:15, with the potatoes under it to save boiling." "What, has he been a perwidin' for you?" asked Sam emphatically. "He has, sir," replied Job. "More than that, Mr. Weller. My master being very ill, he got us a room we were in a kennel before, and paid for it, sir, and come to." "Look at us, at night, when nobody should know." "Mr. Weller," said Job, with real tears in his eyes, "for once I could serve that gentleman till I fell down dead at his feet." "I say," said Sam, "I'll trouble you, my friend. None of that." Job Trotter looked amazed. "None of that, I say, young feller," repeated Sam firmly. "No man serves him but me. And now we're upon it, I'll let you into another secret besides that," said Sam, as he paid for the beer. "I never heerd, mind you, or read of in storybooks, nor see in picters, any angel in tights and gaiters, not even in spectacles, as I remember, though that may been done for anythin' I know to the contrary, but mark my vords, Job Trotter, he's a reg'lar thoroughbred angel for all that, and let me see the man as winters to tell me he knows a better vun." With this defiance, Mr. Weller buttoned up his change in a side pocket, and with many confirmatory nods and gestures by the way, proceeded in search of the subject of discourse. They found Mr. Pickwick, in company with Jingle, talking very earnestly, and not bestowing a look on the groups who were congregated on the racket ground. They were very motley groups too, and worth the looking at if it were only in idle curiosity. "Well," said Mr. Pickwick, as Sam and his companion drew nigh, "you will see how your health becomes, and think about it meanwhile. Make the statement out for me when you feel yourself equal to the task, and I will discuss the subject with you when I have considered it. Now, go to your room. You're tired, and not strong enough to be out long." Mr. Alfred Jingle, without one spark of his old animation, with nothing even of the dismal gaiety which he had assumed when Mr. Pickwick first stumbled on him in his misery, bowed low without speaking, and motioning to Job not to follow him just yet, crept slowly away. "Curious scene this, is it not, Sam?" said Mr. Pickwick, looking good-humoredly round. "Wery much so, sir," replied Sam. "Wonders all never cease," added Sam, speaking to himself. "I'm wery much mistaken if that 'ere Jingle warn't a-doin' somethin' in the water-cart way." The area formed by the wall in that part of the fleet in which Mr. Pickwick stood was just wide enough to make a good racket court. One side being formed, of course, by the wall itself, and the other by that portion of the prison which looked, or rather would have looked, but for the wall towards St. Paul's Cathedral. Sauntering or sitting about, in every possible attitude of listless idleness, were a great number of debtors, the major part of whom were waiting. In prison until their day of going up, before the insolvent court should arrive, while others had been remanded for various terms, which they were idling away as they best could. Some were shabby, some were smart, many dirty, a few clean, but there they all lounged, and loitered, and slunk about with as little spirit or purpose as the beasts in a menagerie. Lolling from the windows which commanded a view of this promenade were a number of persons, some in noisy conversation with their acquaintance below, others playing at ball with some adventurous throwers outside, others looking on at the racket players, or watching the boys as they cried the game. Dirty, slipshod women passed and repassed, on their way to the cooking-house in one corner of the yard. Children screamed and fought and played together in another, The tumbling of the skittles and the shouts of the players mingled perpetually with these and 100 other sounds, and all was noise and tumult, save in a little miserable shed, a few yards off, where lay, all quiet and ghastly, the body of the Chancery prisoner who had died the night before, awaiting the mockery of an inquest. The body, it is the lawyer's term for the restless, whirling mass of cares and anxieties, affections, hopes and griefs that make up the living man. The law had his body, and there it lay, clothed in grave clothes, an awful witness to its tender mercy. "Would you like to see a whistling shop, sir?" inquired Job Trotter. "What do you mean?" was Mr. Pickwick's counter-inquiry. "A vistlin' shop, sir," interposed Mr. Weller. "What is that, Sam? A bird fancier's?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Bless your heart, no, sir," replied Job. "A whistling shop, sir, is where they sell spirits." Mr. Job Trotter briefly explained here that all persons being prohibited under heavy penalties from conveying spirits into debtors' prisons and such, commodities being highly prized by the ladies and gentlemen confined therein, it had occurred to some speculative turnkey to connive, for certain lucrative considerations, at 2 or 3 prisoners retailing the favorite article of gin for their own profit and advantage. This plan, you see, sir, has been gradually introduced into all the prisons for debt, said Mr. Trotter. And it has this wery great advantage, said Sam, that the turnkeys takes wery good care to seize hold o' everybody but them as pays 'em that attempts the willainy, and when it gets in the papers they're applauded for their vigilance, so it cuts 2 ways, frightens other people from the trade, and elewates their own characters. Exactly so, Mr. Weller, observed Job. Well, but are these rooms never searched to ascertain whether any spirits are concealed in them? Said Mr. Pickwick. Certainly they are, sir, replied Sam, but the turnkeys knows beforehand and gives the word to the whistlers, and you may whistle for it when you go to look. By this time Job had tapped at a door which was opened by a gentleman with an uncombed head, who bolted it after them when they had walked in, and grinned, upon which Job grinned, and Sam also, whereupon Mr. Pickwick, thinking it might be expected of him, kept on smiling to the end of the interview. The gentleman with the uncombed head appeared quite satisfied with this mute announcement of their business, and, producing a flat stone bottle, which might hold about a couple of quarts, from beneath his bedstead, filled out 3 glasses of gin, which Job Trotter and Sam disposed of in a most workmanlike manner. "Any more?" said the whistling gentleman. "No more," replied Job Trotter. Mr. Pickwick paid, the door was unbolted, and out they came, the uncombed gentleman bestowing a friendly nod upon Mr. Roker, who happened to be passing at the moment. From this spot Mr. Pickwick wandered along all the galleries, up and down all the staircases, and once again round the whole area of the yard. The great body of the prison population appeared to be Mivins, and Smangle, and the parson, and the butcher, and the leg, over and over and over again. There were the same squalor, the same turmoil and noise, the same general characteristics in every corner, and the best and the worst alike. The whole place seemed restless and troubled, and the people were crowding and flitting to and fro like the shadows in an uneasy dream. "I have seen enough," said Mr. Pickwick, as he threw himself into a chair in his little apartment. "My head aches with these scenes, and my heart too. Henceforth I will be a prisoner in my own room," and Mr. Pickwick steadfastly adhered to this determination. For 3 long months he remained shut up all day, only stealing out at night to breathe the air, when the greater part of his fellow prisoners were in bed or carousing in their rooms. His health was beginning to suffer from the closeness of the confinement, but neither the often repeated entreaties of Perker and his friends, nor the still more frequently repeated warnings and admonitions of Mr. Samuel Weller, could induce him to alter one jot of his inflexible resolution. Records of sarging act sock, of delicate feeling, not unmixed it with pleasantry, achieved and performed by Messes Diston and Ashazarji. It was within a week of the close of the month of July that a hackney cabriolet, number unrecorded, was seen to proceed at a rapid pace up Goswell Street. 3 people were squeezed into it besides the driver, who sat in his own particular little dickey at the side. Over the apron were hung 2 shawls belonging to 2 small vixenish-looking ladies under the aner, between whom, compressed into a very small compass, was stowed away a gentleman of heavy and subdued demeanor, who had been at Ebergiem and Fiedzvice. Lastly, the 2 vixenish ladies and the heavy gentleman were giving the driver contradictory directions, all tending to the one point that he should stop at Mrs. Bardell's door, which the heavy gentleman, in direct opposition to and defiance of the vixenish ladies, contended was a green door and not a yellow one. "Stop at the house with the green door, driver," said the heavy gentleman. "Oh, you perwerse creature!" exclaimed one of the vixenish ladies. "Drive to the house with the yellow door, cabman." Upon this the cabman, who in a sudden effort to pull up at the house with the green door had pulled the horse up so high that he nearly pulled him backward into the cabriolet, let the animal's forelegs down to the ground again and paused. "Now where am I to pull up?" inquired the driver. "Settle it among yourselves. All I ask is, where?" Here the contest was renewed with increased violence, and the horse being troubled with a fly on his nose, the cabman humanely employed his leisure in lashing him about on the head, on the counter-irritation principle. "Most wotes carries the day," said one of the vixenish ladies at length. "The 'ouse?" "With the yellow door, cabman." But after the cabriolet had dashed up in splendid style to the house with the yellow door, making, as one of the vixen-ish ladies triumphantly said, "actually more noise than if one had come in one's own carriage," and after the driver had dismounted to assist the ladies in getting out, the small round head of Master Thomas Bardell was thrust out of the 1-pair window of a house with a red door, a few numbers off. "Agrawatin fang," said the vixenish lady last mentioned, darting a withering glance at the heavy gentleman. "My dear, it's not my fault," said the gentleman. "Don't talk to me, you creature, don't," retorted the lady. "The house with the red door, cabman." Oh, if ever a woman was troubled with a ruffianly creature, that takes a pride and a pleasure in disgracing his wife on every possible occasion afore strangers, I am that woman. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Rattle," said the other little woman, who was no other than Mrs. Cluppins. "What have I been a doing of?" asked Mr. Rattle. "Don't talk to me. Don't, you brute, for fear I should be provoked to forget my sect and strike you," said Mrs. Rattle. While this dialogue was going on, the driver was most ignominiously leading the horse by the bridle up to the house with a red door which Master Bardell had already opened. Here was a mean and low way of arriving at a friend's house. No dashing up, with all the fire and fury of the animal, no jumping down of the driver, no loud knocking at the door, no opening of the apron with a crash at the very last moment, for fear of the ladies sitting in a draught, and then the man handing the shawls out afterwards as if he were a private coachman. The whole edge of the thing had been taken off. It was flatter than walking. "Well, Tommy," said Mrs. Cluppins, "how's your poor dear mother?" "Oh, she's very well," replied Master Bardell. "She's in the front parlor all ready. I'm ready too, I am." Here Master Bardell put his hands in his pockets and jumped off and on the bottom step of the door. "Is anybody else a-goin', Tommy?" said Mrs. Cluppins, arranging her pelerine. "Mrs. Sanders is going, she is," replied Tommy. "I'm going too, I am." "Drat the boy," said little Mrs. Cluppins. "He thinks of nobody but himself. Here, Tommy dear." "Well," said Master Bardell, "who else is a-goin', lovey?" said Mrs. Cluppins in an insinuating manner. "Oh!" "Mrs. Rogers is a-goin'," replied Master Bardell, opening his eyes very wide as he delivered the intelligence. "What? The lady as has taken the lodgings!" ejaculated Mrs. Cluppins. Master Bardell put his hands deeper down into his pockets and nodded exactly 35 times, to imply that it was the lady lodger and no other. "Bless us," said Mrs. Cluppins. "It's quite a party." "Ah, if you knew what was in the cupboard, you'd say so," replied Master Bardell. "What is there, Tommy?" said Mrs. Cluppins coaxingly. "You'll tell me." "Tommy, I know." "No, I won't," replied Master Bardell, shaking his head and applying himself to the bottom step again. "Drat the child," muttered Mrs. Cluppins. "What a prowilkin little wretch it is. Come, Tommy, tell your dear Cluppy." "Mother said I wasn't to," rejoined Master Bardell. "I'm a-goin' to have some, I am." Cheered by this prospect, the precocious boy applied himself to his infantile treadmill with increased vigor. The above examination of a child of tender years took place while Mr. and Mrs. Rattle and the cab driver were having an altercation concerning the fare, which, terminating at this point in favor of the cabman, Mrs. Rattle came up tottering. "Lawk, Marianne, what's the matter?" said Mrs. Cluppins. "It's put me all over in such a trimble, Betsy," replied Mrs. Rattle. "Rattle ain't like a man, he leaves everythink to me." This was scarcely fair upon the unfortunate Mr. Rattle, who had been thrust aside by his good lady in the commencement of the dispute, and peremptorily commanded to hold his tongue. He had no opportunity of defending himself, however, for Mrs. Rattle gave unequivocal signs of fainting, which, being perceived from the parlor window, Mrs. Bardell, Mrs. Sanders, the lodger, and the lodger's servant, darted precipitately out, and conveyed her into the house, all talking at the same time, and giving utterance to various expressions of pity and condolence, as if she were one of the most suffering mortals on earth. Being conveyed into the front parlor, she was there deposited on a sofa, and the lady from the first floor running up to the first floor, returned with a bottle of sal volatile, which, holding Mrs. Rattle tight round the neck, she applied in all womanly kindness and pity to her nose, until that lady with many plunges and struggles was fain to declare herself decidedly better. "Ah, poor thing," said Mrs. Rogers. "I know what her feelin's is too well. Ah, poor thing." "So do I," said Mrs. Sanders. And then all the ladies moaned in unison and said they knew what it was, and they pitied her from their hearts. They did. Even the lodger's little servant, who was 13 years old and 3 feet high, murmured her sympathy. "But what's been the matter?" said Mrs. Bardell. "Ah, what has decomposed you, ma'am?" inquired Mrs. Rogers. "I have been a good deal flurried," replied Mrs. Rattle in a reproachful manner. Thereupon the ladies cast indignant glances at Mr. Rattle. "Why, the fact is," said that unhappy gentleman, stepping forward, "when we alighted at this door, a dispute arose with the driver of the cabriole. A loud scream from his wife, at the mention of this word, rendered all further explanation inaudible. "You'd better leave us to bring her round, Rattle," said Mrs. Cluppins. "She'll never get better as long as you're here." All the ladies concurred in this opinion, so Mr. Rattle was pushed out of the room and requested to give himself an airing in the back yard, which he did for about a quarter of an hour, when Mrs. Bardell announced to him with a solemn face that he might come in now, but that he must be very careful how he behaved towards his wife. She knew he didn't mean to be unkind, but Marianne was very far from strong, and, if he didn't take care, he might lose her when he least expected it, which would be a very dreadful reflection for him afterwards, and so. On. All this Mr. Rattle heard with great submission, and presently returned to the parlor in a most lamb-like manner. "Why, Mrs. Rogers, ma'am," said Mrs. Bardell, "you've never been introduced, I declare. Mr. Rattle, ma'am. Mrs. Cluppins, ma'am. Mrs. Rattle, ma'am." "Which is Mrs. Cluppins's sister," suggested Mrs. Sanders. "Oh, indeed," said Mrs. Rogers graciously, for she was the lodger and her servant was in waiting, so she was more gracious than intimate in right of her position. "Oh, indeed." Mrs. Rattle smiled sweetly. Mr. Rattle bowed, and Mrs. Cluppins said she was sure she was very happy to have an opportunity of being known to a lady which she had heard so much in favor of as Mrs. Rogers, a compliment which the last-named lady acknowledged with graceful condescension. "Well, Mr. Rattle," said Mrs. Bardell, "I'm sure you ought to feel very much honored at you and Tommy being the only gentlemen to escort so many ladies all the way to the Spaniards at Hampstead. Don't you think he ought, Mrs. Rogers, ma'am?" "Oh, certainly, ma'am," replied Mrs. Rogers, after whom all the other ladies responded, "Oh, certainly." "Of course I feel it, ma'am," said Mr. Rattle, rubbing his hands and evincing a slight tendency to brighten up a little. "Indeed, to tell you the truth," I said as we was a-coming along in the cabriolet, at the recapitulation of the word which awakened so many painful recollections, Mrs. Rattle applied her handkerchief to her eyes again and uttered a half-suppressed scream, so that Mrs. Bardell frowned upon Mr. Rattle to intimate that he had better not say anything more, and desired Mrs. Rogers's servant, with an air, to put the wine on. This was the signal for displaying the hidden treasures of the closet, which comprised sundry plates of oranges and biscuits, and a bottle of old crusted port, that at 1 and 9, with another of the celebrated East India sherry, at 14 pence, which were all produced in honor of the lodger, and afforded unlimited satisfaction to everybody. After great consternation had been excited in the mind of Mrs. Cluppins by an attempt on the part of Tommy to recount how he had been cross-examined regarding the cupboard then in action, which was fortunately nipped in the bud by his imbibing half a glass of the old crusted the wrong way, and thereby endangering his life for some seconds, the party walked forth in quest of a Hampstead stage. This was soon found, and in a couple of hours they all arrived safely in the Spaniards' tea gardens, where the luckless Mr. Rattle's very first act nearly occasioned his good lady a relapse, it being neither more nor less than to order tea for 7, whereas as the ladies 1, and all remarked, what could have been easier than for Tommy to have drank out of anybody's cup, or everybody's, if that was all when the waiter wasn't looking, which would have saved 1 head of tea, and the tea just as good. However, there was no help for it, and the tea tray came, with 7 cups and saucers and bread and butter on the same scale. Mrs. Bardell was unanimously voted into the chair, and Mrs. Rogers being stationed on her right hand, and Mrs. Rattle on her left, the meal proceeded with great merriment and success. "How sweet the country is, to be sure," sighed Mrs. Rogers. "I almost wish I lived in it always." "Oh, you wouldn't like that, ma'am," replied Mrs. Bardell rather hastily, for it was not at all advisable, with reference to the lodgings, to encourage such notions. "You wouldn't like it, ma'am." "Oh, I should think you was a deal too lively and sought after, to be content with the country, ma'am," said little Mrs. Cluppins. "Perhaps I am, ma'am, "Perhaps I am," sighed the first-floor lodger. "For lone people as have got nobody to care for them or take care of them, or as have been hurt in their mind, or that kind of thing," observed Mr. Rattle, plucking up a little cheerfulness and looking round. "The country is all very well. The country for a wounded spirit, they say." Now, of all things in the world that the unfortunate man could have said, any would have been preferable to this. Of course, Mrs. Bardell burst into tears and requested to be led from the table instantly. Upon which the affectionate child began to cry too, most dismally. "Would anybody believe, ma'am," exclaimed Mrs. Rattle, turning fiercely to first-floor lodger, "that a woman could be married to such a unmanly creature, which can tamper with a woman's feelings as he does, every hour in the day, ma'am?" "My dear," remonstrated Mr. Rattle, "I didn't mean anything, my dear." "You didn't mean," repeated Mrs. Rattle with great scorn and contempt. "Go away." "I can't bear the sight on you, you brute." "You must not flurry yourself, Mary Ann," interposed Mrs. Cluppins. "You really must consider yourself, my dear, which you never do. Now go away, Rattle, there's a good soul, or you'll only aggravate her." "You had better take your tea by yourself, sir, indeed," said Mrs. Rogers, again applying the smelling bottle. Mrs. Sanders, who, according to custom, was very busy with the bread, and butter, expressed the same opinion, and Mr. Rattle quietly retired. After this there was a great hoisting up of Master Bardell, who was rather a large size for hugging into his mother's arms, in which operation he got his boots in the tea-board, and occasioned some confusion among the cups and saucers. But that description of fainting fits, which is contagious among ladies, seldom lasts long, so when he had been well kissed and a little cried over, Mrs. Bardell recovered, set him down again, wondering how she could have been so foolish, and poured out some more tea. It was at this moment that the sound of approaching wheels was heard, and that the ladies, looking up, saw a hackney coach stop at the garden gate. "More company," said Mrs. Sanders. "It's a gentleman," said Mrs. Rattle. "Well, if it ain't Mr. Jackson, the young man from Dodson and Fogg's," cried Mrs. Bardell. "Why, gracious, surely Mr. Pickwick can't have paid the damages, or hoffered marriage," said Mrs. Cluppins. "Dear me, how slow the gentleman is!" exclaimed Mrs. Rogers. "Why doesn't he make haste?" As the lady spoke these words, Mr. Jackson turned from the coach where he had been addressing some observations to a shabby man in black leggings, who had just emerged from the vehicle with a thick ash stick in his hand, and made his way to the place where the ladies were seated, winding his hair round the brim of his hat as he came along. "Is anything the matter? Has anything taken place, Mr. Jackson?" said Mrs. Bardell eagerly. "Nothing whatever, ma'am," replied Mr. Jackson. "How de do, ladies? I have to ask pardon, ladies, for intruding, but the law, ladies, the law." With this apology Mr. Jackson smiled, made a comprehensive bow, and gave his hair another wind. Mrs. Rogers whispered Mrs. Rattle that he was really an elegant young man. "I called in Goswell Street," resumed Mr. Jackson, "and hearing that you were here from the slavey, took a coach and came on. Our people want you down in the city directly, Mrs. Bardell." "Lor!" ejaculated that lady, starting at the sudden nature of the communication. "Yes," said Mr. Jackson, biting his lip, "it's very important and pressing business which can't be postponed on any account. Indeed, Dodson expressly said so to me, and so did Fogg. I've kept the coach on purpose for you to go back in." "How very strange!" exclaimed Mrs. Bardell. The ladies agreed that it was very strange, but were unanimously of opinion that it must be very important, or Dodson and Fogg would never have sent, and further, that the business being urgent, she ought to repair to Dodson and Fogg's without any delay. There was a certain degree of pride and importance about being wanted by one's lawyers in such a monstrous hurry that was by no means displeasing to Mrs. Bardell, especially as it might be reasonably supposed to enhance her consequence in the eyes of the first-floor lodger. She simpered a little, affected extreme vexation and hesitation, and at last arrived at the conclusion that she supposed she must go. "But won't you refresh yourself after your walk, Mr. Jackson?" said Mrs. Bardell persuasively. "Why, really, there ain't much time to lose," replied Jackson, "and I've got a friend." "Here," he continued, looking towards the man with the ash stick. "Oh, ask your friend to come here, sir," said Mrs. Bardell. "Pray ask your friend here, sir." "Why, thankee, I'd rather not," said Mr. Jackson with some embarrassment of manner. "He's not much used to ladies' society, and it makes him bashful. If you'll order the waiter to deliver him anything short, he won't drink it off at once, won't he? Only try him." Mr. Jackson's fingers wandered playfully round his nose at this portion of his discourse, to warn his hearers that he was speaking ironically. The waiter was at once dispatched to the bashful gentleman, and the bashful gentleman took something. Mr. Jackson also took something, and the ladies took something, for hospitality's sake. Mr. Jackson then said he was afraid it was time to go, upon which Mrs. Sanders, Mrs. Cluppins, and Tommy, who it was, arranged should accompany Mrs. Bardell, leaving the others to Mr. Rattle's protection, got into the coach. "Isaac," said Jackson, as Mrs. Bardell prepared to get in, looking up at the man with the ash stick, who was seated on the box, smoking a cigar. "Well, this is Mrs. Bardell." "Oh, I know that long ago," said the man. Mrs. Bardell got in, Mr. Jackson got in after her, and away they drove. Mrs. Bardell could not help ruminating on what Mr. Jackson's friend had said. Shrewd creatures, those lawyers. Lord bless us, how they find people out. "Sad thing about these costs of our peoples, ain't it?" said Jackson, when Mrs. Perpuf Cluppins and Mrs. Sanders had fallen asleep. "Your bill of costs, I mean." "I'm very sorry they can't get them," replied Mrs. Bardell. "But if you law gentlemen do these things on speculation, why you must get a loss now and then, you know." "You gave them a cognate for the amount of your costs, after the trial, I'm told," said Jackson. "Yes." "Just as a matter of form," replied Mrs. Bardell. "Certainly," replied Jackson dryly. "Quite a matter of form, quite." On they drove, and Mrs. Bardell fell asleep. She was awakened after some time by the stopping of the coach. "Bless us," said the lady, "are we at Freeman's Court?" "We're not going quite so far," replied Jackson. "Have the goodness to step out." Mrs. Bardell, not yet thoroughly awake, complied. It was a curious place, a large wall with a gate in the middle, and a gaslight burning inside. "Now, ladies," cried the man with the ash stick, looking into the coach, and shaking Mrs. Sanders to wake her, "come!" Rousing her friend, Mrs. Sanders alighted. Mrs. Bardell, leaning on Jackson's arm, and leading Tommy by the hand, had already entered the porch. They followed. The room they turned into was even more odd-looking than the porch. Such a number of men standing about! And they stared so. "What place is this?" inquired Mrs. Bardell, pausing. "Only one of our public offices," replied Jackson, hurrying her through a door, and looking round to see that the other women were following. "Look sharp!" Isaac, safe and sound," replied the man with the ash stick. The door swung heavily after them, and they descended a small flight of steps. "Here we are at last." "All right and tight, Mrs. Bardell," said Jackson, looking exultingly round. "What do you mean?" said Mrs. Bardell, with a palpitating heart. "Just this," replied Jackson, drawing her a little on one side. "Don't be frightened, Mrs. Bardell. There never was a more delicate man than Dodson, ma'am, or a more humane man than Fogg. It was their duty in the way of business to take you in execution for them costs, but they were anxious to spare your feelings as much as they could. What a comfort it must be to you to think how it's been done. This is the Fleet, ma'am. Wish you good night, Mrs. Bardell. Good night." Tommy. As Jackson hurried away in company with the man with the ash stick, another man with a key in his hand, who had been looking on, led the bewildered female to a second short flight of steps leading to a doorway. Mrs. Bardell screamed violently, Tommy roared, Mrs. Cluppins shrunk within herself, and Mrs. Sanders made off without more ado. For there stood the injured Mr. Pickwick, taking his nightly allowance of air, and beside him leant Samuel Weller, who, seeing Mrs. Bardell, took his hat off with mock reverence, while his master turned indignantly on his heel. "Don't bother the woman," said the turnkey to Weller. "She's just come in." "A prisoner," said Sam, quickly replacing his hat. "Who's the plaintiffs? What for?" "Speak up, old feller." "Dodson and Fogg," replied the man. "Execution on cognizant for costs." "Here, Job, Job," shouted Sam, dashing into the passage. "Run to Mr. Perker's, Job. I want him directly. I see some good in this. Here's a game." "Hooray, Vaxes the governor?" But there was no reply to these inquiries, for Job had started furiously off the instant he received his commission, and Mrs. Bardell had fainted in real downright earnest. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.